Fairy Tale, Awakening Devouring Magic. Chapter 1. In the ashes, the houses were destroyed one by one, the smoke was thick, the heat was rolling, the houses, trees, and fields. The home that should have been warm and harmonious was now turned into ruins in the sea of fire. In the center of the ruins, a thin boy was talking to a dragon covered with fiery red scales. The dragon was tall and slender, and its scales shone with fiery red light. It looked like a piece of dazzling gemstone, and its wings were broad and strong. It exuded a fiery breath that made people dare not look directly at it, as if it could burn everything. Others might be afraid to even look at it, but the boy was able to talk to the dragon without being humble or arrogant. "Are you saying you want to be my disciple?" Huolong seemed a little shocked. "Yes, I need strength to protect more people, so that their homes will not be destroyed like mine," the boy said excitedly. The fire dragon lowered his head and looked at the boy in front of him. His forehead was covered with dust, and his body was covered with scars. Although his face was a little immature, the maturity and tenacity revealed in his eyes were hard to ignore. His eyes were bright and his heart seemed to contain infinite strength and courage. After thinking for a long time, the fire dragon slowly said, "Okay, but magic is not that easy to learn. Without the talent for magic, even if I teach you, you won't be able to learn it." After hearing the dragon's answer, the boy said happily, "Yes, master, I will never let you down." The young man's name is Fang Hung. He traveled to this world by accident. After perfectly integrating this body, Fang Hung relied on the memories in his previous life to understand that the world he traveled to was a world with magic and dragons, and it was also a world with a high risk factor. Fairy Tale. Fang Hung believed that with the memory of this world in his previous life, he would be able to live well in this world. In this world, dragons are divided into two major factions. One is the dragon that likes to eat people and enjoys eating people, and the other is the dragon that loves humans and protects humans. The village where Fang Heng's original body was located was destroyed by a man-eating dragon. After crossing over, the first dragon Fang Hung saw was Aguniru, the leader of the family faction, the Fire Dragon King. After seeing it, Fang Hung almost instinctively thought of the first thing to worship it as a teacher and let it teach him magic. In this world where strength is the top priority, worshipping the Fire Dragon King Aguniru as a teacher can not only increase his strength a lot in a short period of time, but also help him reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles. Therefore, after hearing the affirmative answer, Fang Hung seemed very happy. Aguniru smiled and said, "In that case, come with me first, let me test your magic talent. If you don't have the talent, then I will send you to a mortal town and let you live an ordinary life." After hearing this, Fang Heng's heart suddenly tightened, and then he thought that the original body that came through seemed to have never learned magic, so he was not sure whether he really had the magic talent and could learn magic. If this body did not have the magic talent, then he could only be lost in the crowd. Thinking of this, Fang Hung seemed a little nervous. However, just when he was worried about his future, Aguniru in front of him stopped and turned to him and said, "Stay here, I will train you and find a way to help you awaken your magic." Hearing this, Fang Hung said seriously, "Yes, I will definitely not let you down, master." Hearing this, Aguniru slowly nodded and said, "Magic requires magic power, and magic itself is to materialize the magic power in the body and release it. Since you have no magic power, you need to absorb the magic power from the outside into yourself. For you human magicians, magic is life, and the source of magic is the so-called magic energy. The magic energy is contained in the atmosphere and absorbed into your body. The absorbed magic energy can be converted into your personal magic power, and the source of magic power in each person's body is limited. When the magic power in your body is used up, your body will automatically absorb the magic power in the atmosphere to restore the magic power, but the speed of automatic absorption is very slow. Of course, there is another important thing. It is not enough to use magic power only by the amount in the body. More importantly, it needs to rely on the magician's own thoughts. Magic can only be used successfully by using thoughts as a medium. If you don't have enough power of thought, then there is no chance that magic will be used successfully. Of course, to do the above series of things, the first thing you have to do is to meditate first. Meditation is the most effective way to absorb magic energy. After Aguniru finished speaking, Fang Hung slowly sat down cross-legged, put his hands on his knees, and slowly closed his eyes. Not long after, a dark light slowly emerged from Fang Heng's body, which was breathtaking. If you stare at it for a long time, it seems that even the soul of a person can be absorbed into it. During this period, Irene, who had been staring at Fang Heng's practice, said in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a high talent for magic. You can awaken magic in such a short time. Even though I have seen so many humans, you are the most talented among them. In this case, let's see what kind of magic you awaken. Hearing this, Fang Heng abandoned all distracting thoughts, calmed down seriously, and interacted with the magic in his body. After a while, Fang Heng opened his eyes. Devouring magic. Fang Heng said in surprise. Devouring magic? It seems to be a magic I have never heard of. After pondering, Irene slowly raised his head and said, in this case, let me see how to use it. Hearing this, Fang Heng nodded slowly and mobilized the magic power in his body. At this time, he felt a sense of hunger. He looked up and saw the flames burning beside Irene. Not only did he not feel scared, but he ignited an appetite. It seemed that he wanted to swallow them all into his stomach. Thinking of it, Fang Heng rushed forward with a big step, opened his mouth, and the suction generated by the magic immediately sucked all the flames around Irene into his stomach. Although Irene beside him was a little surprised, he did not do anything. As Fang Heng swallowed more and more flames, feeling the increasing power of fire in his body, Fang Heng suddenly felt that the method of using the dragon power of the Fire Dragon King appeared in his mind. Could it be that devouring magic can not only allow me to absorb other people's magic, but also learn and use other people's magic? Thinking of this, Fang Heng was a little excited. He condensed the absorbed dragon magic in his hands. As the magic power gathered more and more, Fang Heng imitated the appearance of Natsu in the play and shouted loudly. The Fire Dragon King's collapse fist. With one punch, all the trees around the forest were destroyed, and a huge hole was blasted out in the middle of the forest. Seeing this scene, Fang Heng's eyes burst into a fiery light. After awakening the devouring magic, I can not only devour other people's magic power, but also control other people's magic with their magic power. Isn't that invincible? Chapter 2. In the forest. Fang Heng was sitting on the ground, panting. Although the move he just made was very powerful for him, it also consumed a lot of energy. Although it was just a punch, it drained all his magic power. At this time, Fang Heng suddenly thought that since the devouring magic can devour other people's magic power, then would it be faster to use it to devour the magic power from outside than the body can absorb it by itself? Thinking of it, Fang Heng activated the devouring magic. Buzz buzz buzz. As the devouring magic was used, a large amount of magic power was seen madly pouring into Fang Heng's body at the same time. In a short while, the magic power in his body was filled up. As expected, the devouring magic could not only devour the magic power of others, but also be so powerful in devouring the magic power of the outside world. If you encounter an opponent of equal strength, both sides will run out of magic power in a fierce battle. Fang Heng has the devouring magic that can restore magic power instantly, so the victory or defeat is decided at this time. Thinking of this, Fang Heng became more and more happy. Moreover, with the in-depth use of the devouring magic, the speed at which he devours magic power will become faster and faster. By then, it will be another kind of infinite magic power. At this time, Irene on the side said. You have great talent, and the magic you awakened is the most powerful magic I have ever seen. To be honest, I am very happy to have you as my disciple. But learning magic requires more than just talent. You also need real practical experience. Only after going through battle after battle can you be called a truly powerful magician. I, the Fire Dragon King Irene, will teach you this. I will fight with you and use my fists to teach you how to use magic correctly. As soon as the words fell, Fang Heng rushed forward to fight with Irene. Fang Heng quickly activated the power of the Fire Dragon and wrapped it around his fist, then punched out and said. The Fire Dragon King's collapse fist. On the other side, Irene laughed and said. Good boy, you actually used my magic to attack me. In that case. Irene gathered the flames in his mouth, and as the flames gathered more and more. The roar of the Fire Dragon King. The two magic powers finally collided with each other. With a loud bang, a huge pit was directly hit in the center of the forest with the two of them as the radius, and the trees within 100 miles were not spared and were almost flattened. In the center, Fang Heng lay on the ground in a mess, breathing heavily, and said hurriedly. Alive, survived. He knew very well that Irene had stopped fighting just now, otherwise, with the earth-shattering power just now, he might have been blown to pieces. So, it was ridiculous for him to want to defeat the Fire Dragon King just after training. Hearing this, Dragunov smiled and said, "You are too young, boy. If you are defeated by a newbie who has only learned magic for a short time, can I still be the master? I will train you slowly in the coming days." The fact is just as Dragunov said. In the following days, Fang Heng and Dragunov's daily life is to fight, fight, and fight. And in this battle, the surrounding terrain is constantly changing. Although there are occasional breaks in the middle, fighting has become the main theme of their master and apprentice. As the days go by, Fang Heng's strength is gradually improving. Not only is he more proficient in devouring magic, but he is also more proficient in using the dragon power of the Fire Dragon King. At least now when fighting with the Fire Dragon King, he will not be knocked to the ground like before. Fang Heng and Dragunov were fighting as usual on this day, and suddenly Dragunov stopped. "What's wrong?" Fang Heng asked puzzledly. "Boy, I have nothing more to teach you. I have passed on all my combat experience to you. Your strength has improved a lot without you noticing. Continuing to train with me will have less and less impact on your improvement. It's up to you to experience the next few days." Hearing what Dragunov said, he suddenly realized that he had been learning from Dragunov for a long time, and both his magic power and proficiency had made a qualitative leap. If he continues to train, his strength may indeed increase, but it will only be slower and slower. He has reached a bottleneck. If he wants to get stronger quickly, he can only get stronger again through the experience of life and death. Thinking of this, Fang Heng bent down and bowed deeply to Dragunov and said, "I will never forget the teachings of my master." After that, Fang Heng slowly stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest on the other side. Dragunov behind him looked at Fang Heng deeply and said to himself, "Accepting this disciple seems to increase the chances of winning against the other faction's dragon." And Fang Heng, who was in the forest at the moment, was planning his next move. Now he has mastered the dragon power of the Fire Dragon King, but the dragon power is full of destructive power. He still lacks some auxiliary magic to facilitate him to make other choices in battle. In this regard, he already had other plans in his mind, that is, Irene Belzarian, the mother of the later fairy queen Urza. Yes, he plans to learn additional magic. After all, the additional magic of fairy tale was often called the strongest magic in the previous life. Not only can the dragon power that belongs only to the dragon be stripped and attached to the human body to form dragon-killing magic. There are also various demon-killing and god-killing magic in the later period, which were born in the same way. And these magics that were born are, without exception, very powerful and offensive. Therefore, additional magic is a must for Fang Heng. Having said that, Fang Heng got lost in the forest. Ah! If I had known this, I would have asked Dragunov to take me there. Dish, I haven't been a dragon knight since I traveled to Fairy Tale. What a failure! Fang Heng was talking. Suddenly, he saw that the view in front of him became wider. Looking carefully, there was a small town in the distance. There is a town, so he can go down to collect some information and see if there is a map to the kingdom of Dragunov. After all, his next step is to find Queen Irene to learn additional magic. She is the future mother of Urza and a powerful woman. He must meet her. Thinking in his heart, Fang Heng quickly rushed down the cliff and ran towards the town in the distance. Chapter 3. At this time in the town, Fang Heng was looking for the map he wanted on the street, but after searching for a long time, he didn't even see a shadow of the map of the kingdom of Dragunov. It may be because of the rampage of the evil dragons of another faction. Except for adventurers who are looking for treasures, people generally do not stray too far from the places they are familiar with. In the world of fairy tale, the dragon clan has extremely powerful strength and also has high wisdom. Before the Black Dragon came out, there were almost no enemies, and it was basically the dragons of the two factions fighting each other. Therefore, for the people of this world at this moment, if they encounter a man-eating dragon, there is almost no other choice except to escape. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a black house on the side of the road, Adventurer's House. Fang Heng stared at the words on it and whispered, "Is there anything I want here?" Fang Heng said as he walked into the store. He saw all kinds of magic props displayed on the cabinets on both sides, and the boss in the middle was wiping the crystal ball and said to Fang Heng, "Is there anything I can help you with? I need a map to the kingdom of Dragunov, healing potions and a crystal ball that can store magic power. Do you have any here?" Fang Heng answered while looking at the magic props displayed on the shelf. "Of course we have it. We have everything you want, but the quantity is rare, so the price is relatively expensive, a total of 5,000 J. The boss rubbed his hands and said to Fang Daoheng. No problem, I have a piece of ore containing dragon power. I will use this to exchange for what I want. Is that okay with you? Fang Heng took out a piece of ore from his arms and threw it on the boss's counter. Fang Heng picked up this ore from the cave where Dragunov slept before. Dragunov always exudes powerful dragon power, so the ore in his sleeping cave has absorbed extremely powerful fire dragon power over the years. The ore contains the power of dragons. Yes, of course it's okay. The boss said with a smile. He seemed to be afraid that Fang Heng would regret it, so he quickly packed up the things he wanted and stuffed them into Fang Heng's hands. Thank you for your good service. Just as he was talking, two men walked into the store. They were big and strong, and judging from their bulging muscles and the dangerous aura they exuded, they should be two adventurers. But Fang Heng had already got what he wanted, and after taking a look at the two men, he walked out of the store. Fang Heng looked at the things he had just bought, the healing potion, which could help him recover from his injuries in battle. As for the crystal ball that stored magic power, it was used as a backup hidden energy source. In case of a battle in a place where magic power is exhausted in the future, this crystal ball will come in handy. And he will inject his magic power into the crystal ball, even if it is used to detonate it as a bomb, it has considerable power. Looking at the things in his hand, Fang Heng showed a satisfied smile, and then walked forward. Stop, kid. After the two adventurers came out of the shop, they suddenly rushed forward to stop Fang Heng and said. Boy, you just gave that boss the dragon ore, right? Judging from your appearance just now, you should have more dragon ore on you. Fang Heng chuckled when he heard this. I have dragon ore, of course. Do you want it so badly? Bring money to buy it. How about 10,000 J per ore for you guys? Hearing this, the two adventurers looked at each other and laughed. Of course we have to buy it, but we both just came back from an adventure, and we don't have much money. How about this, we have 10 J in total, and we will buy everything you have. As one of the adventurers said this, he began to gather magic power in his hand as if to demonstrate. As the magic power gathered more and more, it gradually formed a wind blade, and then it was swung towards the ground. With a bang, a hole was broken in the ground. Oh, I forgot to introduce our two brothers, Tran and Tedden. They are not just adventurers, but also wizards with powerful magic. If you anger us, the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. As soon as the words fell, the crowd around suddenly started an uproar. Tran and Tedden? I heard they are members of the Magic Wind Guild. Yes, I heard that all the members of the Magic Wind Guild are wizards, and they are cruel and ruthless. I think this kid will be in big trouble if he offends them. Yes, if I were to give them the things, I wouldn't dare to say anything. I think this kid just wants to die. As the voices of discussion around them gradually grew louder, the smiles on Tara and Teddan's faces became more and more rampant. At this time, Fang Heng suddenly laughed and said. You two scumbags dare to rob me. I think you two are just looking for death. Hearing this, Tran and Teddan said gloomily. Boy, you are looking for death. I will make you regret your choice today. As they said that, the two men gathered magic power in their hands frantically, forming wind blades and rushing towards Fang Heng. The crowd watching around them saw the two men's posture and quickly moved away, forming a large open space. Fang Heng saw that the two were getting closer and closer, so he took a stance. He pushed his hands forward, grabbed the hands of the two men and cast a devouring magic, directly absorbing the magic power gathered by the two men. At this time, Tran and Teddan also realized that something was wrong. The magic power gathered in their hands not only disappeared without a trace, and even the magic power in their bodies was gradually dissipating. At this time, Teddan said to Tran on the side. Brother, this guy seems to be absorbing our magic power. Nonsense, do you need to say this? Get out of here first and then think of a way. The two brothers said, and worked together to break free from Fang Heng's restraints, but they didn't expect Fang Heng's hands to be like iron pliers, tightly grasping them, leaving them no chance to escape. At this moment, the two men were like prey bitten by a lion's neck, unable to move. As time went by, the magic power in their bodies gradually decreased, and before long, the magic power in their bodies was drained by Fang Heng. At this time, Fang Heng let go of his hand, and the two men collapsed to the ground like weak shrimps. For a magician, magic power is life. Once the magic power is drained, they will suffer from an emergency magic deficiency. If it is more serious, they may die here. Facing the two people collapsed on the ground, Fang Heng glanced at them with disdain and said, "I'll spare your lives this time, but if I see you doing evil here again, I'll kill you too." Fang Heng said with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 4. Get lost now. Fang Heng said as the two men ran away. Tran and Teten in front were running away in panic, but were suddenly knocked to the ground by the burly man in front of them. The two were angry but had no place to vent. "Who is it? You don't look at the road when you walk. You don't want to live if you bump into me." The two stood up and got angry at the man in front of them. The burly man in front of them didn't say a word, and grabbed the necks of the two men with both hands, lifted them up slowly and said, "You two bastards, open your dog eyes and look carefully at who I am." Hearing this, the two raised their heads and took a closer look. This person was none other than the president of their Demon Wind Guild. When they thought of the president's usual ruthless style and the embarrassed look when they lost today, they trembled all over and couldn't help saying, "Yes, President." At this time, the man smiled at the two and said, "You two useless bastards are used to bullying others. Your strength has declined so much that you actually lost to such a kid. Since it is useless to ask you to, then go to hell," he said with both hands and broke their necks. The two who were struggling died instantly. The man glanced at the bodies of the two and threw them in front of Fang Heng one after the other. Fang Heng, who saw this scene, slowly raised his head, looked at the person coming from the opposite side, and said, "You even didn't let go of your own guild mates? You are such a cruel and ruthless guy. Guys like you are so ugly." Upon hearing this, the president of the Mofeng Club laughed loudly, then walked up to Fang Heng and said to him condescendingly, "Let me introduce myself. I am Abel, the leader of the Magic Wind Guild. This is my territory. Not only did you cause trouble on my territory, but you also injured a member of my guild. You should know that they are my dear friends. Now that you have injured them, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, cut off one of your arms, and hand over everything you have, and I will let you go." Fang Heng, who heard this, sneered. "As expected of the guild leader, your style of doing things is the same and disgusting. I don't want to waste time talking to you. If you want to fight, come on. I will destroy you today. You are such a shameless kid, I will send you to hell." As Abel spoke, he began to gather his magic power. As the magic power gathered, gusts of wind gradually rose around him. "Die, kid!" Abel roared, and slashed the wind blade that gradually gathered in his hand towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng sneered disdainfully. He slowly raised his left hand and activated the devouring magic. Seeing this, Abel suddenly stopped attacking, and quickly jumped back and said to Fang Heng, "Boy, your magic can devour other people's magic power, right? Do you still want to use this trick against me? This trick can be used against those two losers, but if you use it against me, you are underestimating me. I have been observing you in the crowd just now. I have figured out a countermeasure for your move, watch me." As Eber spoke, he began to gather magic power in his hands, forming a large number of wind blades and throwing them towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng was surrounded by smoke caused by the wind blades. But at this time, Fang Heng calmly activated the devouring power and began to devour the wind blades released by Eber unscrupulously. After a fierce bombardment, Eber said while panting, "Boy, this is the result of you offending me, I want you to die without a complete corpse." At this time, the onlookers nearby were even more excited and talked about, "This guy is definitely dead this time. I know that those who offend the Magic Wind Guild will have a bad ending. Alas, it's so pitiful that he died here at such a young age. If I had known this would happen, why would I have done it in the first place? So what if the magic is weird? Strength is the only way to win. Look, they found out the flaw and killed him." However, the smoke that enveloped Fang Heng began to dissipate, and the voices of discussion around him gradually became smaller. Because they saw Fang Heng with his hands folded in front of his chest, staring at Eber calmly. Not only that, he did not have any injuries on his body. Seeing this scene, Eber fell to the ground as if he had seen a ghost and said in horror, "How is it possible? He took so many of my attacks, but he was not hurt at all. I used all my strength. The power of this magic can cut through huge trees, but how come this guy was not hurt at all?" At this moment, Fang Heng walked towards Eber calmly, saying as he walked, "Nothing is impossible. Your strength is like a tickle to me. Your strength to split a huge tree is nothing to me. This kid is so strong. He is so powerful that he doesn't even look like a human being. The people around him began to talk. When Eber saw Fang Hung coming towards him, he began to retreat in fear as if he had seen a ghost. He rolled and crawled up and ran towards the Magic Wind Guild in front of him. Fang Hung behind him followed slowly and said, "Wasn't the dignified president of the Magic Wind Society very impressive just now? Didn't you say you were going to cut off one of my arms? Didn't you ask me to kowtow 3 times? Why is he running around like a stray dog now? You can't run away, Eber. I'll take your life. You will die here today." At this time, Eber was running towards the guild in front of him in a panic. He heard Fang Heng's murderous words behind him. He thought to himself, "You little brat actually wants to kill me. But it's okay. When I get to the guild and invite that master to come, I will make you regret it." While thinking, Eber rushed into the guild in front of him. "President Eber is back." "Oh, the president is back. How is it? Did the president kill that damn brat?" At this time, the other wizards in the guild turned around and greeted Eber, but Eber was in no mood to respond to them one by one. He just went upstairs, went into his office, closed the door, and locked himself in. The president seems to have something urgent to do? He went to the office as soon as he arrived. Why bother with his business? Be careful that he might get upset and kill you. Thinking of the president's usual ruthless style, everyone shut up and started doing their own things again. Chapter 5. At this moment, Eber, who was locked in the office, found something in it. Found it? As Eber's surprised voice sounded, he was seen holding a scale slightly larger than his palm. Then Eber put the scale on the table, raised his palm, used his other hand to quickly run the wind magic, and then cut his palm hard. A large amount of blood gushed out instantly, pouring on the scale directly below it, and as the scale began to glow, Eber ignored the pain and quickly picked up the scale and said, "My lord, I'm in trouble. A brat hurt me. He has strange magic and I can't beat him. My lord, I need you to help me kill that brat to vent my hatred." "Eber, everything is about equal exchange. If you take something, you must give something. What are you willing to pay to kill him?" At this time, the indifferent words came from the other side of the scales. "Don't worry, sir. For this offering, I will select 20 boys and girls from the town and the most powerful magician from my guild for you to enjoy. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Eber said flatteringly to the scale in his hand. "Not enough. Not enough, Eber, how long have you not come to me for help? Now you are like a lost dog, you should know how powerful he is. They are just virgin boys and girls. They can only satisfy my appetite, but they cannot enhance my strength. Even if there is a magician, the improvement on me is only minimal." After hearing the answer from the other side of the scale, Abol hurriedly said carefully while holding the scale in his hand. "How much do you want, sir?" The other side of the scale seemed to be silent for a while, then continued. "Eber, this is a matter of life and death for you. You only have one life, so you must cherish it. If you die, the guild will cease to exist. In that case, Eber, sacrifice the entire guild. The battles between dragons are becoming more and more frequent. I need more wizards to improve my strength. Improving my strength now will also help you defeat that kid. If you are willing, I can help you defeat that guy. As long as you are alive, that's all that matters. I can help you build more guilds. Of course I don't force anyone. If you don't want to, forget it. I won't interfere in this matter anymore, but your life is in danger. Eber, you should think about it carefully." The scales in Eber's hand fell silent and did not make a sound for a long time. At this moment, Eber's face was uncertain. After a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind and said to the scales in his hand, "Sir, I am willing to sacrifice the entire guild, just ask you to help me kill that brat once. I will also offer those 20 boys and girls to you in the future. I only ask you to spare his life after defeating that kid. I want him to know the consequences of offending me, Eber." At this point, Eber began to grit his teeth. "Well, in that case, I will wait here to enjoy the powerful magic power contributed to me by the wizards of your guild, ha 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 ha." As he finished speaking, the scales in Eber's hand stopped glowing and became dim. The look on his face gradually became fierce. "Don't blame me, I had no choice." After saying this, Eber walked out of the office and stood on the high platform of the guild. As obscure spells came out of Eber's mouth, a rapidly rotating blood-red magic circle suddenly appeared on the floor. Countless obscure runes were printed on it. Buzz buzz buzz. With the humming sound, rapidly rotating wind blades flew out from the magic circle, slicing the bodies of the guild members and ruthlessly harvesting their lives. As their companions fell one after another, the members of the Magic Wind Guild were in chaos. What is going on? What happened? Why did such a large magic circle suddenly appear in the guild? No, don't do it. As the screams gradually faded, the floor of the Magic Wind Guild was littered with broken limbs and arms. But as time went on, the magic circle on the ground gradually began to absorb all the bodies on the ground. Not long after, as the last arm disappeared, the rotation speed of the magic circle suddenly accelerated. A huge and sharp claw stretched out from the magic circle, followed by the head, body, and tail. Then the magic circle began to dissipate, and on it stood a dragon covered with emerald green scales. Looking around, he seemed very satisfied with the mess and said, "You made the right choice, Eber. My strength has increased a lot. Don't worry, I will lend you a hand and help you build a bigger guild than the current one. Now let me go meet that young boy." As he said that, he flapped his wings, broke through the ceiling, and flew towards Fang Heng. At this moment, Fang Heng, who was following Eber, suddenly felt a strong magical power. He looked up and saw a green dragon flying towards him. Soon, the dragon flew over him and landed, looking down at Fang Heng and said, "Human, I have been entrusted to destroy you. Be thankful that you, as a tiny human, can become food for my noble wind dragon king, Devouring." After saying this, Devouring licked his lips as if he couldn't wait to eat Fang Heng. After Fang Heng heard these words, he was obviously stunned for a moment and thought to himself, Devouring is such a familiar name? It seems that there was a dragon with this name in a two-word game in the previous life. While Fang Heng was stunned, Devouring looked at Fang Heng, who was obviously frozen, and said disdainfully, "What? Have you been scared silly by my heroic figure? But it's true, ordinary people don't have the chance to see me. Kneel down as much as you want, if you are happy, I will let you die more comfortably later." Fang Heng, who heard this, came back to his senses and carefully looked at Devouring in front of him. The huge body, as majestic as a mountain, held its head high and chest out, majestic and extraordinary, its claws like hooks, seemingly unstoppable, and the pressure formed by the huge magic power overflowing from its body. All of these are intended to show that the Wind Dragon King in front of him does have a strong strength to set off his own arrogance. Although they are all Dragon Kings in the Dragon Clan, the gap in strength between Dragon Kings is actually quite large. Among them, Fang Heng's master, the Fire Dragon King Aguniru, is the best among them. Although the dragon in front of him is slightly inferior to Aguniru, his strength is definitely not bad. For Fang Heng at the moment, it can be said to be an evenly matched enemy. Devouring, the Wind Dragon King? This is the second Dragon King I've encountered since I came to this world. Let me see how powerful you are," Fang Heng said excitedly. Chapter 6. At this moment in the town. As Fang Heng finished speaking, his right hand began to gather a large amount of magic power, and then he stepped hard on the ground, and the ground shattered with a crack. Then he rushed out like a cannonball and shouted, "Come on, Devouring, let me see your strength." The Fire Dragon King's collapse fist. At this moment, the dragon power gathered in his right hand hit Devouring's body with one punch. With a loud bang, Devouring's huge body, like a mountain, was blown away. It hit a house not far away, and a low rumbling sound was heard. After it knocked down 3 or 4 houses in succession, Devouring's huge body finally stopped. Then he saw Devouring stabilize his body in the ruins, slowly stood up, and roared at Fang Heng. "You little brat, you didn't even tell me before the fight and actually attacked me by surprise, you have no martial ethics. Let me show you the consequences of offending me." After saying that, he quickly rushed to Fang Heng. On the other side, Fang Heng opened fire at full power and began to deal with Devouring's attack. Flames were flying, and every punch and kick carried great power. The ground of the town could no longer withstand the huge pressure and gradually broke apart. Seeing this, Fang Heng was worried that the people in the town would continue to be affected, so he grabbed Devouring with both hands and then rushed to the sky to fight. Bang bang bang! In the sky, huge waves caused by the explosion came one after another, and the aftermath of the battle quickly broke through the white clouds in the sky. This is a battle between strong and strong, and the aftermath of the battle between the two can only match the full force of the weak. The battle between the two was fierce and fast. In just a few tenths of seconds, they had already bombarded each other with hundreds of moves. Whether it was physical combat or magic bombardment, they were all used by the two. Such a terrifying power is simply not a level that ordinary magicians can intervene. The Fire Dragon King's elbow. With one blow from Fang Hung, Taverin was forced to move away. He knew very well that the battle with Taverin had already been won or lost. After so many high-intensity fights, most of the magic power in his and Taverin's bodies had already been consumed. And he had not used the devouring magic from the beginning to the end, just to test his own strength. Now Fang Hung and his own strength have a clear understanding, so he needs to end this battle as soon as possible. So he shouted to Taverin in the distance. Taverin, admit defeat, you are no match for me. If you admit defeat now, don't worry, I won't kill you. Hearing this, Taverin roared at Fang Hung in anger. Don't be so arrogant, human. You are just a little bit powerful. In the next move, I will show you the difference between us. After saying this, Taverin began to gather a lot of wind dragon power in his body and gradually formed a crescent-shaped wind blade in his hand. Most of Taverin's magic power was concentrated in it, and its power should not be underestimated. Come on, brat, let me show you the unique skills of my Wind Dragon clan. Wind Dragon Secret Technique, Kama-Itaki's Crescent Moon. As soon as the words fell, the Wind Dragon King swung the trick in his hand towards Fang Hung in the distance. A crescent moon began to grow larger and larger, sweeping away quickly. Fang Hung, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, looked calmly at the attack coming towards him. As the attack distance got closer and closer, he gradually lowered his hands and quickly gathered devouring magic in his hands. With a bang, Fang Hung placed his hands on his chest and firmly grasped the crescent moon released by Taverin. With a sizzling sound, the sleeves between Fang Hung's hands that were holding the crescent moon were all torn to pieces by the impact force released by this trick. However, he himself did not suffer any damage. He looked at the secret technique released by Taverin in his hand, and then grinned at Taverin and said, I just happened to be hungry. Thanks to the big brother on the list for sending me a rocket. Then I will eat without hesitation. Crack, crack, crack. Fang Hung opened his mouth and began to put the crescent moon in his hand into his mouth little by little and slowly began to gnaw it. Taverin, who was watching Fang Hung's actions from a distance, was shocked to the point of being speechless. A storm was set off in his heart. What's going on? Although dragons can devour each other's magic power, that is only limited to dragons of the same attributes. What's going on with Fang Hung now? He's not a dragon, but he can devour magic power. Even if you can devour, I just watched you use fire magic, and now you swallow my wind magic power. Are you human? Are you human? However, Taverin was shocked only for a moment, and he quickly perked up. Since you can devour magic, I'll replenish my magic power too. Thinking of this, Taverin opened his mouth wide, ready to devour the surrounding wind magic power. On the other side, Fang Hung had just replenished his magic power, and now seeing what Taverin did, how could he not know what he was going to do? Still want to eat? Look, I'll overturn the table for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to circulate the dragon power in his body. Soon, Fang Hung's stomach expanded rapidly like a balloon, and a large amount of fire magic power gathered. The roar of the Fire Dragon King. Take it! With a loud bang, he hit Taverin head on. You! Sneak attack me again, despicable human! After saying this, Taverin fell down like a kite with a broken string. Fang Hung, who saw this scene, put away his magic and fell down as well. Chapter 7. With a snap, Taverin fell heavily to the ground, creating a big hole, and Fang Hung fell on Taverin again, and it seemed that he accidentally stepped on a few dragon bones. However, at this moment, he had no time to care about these trivial matters. Looking at the Wind Dragon King Taverin who fell at his feet, he said expectantly. The power of the Wind Dragon King, let me see how strong it is. After saying that, Fang Hung quickly operated the devouring magic on his hand, and then quickly inserted it into Taverin's body and touched his heart. Then the devouring magic began to slowly absorb the dragon power in Taverin's body. The heart of a dragon can be said to be the place in the dragon's body that contains the most dragon power, and the dragon crystal implanted in the body of the second generation of dragon slayer wizards in the world hundreds of years later was made of the heart. Therefore, Fang Heng felt the slowly powerful dragon power in his body at this moment, and he seemed very satisfied. However, as time went by, his expression gradually began to become painful. The magic power that can be stored in the magic source in the wizard's body is limited, and the magic power in his body is full at this time, but Taveron's magic power is still continuously transported into his body, and it can't be stopped at all. At this moment, he only felt the pain of being cut by thousands of knives, and he had to think of a way. Otherwise, my magic source will be broken. If there is no magic source to store magic, Fang Heng can be said to have become an ordinary person at that time. However, since the container it is limited, so I will increase my strength by compressing the magic power in my body. As long as I compress the magic power in my body, I can absorb more dragon power. Thinking of doing it, Fang Heng began to speed up the absorption speed, compressing the magic power in his body by exerting huge pressure on his body. Facts have proved that this trick is effective, but Taveron's magic power is limited after all, and the speed is still too slow, far from what he wants. Fang Heng opened his other hand and began to absorb the magic power from the outside world frantically. Sure enough, after a two-pronged approach, the magic power in the body was quickly squeezed and condensed, and at this moment his face was full of painful expressions. After all, madly absorbing the magic power from the outside world to compress the magic power in the body is not a pleasant thing. But there is a reward after all. As time goes by, Fang Heng can feel that the magic power stored in the magic source in his body is being successfully compressed little by little, and his mind also has more methods for using the power of the Wind Dragon King. He took a deep breath, calmed down and felt the more concentrated magic power in his body and how much more powerful wind dragon power he had. Very satisfied. Maybe I can fight Master Igunalu on equal terms now, Fang Heng muttered to himself. Turning his head and seeing Taveron lying on the ground dying, he suddenly thought. I have been in fairy tale for so long, but I haven't ridden a dragon yet, right? After traveling to a world with dragons, there is no reason not to ride a dragon. It just so happens that I am going to the kingdom of Dragunov. Why not let this silly dragon take me there? However, seeing Taveron's miserable appearance at this moment, he began to worry whether Taveron could take off normally. After all, most of the dragon's power was absorbed by himself. But if he could recover? Yes, recovery. Thinking of this, Fang Heng remembered that he had forgotten someone, who could provide energy to Taveron and help it recover. Fang Heng quickly rushed into the Magic Wind Guild in front of him, saw Eber hiding inside, grabbed him and said to him. I was so busy dealing with Taveron that I forgot to deal with you. I told you that I will never forgive a guy like you. No, don't kill me, don't kill me, I am willing to contribute all the treasures in my guild to you, sir. Eber said with tears in his eyes. However, Fang Heng felt that it was too noisy at the moment, so he chopped his neck with a knife and knocked him unconscious. With a snap, Fang Heng threw the unconscious Eber in front of Taveron like a rag and said to him. Give him to me to eat, recover some magic power, and then take me to Dragunov. If you don't want to, I'll try the roasted dragon meat later when I'm hungry. At this moment, Taveron barely opened his eyes and saw Fang Heng, who was like a demon in front of him. He could only say to the fainted Ebel, don't blame me, I had no choice. After that, Taveron grabbed Ebel on the ground with his claws and put it into his mouth. There was a click and blood splattered. Well, you smell so good, brother. Taveron said while chewing. A few minutes later, Taveron began to recover his strength, gradually stood up, and then said to Fang Heng. Human, you defeated me. I respect your strength and am willing to take you to Dragunov. But I haven't eaten yet. How about I take you there after I have a good meal in this town? Fang Heng's eyes twitched when he heard this. Then he activated the dragon power and stepped hard on Taveron's foot. With a click, Taveron picked up his foot and jumped up suddenly, roaring at Fang Heng. Human, what do you want to do? I said I would take you there, what else do you want to do? Fang Heng said threateningly. From now on, you are not allowed to eat any human beings without my order. I spared your life because you are of some use to me, and taking me to Dragunov is not a request, but an order. Put away your pride as the Dragon King. If you anger Taveron, I will not spare your second life. Hearing this, Taveron quickly realized the situation, bent down, lowered his proud head, and said to Fang Heng, yes, master. Fang Heng walked onto Taveron's broad back with satisfaction, found a comfortable place to sit down, and said to Devouring comfortably. "Let's go, Devouring, the target is the kingdom of Dragunov." Devouring curled his lips, and then flapped his wide wings to fly away. The townspeople who witnessed everything below him were all impressed by Fang Heng's strength. Of course, Fang Heng's heroic defeat of the evil wizard and the capture of the dragon were also recorded by them and passed down for hundreds of years. Chapter 8. At this time in the sky, Fang Heng was sitting cross-legged on Devouring's back and practicing. It had been a few days since the battle with Devouring. For him, this battle not only did his strength increase a lot, but he also gained 3 significant gains. The first was the power of the Wind Dragon King belonging to Devouring. The second was that Fang Heng successfully compressed the magic power in his body. If the magic power originally stored in his body was a thin gas like fog, then the magic power after compression was a liquid as thick as glue. The third was that he discovered the second source of magic power in his body. After developing it over time, he would be able to store more magic power, and then the power of magic would be taken to a higher level. At this moment, Devouring under him said, "Master, we have arrived in the territory of Dragunov. In a little while, I will land in their capital and make a majestic appearance for you." Ha! 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 At this moment in the imperial capital, Irene and the wise dragon Belzarian saw Devouring flying quickly towards them, with solemn expressions as if facing a great enemy. The wise dragon Belzarian said to Irene that is Devouring, as the Wind Dragon King of another faction, his strength should not be underestimated, but how did he come to us? Devouring has a proud character. Although he is a man-eating dragon, he disdains to participate in wars. He usually sleeps in his nest. Even he has never seen it. When Irene heard what Belzarian said, she looked up at Devouring flying in the distance and murmured to herself, "I don't know whether it is good or bad to come here now." At this moment, the wise dragon quickly led the other dragons to fly high into the sky, and said to Devouring in a bad tone when he was facing the fast-flying Devouring, "Devouring, the Wind Dragon King, you are not welcome here. Leave here, or don't blame us for being rude." When Devouring heard this, he did not slow down, but instead accelerated and rushed towards Belzarian, stopped in front of it and said, "I am the Dragon King who controls the power of wind. The world is so big that there is no place that I cannot go. So what if I come to your place? You are just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. At most, I can fight with you to show you who is the real strong one." Fang Heng felt the strong smell of gunpowder between the two sides and could only shake his head helplessly, then kicked Devouring under him and said, "Behave yourself, kid. I'm not here to cause trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Heng jumped off Devouring's body. With a loud bang, a huge deep pit was smashed out on the ground. Fang Heng slowly walked out of the deep pit and said to Irene, who was in doubt, with a smile, "Hello. Her Majesty the Queen of Dragunov, I have no ill intentions in coming here this time, please rest assured. I heard from Her Majesty that there is an additional magic that can give different properties to objects. This time I came here hoping to learn this magic. Of course, in exchange, I will try my best to fulfill one of your wishes within my ability. I heard that your country has been troubled by the dragon problem, and I can help you solve it." After hearing what Fang Heng said, Irene lowered her head and thought. To be honest, repelling the invading dragon has always been a problem that bothered her. As for adding magic as a condition of exchange, it is nothing to her. The only question is whether the young man in front of her has the strength to fulfill his promise. After a while, Irene raised her head and said to Fang Heng, "I can accept your conditions, but you have to show the power you have, so that I can believe that the promises you made can be fulfilled." After hearing what Irene said, Fang Heng knew what was in his mind at the moment, so he smiled and said, "I understand what Her Majesty the Queen is worried about. In that case, let me show you my strength." After saying that, Fang Heng found an open area and quickly activated the power of the fire dragon in his body. Soon, his stomach swelled up like a balloon. The roar of the fire dragon king. The flame shot straight up into the sky, blasting away the white clouds in the sky, and a large patch of dazzling sunlight fell on the ground. Seeing this, Irene was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Seeing this, Fang Heng stretched out a hand and waved it in front of her eyes. After the other party came to his senses, he squinted his eyes and smiled. "How about it, Your Majesty? My strength should be qualified." At this time, Irene came to her senses and asked in surprise, "Who are you? You are just an ordinary human, How can you possess the powerful power of a dragon? Faced with Irene's question, Fang Heng wanted to say, I am just a Cayman rider passing by. However, he and Irene just met for the first time and their relationship was just average, so he straightened his face and said seriously. You are right, I am just an ordinary human. But my master is the kind and powerful fire dragon King Aguniru. Under his training, I awakened the magic that can use the power of dragon. Fang Heng laughed as if he had thought of something, and then said. I am a dragon wizard who can control the power of dragons. A dragon wizard who controls the power of dragons? After hearing what Fang Heng said, Irene became thoughtful, and then said with a smile. In this case, I am willing to abide by our promise and teach you additional magic, but additional magic is difficult to learn and cannot be learned in a few days. You must be mentally prepared. Fang Heng quickly took out a few magic balls that he had bought before and handed them to Irene, saying. You only need to be responsible for inputting the magic power of the additional magic into these magic balls that store magic, and I don't need to bother you with other things. Looking at Irene who was obviously stunned in front of him, Fang Heng smiled and thought to himself, seriously learning additional magic? It's impossible. He can cheat with the devouring magic. Who would seriously learn magic? If it weren't for the fact that Irene was too weak at the moment and the magic power in her body was far from meeting the requirements for him to learn magic, he would have already lay on Irene and sucked her dry. However, as long as Irene filled up these crystal balls, it should be enough for him to learn. At this moment, Irene was holding the magic ball in her hand and trying to inject magic into it. As the magic power in her body gradually disappeared, Irene gradually felt the effort. However, this outrageous crystal ball was not full yet and was continuously absorbing her magic power. When she thought that there were several similar crystal balls waiting for her to inject magic power, the idea of regret gradually spread in her mind. If these crystal balls were to be filled with her current magic power, she really didn't know when it would take. Thinking of this, Irene stared at Fang Heng with resentment and said. If that's what you want, fine, I'll do my best. I will arrange a room for you later, and you can live here for the rest of the days. There are some places where you are not allowed to enter without my permission, but you can come and go freely in other places. After I finish my work, you will go to fulfill your promise. As soon as she finished speaking, Irene walked into the room in the palace angrily with the crystal ball in her arms, and seemed to have no intention of paying attention to Fang Heng. Fang Heng touched his nose awkwardly, then patted Tawarin on the head and said. You can move freely during this period, but you are not allowed to go too far. You must come back to see me every day and keep in touch. After saying that, Fang Heng followed Irene into the palace. Chapter 9. At this moment, in the library of the kingdom, a young man was seen looking at the magic book in his hand seriously, muttering to himself. Oh, I see, there is such a magic. But what should I cook for lunch? Suddenly, the boy seemed to think of something, so he quickly put down the magic book in his hand, walked out of the library and ran towards the kitchen. After arriving in the kitchen, he picked up the pot and spoon and started to cook in the kitchen. After a while, one dish after another with good color, fragrance, and taste appeared slowly in the boy's hands. After tasting the dishes he made, the boy seemed very satisfied, so he picked them up on a plate and walked towards somewhere. Knock, knock, knock. As the knock on the door sounded, the boy said to the other side of the door. Sister Irene, I just made some food, come and try it. With a click, the door opened and the boy brought up the freshly made dishes and placed them on the table. Try it, Sister Irene, and see how it tastes. After hearing this, Irene couldn't wait to taste the dishes made by the boy and praised them while eating. Well, it's really good, Fang Heng. Your craftsmanship is getting better and better. It's worth my hard work every day to infuse magic into your crystal ball. Hearing this, Fang Heng smiled and said. As long as it tastes good, eat more if it tastes good. After all, eating well is not just your business now, you have to think more about the baby in your belly. Yes, this person is our protagonist Fang Heng, and it has been a long time since he came to the kingdom of Dragunov. Now he usually compresses and cultivates his magic power every day, or he spends time in the library reading magic books to learn more magic. Although this country was later destroyed, as a country, the storage of magic books is still very rich. Of course, occasionally other dragons come to attack the kingdom of Dragunov. At this moment, he will abide by his promise to Irene and repel the invading dragon. Of course, this also allows him to absorb a lot of dragon power, and his strength has increased a lot in a short period of time. There is no way, just because Irene is the queen of a country and needs to deal with political affairs every day. It is very good to be able to squeeze out time to help him infuse magic power. After all, his crystal ball needs a lot of magic power, and before that, he became pregnant because of the marriage with the neighboring country, and the time is even tighter. When he came to this country before, he also had everything was very novel, but he didn't expect that the country 400 years ago was short of resources. Although the dishes were beautiful, they were extremely unpalatable. He had no choice but to rely on his memories of his previous life to cook. But he didn't expect that during the cooking process, the fragrance accidentally attracted Irene. Since then, Irene often asked him to cook on the grounds that it was tiring to infuse magic power. After a while, the two of them called each other brother and sister, and their relationship became closer and closer. To be honest, he was very dissatisfied with political marriages because he knew clearly what kind of scumbag the husband of this neighboring country was. Although he had a good relationship with Irene, as an outsider, he had no way to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, and for Irene at this moment, she was still very satisfied with this marriage. At this moment, Irene, who had finished eating, stood up again and said to Fang Heng, "By the way, I tried to use additional magic to attach the power of the dragon to me before. Now I can feel that the magic power in my body is getting stronger and stronger. Maybe it will surpass you soon. Then I will personally protect my own country." Fang Heng was helpless after hearing this. It was probably because of his influence that Irene accelerated the speed of creating dragon-slaying magic. He knew very well that with the gradual use of dragon-slaying magic, Irene's body would gradually turn into a dragon. By then, the scum husband of the neighboring country would abandon her and lock her up for 3 years of inhumane abuse. This was exactly the reason why Irene was advised to refuse the marriage with the neighboring country, but there was no way. Most of the time, for Irene, she put the country first and herself second. The two had a big fight for this. There was no way. People will learn once they are taught. Fang Heng planned to wait until Irene was abandoned by her scum husband and betrayed by the people of the country until she was really desperate before saving her. Otherwise, Irene would not listen to him with her stubborn character. Thinking of this, Fang Heng said, "Yes, yes, you are a genius. When the time comes, you will come to protect your country. I will go to the side and find a cool place to stay, okay? Can you please speed up the progress? I have been either repelling dragons or taking care of you. Where is the additional magic I want?" Irene said a little embarrassedly. "It's almost done. Don't worry. It will be fine tomorrow." "Okay, you said it, tomorrow at the latest." After saying this, he opened the door and walked out. Then he found an open area and slowly activated the wind dragon power in his body and condensed it on his back. A pair of broad green wings stretched out from behind Fang Heng, and with the flapping of the wings, he quickly rushed into the sky and flew towards the distant forest. Wing magic is one of the many magics he has mastered during this period of time. It should have formed a pair of white wings, but on a whim, he activated the dragon power in his body and formed the current pair of dragon wings. After a while, he saw Devouring sleeping soundly in the forest, and he was even more angry. He didn't practice every day but slept here. Then he put away the magic and quickly fell towards Devouring below. With a loud bang, Fang Heng fell from the sky and hit Devouring, who was sleeping soundly. Devouring was awakened instantly by the pain and was about to get angry to see who dared to disturb the rest of the Wind Dragon King Devouring. However, he suddenly saw Fang Heng sitting on him and staring at him with a half-smile, so he put away his temper and said aggrievedly, "Master, I have completed all the tasks you asked me to do with great effort. We can set off at any time as long as we are ready, so I am resting here for a while." Seeing that Devouring was aggrieved like a little wife, his anger instantly disappeared, and he said lightly, "Completing the task is one thing, but sleeping is another. You don't practice every day and just sleep. You are such a weak little brother, which makes me feel ashamed as the boss. But forget it, the mission is completed. We will set off tomorrow after learning the additional magic, and we will slowly train your strength on the way." After hearing that Devouring completed the mission, Fang Heng, relieved, activated the wing magic again, flew back to the bedroom in the palace to rest, and waited for the arrival of the next day. Chapter 10. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the morning fell in front of the window, Master Fang woke up and began a day of practice. After finding an open space, he sat down cross-legged and practiced today. In these days, as he helped Irene repel more and more dragons, he also absorbed many different kinds of dragon power. As the dragon power in his body gradually increased, he decided to use these dragon powers to break through his second magic source. At this moment, he calmed down and looked inward to see a dragon seed emitting a dazzling light. Then he mobilized the dragon power from the dragon seed and quickly rushed towards the second magic source that was sealed in his body. Rumble. A sound like thunder rang in Fang Heng's body. Although he knew that the process of opening the second magic source would never be easy, he did not expect it to be so painful. Fuck, it hurts. His expression gradually became painful, and beads of sweat gradually appeared on his face. On the other side, after going through untold hardships, Irene finally filled all the crystal balls with the additional magic in her body. After packing up all the crystal balls, she hurried over to Fang Heng. After seeing Fang Heng's painful expression due to cultivation, she stood there and watched him cultivate quietly. Although he is not serious at ordinary times, he can endure this kind of pain for the sake of cultivation. His character is much stronger than I thought. During this period, Fang Heng has not only been distracted to help him repel the enemy, but also personally cooks every day to take care of her who is pregnant. As their relationship gets better and better, she has long treated him as her own brother. Therefore, looking at Fang Heng's painful expression, Irene's face is also full of worry. However, as the second magic source was gradually opened under the impact of the dragon's power, the pain on Fang Heng's face gradually eased. Not long after the end of the practice, Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes, looked at Irene in the distance, and said with a smile. What's wrong, Sister Irene? Are you worried about me? Don't worry, it's okay. I'm just practicing normally. By the way, have you filled the crystal ball when you came to me? Hearing this, Irene threw the crystal ball in her hand fiercely and said. Brat, who's worried about you? This is the crystal ball you want, and it's already filled with my additional magic. After saying that, Irene left without looking back. After taking the crystal balls from Irene, Fang Heng took them out one by one and placed them around his body. Then he started to use the devouring magic, and saw rays of magic light shooting out from the ball, and then slowly being absorbed into his body. As the magic power in the crystal ball was gradually absorbed, his mind gradually had more ideas about how to operate and use the additional magic. When the last bit of magic power was absorbed, Fang Heng had completely mastered the essence of the additional magic. After getting up, Fang Heng picked up the crystal ball that had lost its magic power on the ground. He looked at it over and over again, and seemed to have some ideas in his mind. Then he started to use the additional technique and attached the devouring magic in his body to it. With the successful use of the additional technique, the crystal ball in his hand can not only automatically absorb the magic power of nature for charging, but also devour the magic power of others. Killing two birds with one stone, it is simply a magic weapon. The attachment technique is in hand, so it's time to leave. Although he has been practicing madly during this period, he knows very well that this is not enough, because after this, a very terrible character will be born. The Black Dragon King Akunologen not only has the magic of devouring everything like Fang Heng, but also kills all the dragons in the world by learning the dragon-killing magic. Because he bathed in too much dragon blood, he finally turned from a human into a dragon and became the last Dragon King. He is so strong that it is terrible. To defeat him, you must have a force that is equal to him. At this moment, he already has a plan in his mind, which is to find more powerful dragons and devour their dragon power to enhance his own strength. During this period, the task he gave to Devouring was to find the location of these dragons. Since the attachment technique is in hand now, it's time to set off, but say goodbye to Sister Irene before leaving. Thinking of this, Fang Heng quickly activated the wing magic. After flying high in the sky and looking for Irene in the palace for a while, he saw Irene who was talking to Belzarian, so he put away the magic and landed, saying to her. Thank you for your hard work during this period, Sister Irene. I am leaving now. You have to take good care of yourself in the days ahead. After hearing this, Irene was a little at a loss and said, it's better to leave. After all, I don't have to work hard to infuse magic power into someone. I will take good care of myself without you saying anything. Fang Heng smiled and handed the crystal ball with the devouring magic in his hand to Irene and said. This can absorb the excess dragon power in your body, which will be helpful to you. Take it with you, and we'll see each other again. Before Irene could react, he turned around and used wing magic to fly towards the distant forest. Irene took a look at the crystal ball in her hand, put it away, and turned to Irene and said. Next, let's work together to protect the country of Dragunov. At this moment, Fang Heng also found Devouring who was sleeping in the forest and kicked him angrily. It's time to wake up, lazy dragon. Let's go. There will be no time for you to sleep in the future. After hearing this, Devouring, who was awakened by the pain, slowly got up, shook his body, and then carried Fang Heng on his back and flew in the direction in his mind. Chapter 11. On a grassland, flowers in full bloom swayed slowly in the breeze like a beautiful painting. In front of them, there was an adventure group of about a dozen people, gathered together with their heads down, as if they were looking for something. Boss, is it true that there are glass flowers here? Of course it's true. This is the information I bought from someone else. As long as we get this glass flower, we can sell it at a high price and make a fortune. I heard that this glass flower, although it looks transparent at ordinary times, will emit colorful colors under the sunlight. Now those rich people like this. Go find it, go find it. It's the boss. As the search progressed, it was soon noon, the sun shone on the earth, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the hills. Boss, look, is that a glass flower? One person said excitedly. As soon as he said this, the people around him gathered around and looked in the direction of the man's finger. The flower emitting colorful light under the sunlight was exactly the glass flower they were looking for. Let me pick it off, said a wizard in the team, and then he used wind magic to slowly wrap the glass flower on the mountain and slowly brought it down. As the magic gradually dissipated, the glass flower in his hand also showed its true appearance. The root stem was as transparent as glass, but under the sunlight, the flower emitted colorful light. Oh, I finally found it, ha ha ha, I'm rich now. Everyone gathered together and cheered, but at this moment something strange happened. Rumble. After a series of loud noises, the mountain with the colored glaze flowers began to shake, and large chunks of rock fell down, revealing the true face of the thing in the mountain. It had a huge body, strong limbs, and was covered in hard scales. It was a dragon that was awakened. It opened its eyes and looked at the crowd gathered in front of it. The dragon said happily. I was wondering what was making so much noise. It turned out to be my lunch. It just happened to be delivered to my door. So I'll start eating. How could they not understand what was going on when they saw this? They were fooled. No wonder no one had picked this flower until now. Who would dare to pick it when it grew to the dragon's head? It was also their bad luck that they happened to encounter this dragon when it was sleeping. They thought it was just growing on an ordinary mountain, so they let down their guard. But now it was too late to say anything. Run! As these words were spoken, everyone started to run forward desperately. Seeing this, the dragon seemed to be in no hurry to chase them, as if he was enjoying the desperate escape of everyone. I can't let you escape again, or I won't be able to have lunch. Then he activated the dragon power in his body and aimed it at the people who were running away in front of him. Stones fall from the sky. As soon as Brother Ji finished speaking, huge rocks roared and smashed towards the people in the distance. With the sound of bangs, everyone was knocked to the ground. The dragon behind him slowly caught up and looked at the people in front of him and said, I told you guys that you can't run away. Wouldn't it be nice if you just became my food? I wasn't hungry originally, I just wanted to eat a few, but now I'm even hungrier, I'm going to eat you all. Then he opened his mouth wide and threw everyone into his mouth one by one and then started chewing. There was a crunching sound, and the flowers on the ground became more and more enchanting because they were stained with blood. Damn beast, what are you doing? With a roar, the dragon that was eating raised its head and looked towards the sky, only to see a young man standing on the dragon's back, with eyes full of anger. This young man was Fang Heng. When he and Devouring were looking for their target, Rock Dragon King Meliodas, they suddenly felt a wave of dragon power in the distance and hurried over. But he didn't expect that he was still a step too late. Seeing his fellow tribesmen being swallowed bit by bit, Fang Heng said coldly. Are you Meliodas, the Rock Dragon King? That's right, I am Meliodas, the Rock Dragon King. Are you angry when you see your own kind being eaten? It's okay. I just haven't eaten enough yet. How about you come over and keep them company? How come you, Devouring, have you fallen to the level of being with humans? You are such a disgrace to the dragon race. Meliodas said proudly. Very good, originally I came here only to absorb your dragon power and spare your life, but now it seems that it is not necessary, because I will peel off your skin and cut you into pieces. After saying this, Fang Hung activated the wing magic, jumped off Devouring, and rushed towards Meliodas in the distance, and the dragon power activated in the air shouted. I want you to die, the Flame Dragon King's collapse fist. Looking at Fang Hung rushing towards him, Meliodas said with disdain. Although I don't know why you can use the power of dragon, you are just a human, how can you hurt us? He stood there waiting for Fang Hung's attack, as if he was going to take it. Devouring, who was beside him, saw this action and remembered what he had done in the past, and had the same idea as Meliodas now. Then he became a mount, but the difference was that Meliodas was cannibalistic and was hit by Fang Hung. Facing the angry master, there was probably no chance of survival. Some dragons are alive, but it is dead. Thinking of this, Devouring showed sympathetic eyes to Meliodas below. Boom! After a loud bang, Fang Hung punched Meliodas's huge body with a solid punch, and the scales shattered, blood flowed out, and it was originally confident that it would not be hurt, but it was blown away in an instant. At this moment, Fang Hung did not want to give it any chance to breathe, and then spread his wings and chased after it. The broken fang of the Fire Dragon King. He wrapped his hands with dragon flames, and then waved them at Meliodas who was standing aside, forcing him to stop. Then he did not stop and attacked again. The Fire Dragon King's flaming elbow. The Fire Dragon King's claw. Fire Dragon King's wing attack. As Meliodas took damage from one blow after another, he soon began to die. Please spare me, I promise I won't eat humans anymore, and I'll give you all the dragon power you want, just spare my life. Facing Meliodas's plea for mercy, Fang Hung sneered, you will naturally stop eating humans after you die, and I will also accept the dragon power. I said I won't let you go easily. Then one hand activated the devouring magic and inserted it into the body of the Rock Dragon King Meliodas, and began to slowly absorb the dragon power that belonged only to the Rock Dragon King. Chapter 12. At this moment, with the operation of the devouring magic, a stream of pure dragon power entered Fang Heng's body and was absorbed by the dragon seed that was emitting light. After absorbing the dragon power, the light suddenly became more dazzling. On the other side, the absorption of dragon power in the body of the Rock Dragon King came to an end, and the operation method of the dragon power of the Rock Dragon King appeared in his mind. On the other side, because a large amount of dragon power was extracted, Meliodas, who was lying on the ground, became weaker and weaker. But Fang Hung did not intend to let it go. He just saw him exert force with his arm. With a bang, a heart the size of a millstone was caught alive, causing the Rock Dragon King Meliodas to completely close his eyes, ending his sinful life. Fang Hung looked at the things in his hand, and then accelerated the operation of the devouring magic in his hand. The remaining dragon power in the heart was immediately sucked out, and the light of the dragon seed became brighter and brighter like a small sun. At this moment, his body suddenly changed. Scales gradually appeared on his face, his mouth was full of sharp teeth, and behind him, a pair of wings shining with light slowly stretched out. It seems that with the massive absorption and repeated use of dragon power, my body has gradually begun to change into the body of a dragon, and the changes happening at this moment also prove that the body is gradually changing into a dragon. Seeing this, Fang Hung quickly activated the devouring magic in his body and began to try to suppress the dragon power in his body. Facts have proved that this trick is effective. With the operation of the devouring magic, the irritable dragon power in his body was gradually calmed down. And the external features of the dragon that appeared on his body also began to slowly disappear. It was really thrilling. Fang Hung thought that the dragon seed in his body has not yet matured, and he can continue to absorb more dragon power to become stronger. When I absorb more dragon power and it is completely mature, the dragon that is transformed at that time will be extremely powerful, and may even have the power to fight the black dragon. Therefore, after suppressing the restless dragon power in his body with the devouring magic, he took another look at the heart in his hand that was completely shriveled due to the loss of dragon power, and threw it aside. I feel the power in my body seems to be even stronger. Fang Hung muttered to himself, then he looked at Devouring beside him and walked over and said, use the power of dragon to defend, let me test my current strength. After he finished speaking, he actually used the power of his body, hugged one of Devouring's feet and slowly lifted it up. Is the dragon power of the Rock Dragon King more for strengthening the body? He thought to himself, and then his hand loosened. Boom! Devouring fell down and instantly smashed a big hole in the ground due to his huge weight. And Devouring slowly climbed out of the hole, and then looked at his master with resentful eyes. However, Fang Hung, who was still immersed in the experiment of strength at this time, did not notice these, and turned to Taverin and said, "No need for magic, just pure physical strength, come and compete with me, cheer up and give it your all, if you win I will let you rest today." Hearing this, Taverin instantly cheered up and said, "Okay, no one can beat our dragons with physical strength." Then he took a stance and rushed towards Fang Hung. Seeing this, Fang Hung also activated his physical strength to meet Taverin's attack. Then the fists of the man and the dragon collided. Boom! After a loud bang, Fang Hung stood still, while Taverin on the other side was blasted several feet away, ploughing a deep gully on the ground. Fang Hung was very satisfied with this scene, while Taverin on the other side was completely shocked and said, "Impossible! How is this possible? It's okay that he can use the power of dragon better than me, but now even his physical strength is gradually surpassing me. If this continues, will I really become a useless waste?" Then he fell into deep self-doubt and denial. Seeing Tawerin so distraught, Fang Hung stepped forward to comfort him. "Don't worry, Taverin, even though you are becoming less and less useful now, I will not abandon you. After all, if I abandon you, where can I find another mount as cool as you?" Hearing this, Taverin raised his head happily and said to Fang Hung, "Yes, I am still useful. Apart from anything else, my appearance is one of the best among dragons. There is no dragon more suitable than me to be your mount. So, you will not abandon me and will continue to make delicious food for me every day, right?" "Yes, don't worry, I won't abandon you." Fang Hung replied with a smile, but then he thought to himself that he must get another dragon. Not only must it be good looking, but it must also be strong enough, and most importantly, it must be motivated. He can't keep two useless dragons in a row. Gilyalu. Fang Hung turned around and saw Taverin standing beside him. He was patting his belly with his huge paw and said embarrassedly, "Master, I am hungry and cannot fly anymore. Can I eat first?" Hearing this, Fang Hung could only shake his head helplessly, and then said unhappily, "Sure, catch a bigger prey as usual and I'll cook it." After hearing the affirmative answer, Tawerin excitedly flapped his wings and flew up to the sky, seemingly to find prey. Looking at Tawerin flying up to the sky, Fang Hung muttered to himself, "This lazy dragon is getting more and more useless. Let's find some wood now." Fang Hung walked straight into the woods in front of him and waved wind magic to cut down several tall trees in a row. After they were tied together, he spewed dragon flames from his mouth and ignited the wood. Then he untied his backpack and took out the seasonings purchased from Dragunov. Not long after, Taverin flew back with a huge wild boar in his claws. After seeing the burning bonfire, he quickly landed and put it on the wooden rack to be roasted by the flames. Then he said to Fang Hung expectantly, "Master, I just caught it and have processed it by the river as you usually said. Please use your skills to turn it into a delicacy as usual." Fang Hung nodded, and then he turned the wild boar over and sprinkled the seasonings he brought on it. Looking at Taverin who was waiting to be fed, Fang Hung felt that he had completely ruined this dragon. After eating the meat roasted by Fang Hung once in the wild, Taverin now couldn't accept eating humans, let alone raw meat. He just kept shouting that he would roast meat for Fang Hung after completing the task. After a while, the meat was roasted under the powerful dragon flame and exuded a burst of fragrance. Fang Hung used wind magic to cut off one of its legs and began to eat it happily. Taverin on the other side couldn't wait to grab the remaining half of the wild boar and devoured it. Soon, the man and the dragon were full and rested for a while. Fang Hung said to Taverin, "Time is limited, so I changed my original plan. Next, I will only need a powerful dragon, so that absorbing the dragon's power will be more efficient." Taverin nodded quickly and said, "Okay, Master, there are these two powerful dragons not far from here, and they will definitely not let you down." He then lifted Fang Hung up and flew forward. Chapter 13. At this moment, on a snowy mountain, the snow was white and the biting cold wind was blowing. Fang Hung and Tawerin, one person and one dragon, were looking for the dragon's footprints deep in the snowy mountain, but they had been looking for a long time and still found nothing. Fang Hung couldn't help but said, "Is this the place? I've been looking for it for a long time." "You must have gone to the wrong place, right?" "That should be correct. My subordinates have asked around. The people who live here should be the Ice Dragon King Chaos and his daughter." "That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that they have moved away because it has been too long?" Tawerin replied doubtfully. "It's taking too long? The task I gave you requires an exact address. You gave me an address that you got, and that's how you do it? You're just lazy every day. You lazy dragon, there's no dinner for you today. Fang Heng said unhappily. On the other side, Tawaran heard that dinner was gone, so he hurriedly said in a flattering manner. No, master, don't worry. I guarantee that there are still dragons living there. I can just move to another place. I will risk my life to deliver it to you today. Don't deduct my dinner. While they were talking, a huge snowstorm blew towards the two of them, and there were also a lot of sharp ice cones in it. Seeing this, Fang Heng's expression condensed and he quickly mobilized the dragon power in his body and gathered it in his mouth. The roar of the Flame Dragon King. Hey! A huge tongue of fire shot up into the sky, blowing away the blizzard and melting it into water droplets that fell down. The master is mighty, the master is domineering. Tawaran cheered on the side. Fang Heng looked at Tawaran with contempt and said to the front. Who is here to attack me? If you want to fight, come openly. What's the use of hiding your head and showing your tail? You are not welcome here. Leave immediately. This is not the place for you. A cold female voice sounded in the sky, and a dragon wearing sky blue scales appeared in front of Fang Heng with a fearful look on its face. What? You wanted to kill us before we even met. Now that the sneak attack failed, you want to ask me to leave with just a few words? Fang Heng sneered and said. After hearing Fang Heng's ridicule, Long said angrily. Since you won't leave, be prepared to pay the price. Then the dragon gathered a large amount of ice magic power in its mouth and gushed it out. The roar of the ice dragon. Faced with the attack coming straight at him, Fang Heng did not dodge or avoid it. He opened his mouth wide and used the swallowing magic to swallow all the attacks. Then he wiped his mouth with his hand and said. It's really delicious magic, but I don't think I'm full, it would be nice if I could eat a little more. When Tawaran saw this, he was filled with emotion and said, the master's strength is always so unfathomable. He ate such a huge amount of magic as soon as he said it, and he's not full yet. The dragon on the other side was completely shocked. Human, you actually devoured my magic? This is impossible. Even if it is a dragon, only the same attribute can be devoured. How can it be possible for a mere human? On the other side, Fang Heng said with a smile. Others are others, I am me, nothing is impossible for me. I'm not full yet, have some more. Fang Heng suddenly jumped up as soon as he finished speaking, and while the enemy was in a daze, he directly activated the strength of his physical body, then stepped on the ground and suddenly jumped forward high, hugged the dragon's neck and hung on it tightly, then activated the devouring magic and began to consume the enemy's magic power. The dragon, who had just seen Fang Heng's devouring magic, knew what he wanted to do at the moment, so he struggled frantically. The dragon flew into the clouds in the sky and landed quickly, but it was useless. Then it slammed its body into the mountains on both sides, shaking wildly, but it was useless. Before this, Fang Heng had already greatly strengthened his physical strength by absorbing the dragon power of the Rock Dragon King. He could even fight the dragon back and forth with his physical strength alone. Therefore, at this moment, he was like a dogskin plaster, firmly stuck to the dragon's back, and no matter how he struggled, he could not get off. At this moment, the dragon was exhausted due to the consumption of physical strength and the crazy absorption of magic power. It fell to the ground soon. Then, the huge body of the dragon gradually shrank, the wings gradually retracted into the body, the dragon scales faded, and the horns on the forehead gradually disappeared. On the other side, Fang Heng still closed his eyes and held the dragon's back tightly. Suddenly, the hard feel of the scales in his hand gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a soft touch. Hey? Why did the feel change? Fang Heng wondered. Get down, you pervert. As the cold voice sounded again, Fang Heng opened his eyes and saw that the dragon with sky blue scales had disappeared and was replaced by a beautiful girl with skin as white as cream and sky blue hair, about 15 or 16 years old, standing in front of him. At this moment, his hands were holding the girl tightly in his arms. Let me go, you pervert, how long do you want to hold me? The girl's voice sounded again, but this time there seemed to be a hint of shame and anger in her voice. After a moment of hesitation, Fang Heng quickly let go of his hands and said to the girl in front of him. There are very few dragons who are so skilled in transformation magic at such an old age. After hearing this, the girl said proudly. This is what my mother taught me. She often takes me to visit human towns, so transformation magic is essential. Speaking of this, the girl seemed to have thought of something and then continued, I don't care about you. Although I don't know what your purpose is here, as long as you don't disturb my mother and my life, you can do whatever you want. After speaking, the girl turned around and was about to leave. Seeing that the girl was about to leave, Fang Heng quickly reached out and grabbed the girl's arm, pulled her back and asked. Is your mother Chaos, the Ice Dragon King? Yes, but what does that have to do with you? The girl replied with some caution. Because a terrible enemy is about to be born. Now in order to defeat him, I am collecting dragon power from powerful dragons everywhere to enhance my strength. Your mother, the Ice Dragon King, is undoubtedly also a very powerful dragon and our target. Fang answered very seriously. When the girl on the other side heard that he was going to attack his mother, she quickly shook off Fang Heng's hand and said excitedly, no, you can't attack her. She was accidentally eroded by a powerful evil force. If you absorb the dragon power again, then she will really be in danger. As she spoke, the girl's voice gradually became tearful. Thinking of Fang Heng's powerful strength, she couldn't stop him if he really came hard. Then she lowered her head, thought for a while, and said firmly as if she had made up her mind. Although I am not as strong as my mother, if you want dragon power, just absorb mine. Even if it costs me my life to absorb all my dragon power, as long as you don't attack my mother. Chapter 14. At this moment, Fang Heng looked at the tearful girl in front of him and scratched his head in embarrassment. How come I am almost a bad guy? Although the idea of absorbing a dying dragon to enhance my own strength does not seem like a good person, I am not an unforgivable villain. Thinking of this, Fang Heng said to the girl. Okay, I won't attack your mother. On the contrary, I will find a way to save your mother. You have seen my strength just now. How about it? This should be fine, right? Hearing Fang Heng's words, and thinking of the strength in the battle just now, the girl said excitedly. Really? Are you willing to save my mother? Seeing the excited girl in front of him, Fang Heng stretched out a hand and rubbed her head hard. Not to mention that the touch was quite good, and then he smiled and said. Don't worry, what I said will not change. Before that, wipe your tears first. When you are ready, I will lead the way to your mother. At this moment, the girl quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then happily jumped in front to lead the way for Fang Heng. Fang Heng followed behind the girl with Devouring, and the snow made a creaking sound when his feet stepped on it. As one mountain after another was turned over, a huge ice and snow cave appeared in front of him. The girl on the other side turned around and said, This is it. Let's go in. Then she led the way again. Not long after, a huge protruding ice bed appeared in front of Fang Heng and others, and on it lay another giant dragon. Unlike her daughter, it was covered with dark blue scales and its body was unknown how much larger it was, but at this time, there were strange black patterns wrapped around the dragon's body. This was the Ice Dragon King Chaos, but her condition was not very good at this time. Indeed, as her daughter said, she was in imminent danger. Let me take a look first. Fang Heng walked forward slowly, then stretched out a hand and used the dragon power to slowly touch the strange pattern. He closed his eyes and felt it. A sizzling sound was heard, and as the hand touched it, the strange pattern seemed to want to erode everything it touched, but it was repelled by the fire dragon power in Fang Heng's hand. How is it? Can the strange power that corrodes the mother be removed? The girl on the side said worriedly. Fang Heng heard this and said. There is a way, but it is also very risky for me. If I save your mother, I need you to follow me and work for me. How about that? The girl on the other side heard that her mother could be saved, and nodded without hesitation. As long as my mother can be rescued, I am willing to pay any price. After hearing the girl's firm answer, Fang Heng immediately began to treat her. This strange magic power is extremely corrosive, and there are two ways for him to remove it. The first is to use the attachment technique to peel it off, and then attach it to other objects to achieve the removal effect. The second is to use the devouring magic in the body, which can not only completely absorb this strange magic power, but also turn it into its own use without any harm to itself. For him now, the first method is to eliminate it directly. One is because his current experience does not allow him to do such delicate operations, and the other is that it is too mentally exhausting, so it is better to swallow it directly. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, and directly activated the devouring power with both hands, attached it to the strange black pattern and began to absorb it slowly. Sure enough, the facts were just as he expected, even if it was so strange and had the corrosive magic could not cause any ripples in front of the devouring power and was slowly absorbed into the body. As the treatment was gradually pushed in, the strange pattern gradually dimmed, and finally disappeared. At this moment, Fang Heng slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, and then collapsed to the ground. It was not easy for him to swallow that magic power, but he opened his hands, and a jet of black magic power gushed out, emitting the power of destruction and corrosion. It was obvious that the magic power was not only successfully absorbed, but also used for himself. He thought happily that the hard work was not in vain. On the other side, as the corrosive magic power was removed, the dragon on the bed gradually opened its eyes and said, "Am I alive now?" Seeing her mother wake up, the girl excitedly rushed to her mother and cried to her. Seeing this, Fang Heng took Taverin and consciously left the cave, leaving time for the mother and daughter in the room to talk to each other. Taverin, who had just come out, hugged Fang Heng's thigh and said, "Master, please don't abandon me. Master, I will be obedient and complete the task seriously. Please don't abandon me. I haven't eaten enough meat yet." Fang Heng said with a frown. "Can you please stop wandering? I didn't say I was going to abandon you. Didn't you just tell the dragon that the only condition for saving her mother was to make her yours? Wouldn't that mean you'd abandon me?" Taverin said immediately. "Tawerin, you are different from her. You are a mount to look cool and handsome, while she is used to fight the enemy. Don't worry, you can eat the meat as usual." Fang Heng said patiently. Hearing this, Tawerin's heart finally fell. "As long as you don't abandon me, it's fine. Thank you for saving my mother. According to the previous agreement, I will stay by your side and serve you." With a voice full of gratitude, the girl slowly walked out of the cave. However, she seemed to be in high spirits because of her mother's recovery. A faint smile also hung on the corner of her mouth. Looking at the elf-like girl in front of him, Fang Heng was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled and said, "In that case, that's the best. After saying goodbye to your mother, we'll get ready to leave. After all, time is running out. No need to say goodbye, I have heard the details, I feel relieved to leave my daughter to you." As soon as the voice came out, a huge figure slowly walked out of the cave. It was the Ice Dragon King Chaos who had just recovered from his injury. Then he stretched out his hand and waved it, and a crystal stone emitting dazzling ice blue light fell into Fang Heng's hand. Looking at the shining crystal in his hand, which still contained a huge dragon power, he asked in confusion, "What is this?" Looking at the puzzled Fang Heng, Chaos explained. "This is the dragon power left behind by the previous Ice Dragon King after his death. I originally wanted to leave it to my daughter to use to enhance her strength in the future. However, the dragon power contained in this door is too huge. If you absorb it rashly, your life may be in danger. I heard that you came here for my Ice Dragon King's power, so I'll give it to you as a reward for saving my life." Chapter 15. Where did you get that strange corrosive magic? This is the question Fang Heng has always been most curious about. With such a powerful strength, the Ice Dragon King was actually corroded by magic to this extent. If it weren't for him, he might have died long ago. Hearing Fang Heng's question, Chaos said with some fear. It was the dark mage Ziref. He was so mad that he was releasing his magic of death recklessly in a village. By the time I realized what was happening, it was too late. The strange magic was eroding my entire body. But fortunately you saved me, otherwise I would not be able to see my dear daughter again. Canes was a little grateful when he said this. Dark Mage Jalal. Fang Heng muttered to himself, looking at the crystal in his hand, and then said to Canes, "In that case, I will accept it. Time is tight and I have important things to do. After I finish my business, I will bring your daughter back to see you." Then he said to Taverin beside him. "Stupid dragon, get ready to go." After saying that, he stepped on Taverin's back and found a comfortable place to lie down. Seeing this, the girl jumped without hesitation and stood on Taverin's back, and then sat next to Fang Heng. Taverin on the side said unhappily. "It's fine if the master sits on me, but you, a little girl, can't you fly? Why are you sitting on me?" Hearing Taverin's words, the girl's face suddenly turned red. After thinking for a while, she said. "That's because I want to be the sharp sword beside your master, protecting him. How can I protect him if I don't sit close to him?" "Oh, so that's how it is. After hearing the girl's answer, Devouring seemed to suddenly realize, and then flapped his wings and flew up. As Fang Heng and his group walked farther and farther away, Chaos murmured to himself, the Wind Dragon King Devouring is actually willing to be a human's mount, and that human has so much dragon power, it seems that something big is going to happen. On the other side, Fang Heng, who was on Devouring's back, was holding the crystal in one hand and began to absorb it with the devouring magic in the other hand. It must be said that the previous Ice Dragon King's accumulation was very deep, and the dragon power in the crystal was very huge. With the gradual absorption of dragon power, the dragon seed in his body also accelerated its maturity. At this rate, it might not be long before the dragon seed in his body would be fully mature. As usual, after the operation method of the Ice Dragon King's dragon power appeared in his mind, Fang Heng looked at the dim crystal in his hand, which still contained a small part of dragon power. He handed it over and said to the girl, I have absorbed most of the dragon power in it for you. As for the remaining small part, it should be fine even if you absorb it. Use it to enhance your strength. The girl on the side took it after seeing it and said, Don't worry, I won't let you down. When he thought about the huge dragon power contained in the crystal, even his mother did not dare to absorb it easily for fear of endangering her life, but Fang Heng now took the risk to absorb most of the dragon power for her. Thinking of this, he was moved and said, By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Chaos Elaine, you can just call me Elaine, what about you? Fang Heng, you can call me master like Devouring, or you can call me brother, I accept both. Fang Heng said with a smile. Elaine, who was standing by, heard Fang Heng's joke and reached out to hit him lightly. Then she turned her head and began to absorb the dragon power stored in the crystal in her hand, as if she was not going to pay attention to him anymore. Looking at the girl who was practicing seriously, Fang Heng's expression sank and he thought of the fearful eyes of the Ice Dragon King Chaos. Is it the Black Magician Ziref? Ziref is also known as the ancestor of the Black Magician. Because his family was killed by a dragon, he began to study forbidden magic, but he was cursed by God and became immortal. Since then, he has become crazy, and the things he created have caused great damage to the world. There is a town below my master. Devaouring's voice sounded from the side. Town. Hearing the town, Elaine, who was practicing, suddenly opened her eyes and said excitedly. Seeing Elaine's excited reaction, he remembered that Elaine had told him that she often played in human cities with her mother, so he smiled and asked. What's wrong? Do you want to go down and play for a while? Yet. Hearing the question, Elaine nodded quickly. In this case, it happens to be late, and we have been sleeping in the open air for the past few days, so let's find a hotel to stay for one night. Devouring, find a place to land not far away and prepare to enter the town. After hearing the order, Devouring flew a distance and then slowly landed. Soon after, the city gate was seen. The young man, led by 2 men and 1 woman, came in with a handsome face and a smile on his lips, making people feel like they were bathed in spring breeze. And the girl standing aside, blinking her eyes curiously, her skin was as white as cream, and her face was as delicate as a porcelain doll. The man behind them had an arrogant look and an upright posture. The temperament he inadvertently revealed was like that of an aristocrat. It was Fang Heng and his 3 companions who entered the city. It must be said that the dragon clan's appearance is really good. After Elaine and Devouring next to him turned into humans, their appearance was first class, and the passers-by next to them all paid attention to them. Everyone come and have a look at the Big Eater Challenge. A shout came over, and Fang Heng looked over. He saw a stall owner shouting loudly, and his stall was filled with a variety of delicious food, emitting bursts of fragrance, and many people had gathered around. How do I participate in the Big Eater Challenge? Fang Heng asked. Seeing someone asking, the stall owner quickly replied happily, the rules are very simple. You can see the food on the table. 1 hour. Whoever eats the most food within 1 hour wins. Of course, in order to prevent waste, each person has to pay 5,000 J. What's the reward for winning? Asked a bystander. The reward is very generous. As long as you can win, you can eat in my restaurant from now on, and I won't charge you a penny. In addition, there is a high reward of 100,000 J. As soon as these words came out, the crowd watching became restless. Did you hear that? The reward is 100,000 J, that's a lot of money. Yes, with this money, I don't have to worry about making a living for at least half a year. And you can eat for free at his house, but 5000J is a bit expensive. Chapter 16. Devouring, who was standing by, couldn't help but say after smelling the aroma of the food. Master, I'm so hungry, how about we go to the competition? At this time, a hand gently grabbed the corner of Fang Heng's clothes, and turning his head, he saw Elaine beside him also showed an eager look, as if she also wanted to participate in this lively big eater competition. Well, the two dragons beside him were hungry and waiting to be fed. There was no way. Fang Heng took out a bag of coins from his pocket and threw it on the boss's table. With a bang, the sound of the coins colliding attracted the attention of the people around. Here is 15,000J. I and the two people next to me are here to participate in this competition. The boss quickly put the money in his pocket, and then said, of course, you can, but the final winner is the one who eats the fastest and the most. Even if you have 3 people participating in the competition, the final prize can only be given to one person. Okay, sure. After all, for him, the competition is secondary, feeding the 2 dragons around him is the most important thing. Now there is such a good opportunity, just in time for him to enjoy it. Okay, then please come in. The participation of Fang Heng and his 2 companions seemed to ignite the enthusiasm of the people around them. I want to participate, too. I'm risking my life. I don't believe that even a girl dares to participate in the competition. I don't believe that I can't win. Although 5000J is a bit expensive, I will participate if there is a trade-off. As the people around signed up enthusiastically, bags of coins were thrown on the table and instantly filled up the boss's table. The boss on the side was delighted. What does it matter if he can eat a lot? He can't eat much anyway. On the contrary, he can make a lot of money after a game. Thinking of this, the boss has already thought about when the next game will start. As the group walked into the restaurant, they saw huge square tables neatly arranged in it, and the tables were already filled with neatly arranged delicious dishes, waiting for others to taste them. As everyone sat down, the boss walked in and said to everyone, then the competition will officially begin. Let me tell you the rules again. First, there is only 1 hour. There are trays under the objects. Whoever accumulates the most trays within an hour will win. Second, the game ends after 1 hour, and you can no longer eat after the game. The extra food will be purchased at the store price. Third, all dishes must be eaten. If there is any leftover on the plate, the score of this plate will not be counted. Of course, in order to prevent the situation of not having enough food, we will continue to serve dishes during the competition. Then the game begins. With the boss's order, the people around started to eat and drink. A fat man opened his mouth wide and poured bowl after bowl of food into his mouth. He swallowed it directly without chewing. The people around him also started to show their skills. Looking at Fang Heng and others, Devouring's noble image was gone. He stuffed steak after steak into his mouth like a starving ghost, and then picked up the drink beside him and gulped it down. Fang Heng's smile was gone, replaced by a stuffed with chicken legs one after another. Elaine, who was standing by, ate the food in front of her with an elegant look, but her speed was not slow at all. In just a short while, she had finished most of the food on the table. As time passed, more and more people had already left the competition due to being full. The rest of the people were just forcing themselves to stuff more food, but their speed was also much slower. However, Fang Heng and the others still did not feel full at all and continued to finish the food in front of them. As the competition came to an end, there were only 4 people left in the field, namely Fang Heng, Elaine, Devouring, and the fat man who started the game. The people around them, although they could no longer eat anything, still stared at Fang Heng and the others in amazement. They are eating too much. They haven't stopped since then. That's right. It's okay for others, but look at that little girl. She can eat so much. What is her stomach made of? Soon, Elaine stopped, touched her stomach with her hand and said with satisfaction, Fang Heng, I am full. I have never eaten so well as today. You are so kind to me. Thank you. She cast a grateful look at Fang Heng beside her. Although she often went to the human town with her mother and occasionally ate something, as dragons, they had limited funds, so they could not eat enough every time. But this time, Fang Heng really took her to eat a full meal, so she was more grateful in her heart. And Devouring, who followed Elaine, put down the last bowl in his hand soon, and then leaned back on the chair and said, Master, I am full too, I can't eat at all, but the taste is a little worse than what the master made. As Elaine and Devouring left one after another, Only Fang Hung and the fat man next to him were left on the field at this moment. As the dragon power devoured more and more, his physical strength gradually became stronger, and now his demand for food gradually increased, but today he was indeed almost done, and he didn't plan to eat any more. After all, he couldn't stay in this city for long, and neither the free food in this restaurant nor the high bonus were very tempting to him. Just when he was about to withdraw from the game and hand over the championship, the fat man who was eating and drinking on the other side stopped and shouted at Fang Hung. "What's wrong, kid? You can't eat any more. Weren't you very arrogant when you participated in the competition just now? I'm telling you, I'm a strengthening wizard. As long as you use magic to strengthen my digestive ability, you will never be able to beat me." Then he looked at Irene on the side with shining eyes and said, "How about it, miss? When I win, do you want to follow me? I can then give you all you can eat every day." Hearing this, Irene felt a chill all over her body and then turned her head away, as if she didn't intend to pay attention to the fat man. Fang Hung, who was watching this scene, frowned. "He originally wanted you to win, but you actually set your sights on my people. It's just magic, it's not like he doesn't know how to do it." Thinking of this, he slowly activated the devouring magic to speed up the consumption of the food he swallowed, and then began to eat again. The fat man on the other side saw Fang Hung start to eat again, and he hurriedly started to eat as well. The food was also consumed rapidly in the mouths of the two of them, and the onlookers were amazed. Only the boss on the side regretted it. He thought they couldn't eat much, but he didn't expect these people to eat so much, especially these two who almost made him lose money. Next time, he must add a rule that magic cannot be used. At this moment, the boss thought firmly in his heart. Chapter 17. As time passed, the plates in front of Fang Hung piled up quickly, while Taverin and Irene on the side looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. He was obviously a human, but whether it was physical strength, the use of dragon power, or even the appetite in the end, he was better than them. Is he really a human? The two people on the side thought at the same time. On the other side, the fat man who had been talking nonsense before gradually began to slow down. There was no way. Although magic could enhance digestion, it was limited after all. In order to win Fang Hung, he sped up his eating speed. The food in his stomach had not been digested yet, and more was stuffed into his mouth. But what he didn't know was that Fang Hung was also quietly running the devouring magic, and his devouring magic was generally used to devour dragon power, but now it was easy to use it to devour and consume food. Dong dong dong. As the game time was over, the boss hurriedly stepped forward to collect all the uneaten food of the two, and said to them, "The game is over, you can't eat any more, you have to pay extra." The next process was much simpler, counting the plates. After all, this was the key to winning the game. The boss first went to the fat man and started counting. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates, 4 plates, 5 plates. In the end, the fat man had 534 plates. Seeing that he had eaten more than 500 plates of food, the fat man looked at Fang Hung provocatively, as if he thought he had already won. But Fang Hung didn't even look at him, and then said to the boss, "It's my turn next, let's finish the game." The boss nodded, and then began to count Fang Hung's plates, and the remaining contestants gathered around curiously, as if everyone was curious about who would be the champion. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates, 4 plates, 5 plates, 499 plates, 500 plates, 500 plates, this seems to be the number of plates of food Fang Hung ate. The fat man at the side patted his belly and laughed after seeing this. "What do you think, kid? I told you that you are no match for me, ha 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 ha." Seeing that the game was about to be decided, the remaining contestants also started discussing. "Alas, I didn't expect that such a small competition would have so many experts." "That's right, I spent all my money, but luckily I had a good meal." Seeing that the boss was about to announce the result of the game, Fang Hung suddenly said, "The count hasn't even finished yet, why are you announcing the result? I haven't even finished counting the plates on the table. I've clearly counted 500 plates, and you still want to deny it?" The fat man shouted. "Guest, there are indeed no more plates on your table to count." The boss beside him waved his hand helplessly. Fang Hung, with his hands folded in front of his chest, said calmly, "We ate too much just now. There is no room on the table. The rest is all under the table." The boss quickly lifted the tablecloth, and sure enough, the table was filled with plates. 1 plate, 2 plates, 3 plates, 4 plates, 5 plates, 400 plates, and there were 500 plates under the table, which means Fang Heng has eaten 1000 plates. The winner was clear at a glance. It seems that the champion is the young man next to us, the boss announced the final champion. Yet we won. Elaine, who was standing by, jumped for joy when she saw Fang Heng win the championship. Then she walked up and hugged Fang Heng's arm. I'm full, let's go. Fang Heng nodded gently, then walked forward, took the huge bonus of 100,000 J and a lottery ticket representing free food placed on the table by the boss, and turned around to leave. Wait a minute, how can you eat so much? This is impossible. The champion should be me. Keep the prize money. A hostile voice came. Turning around, I saw the fat man next to me with a fiery red magic wrapped around his body, and he seemed to be very dissatisfied with the victory. You little brat, I'm a powerful wizard, how could you possibly win? I must have cheated, I'm going to expose your tricks. Fang Heng, who was standing by, saw that the fat man was so brave, so he first pushed away Elaine's hands, and then slowly walked up to the fat man. According to what you mean, only you can win this game and no one else can, right? Of course, I am a powerful wizard, no one can beat me, stop talking nonsense, take out all the things you just won, and then send the girl next to you to accompany me, otherwise I will kill you. Fang Heng's eyes condensed, this fat man angered him again and again, so don't blame him for being rude. Since you are a powerful magician, let me see your strength. Fang Heng used his physical strength to punch the fat man in the stomach. With a bang, the fat man arched his back like a prawn, drooling from the corners of his mouth, and then fell to the ground, holding his stomach. Stinky, stinky boy. Hey, he can still move. It seems that I didn't use too much force. Then he raised his right foot, exerted all his strength, and kicked the fat man who had spoken rudely again. With a bang, the fat man who was lying on the ground rushed out like a cannonball after being kicked, knocked a big hole in the wall and flew away. With just one punch and one kick, Fang Heng shut up the fat man who had just spoken rudely, just by relying on pure physical strength. This is the convenience brought by strength. The boss on the side felt a little distressed when he saw that the fight between the two had directly destroyed most of his house, but Fang Heng was so powerful that he didn't dare to mention it, for fear of angering Fang Heng. Looking at the boss who was in pain, Fang Heng took out 10,000 J from his bonus just now and threw it on the boss's desk. This should be enough to cover the damage I just did. Let's go. As Fang Heng walked out of the door, Elaine and Tawarin hurriedly followed him. Wait for me. Master, I haven't caught up yet. The contestants who witnessed everything around him began to talk about it. This is a true hero in his youth. He has such strength at such a young age. The fat guy thought he was so awesome, but it turns out he only has this much ability. He has hit a wall. As Fang Heng and his group walked out, it was already dark. Looking at the bright moon hanging high in the sky, Fang Heng said, it seems that we have wasted too much time. Let's find a hotel to stay in first. Look, is there a hotel over there? Elaine's playful voice came from the side. Looking in the direction of his finger, there was indeed a hotel not far away. Okay, then we'll stay there tonight. Chapter 18. Then the three of them walked towards the hotel in front of them. As the wooden door creaked open, the boss who was leaning on the counter saw that there was a business coming. He smiled and asked, 3 of you, do you need a room? 1000 J per room is very cheap, right? Looking at Elaine who was curious about everything beside him, Fang Heng couldn't help but have the idea of playing a prank on the boss, so he said. Okay, I want 2 rooms. Okay, the 2 rooms are 2000 J in total, the boss next to him replied. Wait, why 2 rooms? Aren't there 3 of us? Why 2 rooms? Elaine couldn't help asking. Looking at Elaine who was asking the question, Fang Heng held back his laughter and said, because I'm scared to sleep alone, but you're so powerful, I'm not afraid with you by my side to protect me. And didn't you say you wanted to be my sword, to be my companion? So we had 2 rooms, Tawarin had 1, and there were exactly 2 rooms. Oh, is that so? Okay then, but you are not allowed to do anything weird in the middle of the night. Elaine said, but her tone seemed a little shy. Looking at Elaine who had no defense against him, Fang Heng couldn't help but stretch out his hand and rubbed her blue hair hard. Silly girl. Then he said to the boss seriously. I want 3 rooms, here is 3000J. Okay, the guests have the keys here. Fang Hung nodded, then picked up the keys on the table and distributed them to Elaine and Tay Valen, then went upstairs alone to go to bed. Seeing this, Elaine and Tay Valen hurriedly followed him. The next day, early in the morning. Ah! I'm so sleepy. At this moment, Fang Hung was walking on the street and yawning, and beside him was Elaine, who was holding his hand and jumping up and down. As for Taverin, he followed behind them as a bodyguard. When I first met Elaine, I heard her cold tone and thought she was as difficult to get along with as an iceberg. But that might be because she is an ice dragon, so she is only cold to outsiders, but to familiar people, she is another lively personality. For example, Fang Hung didn't sleep well in the morning, and Elaine broke into the room, and then he was dragged up, saying that he wanted to see how the town was full of fireworks in the morning. Look! Look! There are so many delicious foods here. Wow, that thing over there seems interesting. However, Fang Hung on the side was not very interested, because he was almost half dead. If he had known, he would not have joked last night. Now Elaine used it as an excuse to walk around for most of the day. But after a while, Elaine finally calmed down, because at this time she was eating the breakfast that Fang Hung bought for her. Seeing that the girl next to him finally calmed down, Fang Hung could only touch his forehead helplessly. Behind him, Taverin saw his invincible master sighing in the hand of a young girl. He secretly thought that women were really troublesome. Fortunately, he never looked for women. It was better to sleep. Those people in front, stop right there. Seeing the unfriendly tone of the person coming, he stopped and slowly turned his head to look. He saw 3 people walking slowly from behind and said to Elaine, "The little girl is pretty. If you don't want your boyfriend next to you to get hurt, come with us." After hearing this, Fang Hung subconsciously looked at Elaine next to him. Well, she is indeed very beautiful, but can you not be so outrageous? Isn't it just a little dragon? Even if you haven't seen it, you can't be so flattering. Seeing Fang Hung next to him silent, several people thought that this person must be a coward, so they walked up unscrupulously. One of them even stretched out a hand to touch Elaine's face. Elaine hid behind Fang Hung and watched quietly, as if she was going to see how he would deal with it. Bang! The hand that the man stretched out was firmly grasped by Fang Hung, and then the power of the flesh was activated and thrown forward casually. With a whoosh, the person who had just stretched out his hand disappeared, and then looked at the 2 people who were standing there in a daze. Boom! As the magic power in the body poured out, forming an extremely powerful magic pressure, thump, thump, under such a powerful force, the 2 were immediately frightened and fell to their knees, without even the strength to get up. At this moment, they deeply understood what kind of terrible people they had offended. Fang Hung looked at the 2 people lying on the ground. As a fishy smell came, he saw that their pants were wet and liquid was faintly flowing out. Seeing this scene, he fanned his nose with his hand in disgust, and then stepped past the 2 people. They were just small fry, not enough for him to take seriously. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a tingling pain in his mind. Elaine, who was standing beside him, saw that Fang Hung had stopped and his expression seemed to be a little painful, so she asked worriedly. "What's wrong? You look a little bit painful." "It's okay, but there are some troubles to deal with next." Fang Hung gradually let go of his head while covering it, and actually activated the wing magic directly. A pair of huge wings stretched out from his back, and then he grabbed Taverin with his left hand and Elaine with his right hand, and flew directly into the sky and flew away. In the sky, Fang Hung was like a sharp sword breaking through the air, and Elaine, who was dripping on his hand, asked curiously. "Where are we going? You seem to be in a hurry. Save someone. Save people? Who are you going to save?" "Save my sister, Queen Irene of Dragunov." Before he left, he gave Irene a crystal ball that could absorb dragon power to delay her transformation into a dragon. The ball was not only attached with devouring magic, but also with a trace of his soul. Just now, his soul was dispersed by the powerful dragon power, which means that at this moment, Irene's dragonization has reached a very deep level. "Irene, it's dangerous." With this in mind, Fang Hung increased the output of magic power and the speed was faster. "Then you don't have to catch us. We can fly by ourselves. Can't you let Taverin take you like before?" "Yes, Master, I can actually take your." "No, this matter is urgent, there can be no delay, your speed is not fast enough." Fang Heng said, and he activated the dragon power in his body again. Boom, like a rocket, he was speeding towards the distant Dragunov country. Sister Irene, wait for me, I will come to rescue you soon. Chapter 19. At this moment, Fang Heng was still flying at full speed in the air. Soon, a huge city wall slowly appeared in the distance. Fortunately, we are not too late. Fang Heng murmured, and then he took Elaine and ran towards the city gate below. Stop, who are you? What's your purpose here? At this time, several soldiers on patrol were standing at the gate of the city. Facing Fang Heng and others who suddenly broke in, they questioned with vigilance. Where is your queen Irene? I am here to find her. Irene, are you talking about that monster? She has been imprisoned. The soldier next to him replied with a look of disgust when he heard that the man was looking for Irene. Monster? She is your queen. Do you know why she became like this? She became a monster in your mouth just to protect this country and you. Fang Heng couldn't help but said angrily. Hearing this, several soldiers laughed. Queen? We don't have a monster to be our queen. Yes, she is covered with scales, she is a living monster, who needs a monster to protect. Monsters should be executed. You come to find that monster. I think you are his accomplice. Hand over the money you have on you, and maybe I can pretend that I didn't see it. Otherwise, I will arrest all of you as well. When I think of the country and people that Irene sacrificed herself to protect, she has this ugly face. Very good, if that's the case, there's no need for you to exist anymore. After saying that, he raised his arm and grabbed one of the soldiers who was laughing the most, and then he used all his strength to smash the wall in front of him. With a bang, a big hole was smashed in the thick wall, and the soldier who had just spoken rudely was stuck in it, bloody and dead. The other soldiers saw Fang Heng take action in front of them and killed a companion so quickly, and they all understood how powerful he was. This guy seems to be very strong. You guys hold on in front, I'll go get support. After saying this, one of the soldiers who seemed to be the leader turned around and ran towards the city, while the rest of the soldiers blocked Fang Heng and the others. Want to leave? I can't let any of you leave. After the words fell, Fang Heng gathered up his physical strength, and then he stepped on the ground, and the whole person rushed out like an arrow from a bow. Shua! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the afterimage behind him was also stretched out. Before the soldiers at the entrance could react, they only felt the world turned upside down and their necks shook. Chi 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 chi! With the sound of flesh and blood, several heads were thrown up, and the weapons in their hands fell one after another. For a while, the sound of ding-dong was endless. Seeing this scene, Eli and Twalen behind him were dumbfounded. It seems that the master is really angry this time. I have to behave better later. When the time comes, I have to have a good meal when I reward my merits. Twalen thought to himself at this moment. And Elaine on the side thought to himself, I want to see what kind of woman this is, who can make Fang Heng so angry. Until then, the leading soldier standing not far in front finally reacted, but then he looked at the bloody heads on the ground, and his eyes were instantly straight. Plop! Plop! As the headless bodies fell one after another, he finally woke up from his dream. Then he collapsed to the ground, his crotch gradually getting wet. Looking at Fang Heng walking towards him, his whole body trembled uncontrollably. I ask you one last time, where is Irene? No, I don't know. I only know that I was imprisoned by General Lang Wu. I really don't know anything else. Please spare my life. But the next second, pa! A slapping sound was heard, and Fang Heng's palm landed heavily on the man's face, smashing his head into pieces like a watermelon. Plop! He threw the body down, his eyes flashing with coldness as he whispered, Lang Wu? I warned you at the beginning, but I didn't expect you to do it anyway. Be prepared to pay the price. Elaine, Devouring, get ready for the battle. Then he strode slowly towards the city. Seeing this, Elaine and Devouring hurriedly followed him. Kill! Kill them all, they are in league with that monster, come at me. The general has ordered them to be killed. As they entered the city, large groups of soldiers rushed towards them, and the one commanding them at the highest point was Lang Wu. Seeing this, he had murderous intent in his eyes, and then laughed loudly, ha! 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 Come on, all of you, die! The roar of the Fire Dragon King. A huge column of flames shot up into the sky and headed straight for the soldiers in front. Ah! It hurts. My legs. Large groups of soldiers fell to the ground, screaming one after another, and those who were hit head-on were directly turned into ashes, even those who were grazed were seriously injured and fell to the ground. The roar of the Wind Dragon King. Another huge tornado blew up, and some soldiers were swept into it and blown into the sky, and then fell heavily and smashed into meat paste. Then Devouring on the side also started fighting. Seeing this scene, the usually lively Elaine also showed her power, wrapped her hands with the power of the Ice Dragon, and then swung forward. Ice Dragon's Wing Strike. Large flakes of blizzard mixed with a large number of sharp ice cones blew forward, with a series of puffing sounds. The ice cones pierced the soldiers' bodies, and large numbers of soldiers fell down. The one-sided war ended without any suspense, which was the powerful strength of Fang Heng and his 3 companions. Standing on top, Lang Gu saw these 3 people, like the god of death on the battlefield, ruthlessly harvesting lives one after another. They seemed to have begun to regret what they had done, but it was too late to regret now. Looking at Fang Heng who was slowly walking towards him, he roared. Damn it, it's really damned. You dragon slayers are a bunch of monsters, Irene is, you are too, what's wrong with me locking up the monsters, I'm also thinking about the country. Looking at Lang Gu who was standing above and could only roar helplessly, Fang Heng just punched him in the stomach. Facing such a punch, Lang Gu hunched his back like a shrimp, his face livid, while Fang Heng grabbed his hair and lifted him up, then leaned close to his ear and whispered to him. Tell me, Lang Gu, where is Sister Irene? Chapter 20. I'll tell you, but I only ask you for one thing, spare my life, I don't want to die yet, I can still live again. Although he already knew what kind of person Lang Gu was, he still said coldly after hearing this. Have you forgotten what I told you before? Don't dream, Lang Gu. If you tell me, I can make your death more painful. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me. It just takes some time. I will turn this place upside down, even if it means destroying it. But I will never let you die easily. Do you see the soldiers on the ground? I will make you suffer 1,000,000 times more than them. Fang Heng, who heard the death sentence pronounced on him, could only say in a trembling voice. Devil, devil, you are not a monster, you are a devil. Yes, I am the devil. What is your choice, 1 or 2? I choose 1, I still want to live a little longer. After saying that, Lang Gu, who was lying on the ground, struggled to get up, and then limped towards the place where Irene was imprisoned. At this moment, in the dark underground cell, the ragged Irene was curled up on the cold stone floor, her eyes filled with death, and she kept muttering in a low voice. I'm sorry, sorry, sorry. Yes, sorry. For her, she was sorry for the baby in her belly and for Fang Heng's trust. Fang Heng had advised her when they were getting married to Lang Gu, but it was a pity that she was too stupid to distinguish right from wrong and failed Fang Heng's trust. Now in this underground cell, the baby in her belly is about to be born. She is sorry for the baby and must not let her be born here. Irene thought so, so she cast magic on the baby in her body day after day to delay the birth. Clank clank clank. As the sound of the cell door rang out, Irene immediately looked towards the door excitedly. It was Lang Gu who begged for mercy from Fang Heng after being defeated. Lang Gu, I am pregnant with your child. Please let me go out and give birth to the baby, and then give the child freedom. Child? It's just a monster. You are all monsters, monsters. Because all of you are dead, you dragon girl. Monster. Hearing this, Irene was immediately heartbroken and collapsed. Bang! A clear sound was heard, and Lang Gu, who was just roaring, had his neck instantly broken by an outstretched hand, and then fell to the ground with his whole body limp. I saw this hand then grabbed the cell and pulled the entire door out. Sister Irene, am I not late? A voice came and the owner of the hand revealed his true identity, it was Fang Heng. Looking at Irene who was lying on the ground, only a piece of rag covered her body, a large area of her spring light was leaking out, but her skin, which was usually as soft as jade, was now replaced by pieces of dragon scales, because of the deepening of dragon transformation. Irene, who was originally excited, saw Fang Heng staring at her body, and thought that he disliked her body after dragon transformation and treated her as a monster like others. Yes, I'm sorry, I should have listened to you. Thank you for saving me. Don't worry, I will leave here immediately. Just pretend that you never knew me, your sister. Irene covered her dragon-like body with her hands and retreated with a pale face. When Fang Heng saw Irene like this, how could he not know what she was thinking? He hurriedly walked forward, took off his coat, covered Irene with it, and then whispered to her. Silly sister, it doesn't matter if your body turns into a dragon or a monster, no matter what you become, you will always be my sister Irene, and you will always be my family. Woo! Irene couldn't hold it in any longer and vented all the grievances she had suffered these days. She lay on Fang Heng's body and cried, her tears soaking his clothes, but he didn't care at all, he just reached out and patted his shoulder to comfort him. I'm sorry, I'm a useless sister and have caused you so much trouble. I'm glad you're okay. As Irene calmed down, Fang Heng slowly helped her up, and then the two of them walked out of the cell. Elaine, who was standing at the door, looked at the two people leaning against each other. Although she knew that she was Fang Heng's sister, she couldn't help but feel jealous. Then she quickly walked to Fang Heng's side, hugged his other arm, and said coquettishly. Hey, Fang Heng, I helped you so much this time, how should you thank me? Hearing this, Fang Heng stretched out his hand and rubbed the other person's head and then said. Well, your performance was really good this time. How about this, I'll take you for a stroll on the street later. Great! Great! Hearing that she could shop as much as she wanted, Elaine let go of Fang Heng's hand and jumped up happily. Devouring, who was standing by, saw that Elaine was about to get the reward and couldn't wait to say. What about me, the master? I'll give you enough to eat then. Good, good, good. After hearing the definite answer, Devouring was secretly happy. Let's go. Don't you need to kill all of them, master? Devouring asked curiously. No, with the general dead and most of the main soldiers missing, there won't be much trouble. The remaining survivors will be left to fate. Devouring nodded, not quite understanding, and then consciously turned into a dragon, carrying Fang Heng and the others and flew towards the town not far away. At this moment, the city welcomed several tired guests. They were Fang Heng and others who had just experienced a big battle. Irene's clothes were too torn, so they took her to change. They also agreed to go shopping with Elaine. Of course, there was also Devouring's super meal. First, they came to the clothing store. Even if they were not buying clothes for Elaine, she was very happy to go shopping. She seemed to be satisfied just by looking. But since they were here, they couldn't just buy one person, so Elaine and Irene each had a new piece of clothing. The happy Elaine was even happier now. Then they came to the store where they participated in the Big Eater competition before. After taking out the prize coupons, they ate a lot. They walked out of the store with the boss's tearful eyes. After doing all this, it was getting dark, so they went to the hotel and opened 4 rooms to recuperate. Chapter 21. The next morning. Knock. 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 As the door was knocked, Fang Heng, who was lying on the bed, covered his ears with the quilt and said, pretend not to hear it, pretend not to hear it. Anyway, it must be Elaine coming to go shopping and asking him to accompany her, so it's better to sleep in. Are you still sleeping? I'll come back later. Sister Irene? I'm awake. I'll open the door for you later. Although he didn't know why Irene came to see him at this time, Fang Heng still put on his clothes, opened the door and welcomed her in. What's wrong? Sister Irene? Irene beside him said to him with a guilty look on her face. I made a serious mistake. After you left, my dragon-slaying magic had reached the stage where it could be fully used. I used it many times in the subsequent war. It has a strong power and can completely influence the situation of the war. So I created more dragon slayers, hoping to win the war. The initial results were very encouraging. The dragon slayers were very powerful, and the battle was overwhelmingly in our favor. It seemed that we had already seen the dawn of victory. However, as the dragon power was gradually used, the powerful dragon power began to erode people's bodies. Some people fell into a state of rage because they could not suppress the power. And because of the gap between the dragon's vision and the human's semicircular canals, people also developed severe vertigo. In this war, Irene died, but what happened next was something we never expected. At this point, Irene's voice seemed to tremble a little, and then she continued. A dragon slayer ended the indecisive war, as if mocking the many lives sacrificed on the battlefield. He was the only winner, acknowledge. A monster born from the dragon slayer magic I created. After saying this, Irene stood aside in silence, as if regretting what she had done during this period of time. Fang Heng, who had listened from beginning to end, gradually fell into deep thought. Was Acknowledge born? It seemed that there was no time to continue absorbing the power of the dragon. Seeing Irene, who was falling into self-blame, he hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, Sister Irene, I will take care of these things. Although Acknowledge is very strong, there is still some way to deal with it. You should just take care of the baby in your belly first. After sending Irene back to the room, he called Elaine and Taverin and said, I have an important thing to do next. You two stay with Sister Irene and take care of her by the way. What's going on? Can't you take me with you? Elaine asked anxiously. No, Sister Irene is too fragile now and needs someone to take care of her. You take care of yourself. I will leave the money for you to buy food and drinks as you like during this period. He took out the crystal ball from his arms and threw it to Elaine and Taverin. I have added a magic to hide the breath. Keep a low profile during this period. Unless you encounter something too difficult to deal with, try not to use the power of the dragon. If you encounter danger, crush it and I will come. Okay, I'll listen to you. Elaine said reluctantly. Don't worry, Master, I will complete the task seriously. But Taverin on the side seemed very excited. Looking at Elaine, who was throwing a tantrum, Fang Heng stretched out his hand and rubbed her head lovingly. Don't worry, I'll take you on a tour after I'm done with my business. He then spread his wing magic and flew into the sky. Since Acknowledge was born, Natsu, Wendy, and the others should also be with their master to build the Eclipse Gate and prepare to travel to 400 years later. Thinking of this, he sped up. At this moment in a forest. Iguniru, are you saying that you adopted someone before me? A child with cherry-colored hair asked the giant dragon covered with fiery red scales. Yes, he is also like my child. He has extremely powerful magic and can devour my dragon power. Unlike you, he has completely mastered the dragon power and is even more powerful. So strong. I really want to compare with him. Ha! 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 Then you have to practice magic well, Natsu. The dragon said jokingly. Brother Naz, you can do it as long as you work hard. At this time, a little girl with long dark blue hair came over and encouraged him. Igunilu seems to have always been concerned about his first disciple. At this moment, a dragon with white wings spoke up. If it is as it said, then his disciple will be a powerful helper for us to fight against Acknowledge. An iron-like dragon next to him answered. However, at this moment, they all raised their heads at the same time and became alert, because they saw a figure flying towards them quickly not far ahead. And the dragon power released by this person was too strong, which made them alert. Who is this? He looks like a human, but he has such a powerful dragon power. Is he a dragon slayer? Ordinary dragon slayers don't have such powerful strength. Could it be Acknowledge? Seeing his companions being so alert, Igneel couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at, Igun? You will know in a moment, this kid has improved a lot. Iguniru muttered to himself. As the man approached, a strong aura rushed over, suffocating the dragons. With such a strong aura, his strength might be on par with the strongest of them, the Fire Dragon King Iguniru. Looking at the scene ahead, several dragons stared at him with vigilance, except for Iguniru, who was standing beside him with a smile in his eyes. A few little kids nearby looked at the newcomer with curiosity. There was also a girl with long golden hair and a young man with short black hair. Who are you? What are you doing here? Hearing this question, the boy smiled and said. I am the first disciple of Fire Dragon King Iguniru, Fang Heng. Boom! The powerful dragon power gushed out, and the dragons beside him were all horrified. Fang Heng then walked straight to the child with cherry blossom-colored hair in the middle, picked him up with one hand, and said with a smile. You have the same aura as me, this is the dragon power that belongs exclusively to the Fire Dragon King, you are my junior fellow apprentice. The kid who had previously clamored to compete with him said excitedly after feeling such a powerful aura. So strong. Are you the person Igneel often mentions? It said that your power is very strong. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect it to be so strong. My name is Natsu. When I become stronger, I will definitely compete with you. Natsu? In that case, you must train well. I look forward to the day when I can fight you. Chapter 22. Just as Fang Hung held Najdi in his hand and greeted each other, Iguniru on the side spoke. Boy, I don't know why you came here, but you came at the right time. I have something to tell you. Speak. Speak. I'm listening. Although Fang Hung had a general idea of what Iguniru was talking about, since Iguniru was talking to him at this moment, it meant that he should also have a part in it, so naturally he could only listen. Hearing this, Iguniru slowly spoke. You should know that Dragon Slayer magic is very similar to your situation, which is a magic that adds the power of dragon to people. After learning Dragon Slayer magic, everyone will be very powerful. Now, on the Dragon Clan battlefield, a powerful Dragon Slayer wizard was born. He madly slaughtered the dragons and dominated the entire battlefield. He is the true source of evil, a giant dragon that can destroy everything, bringing despair and pain. His appearance also represents the destruction and end of the times. A young man walked over slowly, with short black hair, a black robe on his upper body, a pair of black boots on his lower body, and a pendant on his chest. Seeing Fang Heng's puzzled look, my name is Ziref Dragneel, and I am also a participant in this plan. So, Master, what is your plan? Fang Hung on the side was madly complaining in his heart, why did you say so much? He knew all this, couldn't he just pick out the key points and finish talking? The plan is that we will first enter the bodies of those children, and then send them to a time hundreds of years in the future when magic power is abundant, where we will defeat Aknologia. The tool used to send him to the future was the Eclipse Gate made by Ziref. Yes, the Eclipse Gate I created can travel through time, but it requires a lot of magic power, especially the magic power of the Celestial Wizard, and also the key to the Zodiac. Jerf said. It seems like you guys have everything planned out, so that shouldn't be a problem for me, right? No, I need you to travel with us to that era to fight Aknologia, your strength is indispensable. Hearing this, Fang Hung lowered his head and thought for a while, then continued, when do we set off? There are still 7 days left, that is, July 7th, 377. At that time, I will open the eclipse door, and you and Anna will take those children to the future together. Okay, I agree. Fang Hung looked around and saw several dragons staring at him intently, then he said. Dear seniors, my name is Fang Hung. Please give me your guidance in the coming days. No need to be so polite. The Dragon Clan respects strength. We always respect the strong. I am the Sky Dragon Grandine, and I am the master who taught Wendy the Sky Dragon Slayer magic. The dragon wearing white feathers at the side introduced himself. Seeing this, the other dragons did not want to be left behind and introduced themselves one after another. I am the White Dragon, Baslaja, and I am the master who taught Sting's child the White Dragon Slayer magic. I am the Shadow Dragon, Shikiadora, and I am the master who taught Rogue Shadow the Dragon Slayer magic. I am the Iron Dragon, Metalikana, and I am the master who taught Gajeel the Iron Dragon Slayer magic. Hello. I am Anna Hartfilia, the teacher who teaches these children cultural knowledge. This is a gentle female voice. Fang Hung turned his head and saw a head of soft and shiny golden hair, coupled with a gentle smile. It was Lucy's ancestor in the future, Anna Hartfilia, a powerful celestial wizard. After this round of introductions, Fang Hung became familiar with everyone. Facing the powerful Fang Hung, several children gathered around him curiously and started talking to him. Hey! Hey! Are you really that strong? It must be true, what Igneel said. Tisk! We have seen it before. How do we know if it is true? Seeing the children chattering and asking questions all the time, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. These children were too troublesome, even more troublesome than Elaine. Thinking of this, he said. Since you want to see it so much, let's have a fight, little brats, so that you can know how weak you are now. Hearing this, several children led by Natsu jumped up excitedly. Okay, you said it, don't regret it. Don't regret it, don't worry. So Fang Hung stood there leisurely in the middle of the forest with his hands folded in front of his chest, and his opponents were 5 little dragon slayer magicians. Take it, the Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. They. First to bear the brunt was Natsu, with small flames wrapped around his hands, and then he roared and rushed towards Fang Hung. Seeing the little fire dragon Natsu rushing towards him, Fang Hung did not dodge or evade, allowing the attack to fall on him. Bang! As the fist hit him, it seemed as if nothing happened. Instead, the flames wrapped around the fist were gradually absorbed into Fang Heng's body and gradually disappeared. How is it possible? My iron fist is useless at all. Fang Heng laughed arrogantly when he saw this scene. Nothing is impossible. Then it's my turn. Then he slowly bent his index finger and flicked it towards Natsu's forehead. Boom! A huge force came and Natsu was bounced away, then fainted not far away. Seeing Natsu being beaten so badly, the other people looked at each other. What should we do? He seems to be really strong. Otherwise, let's give up. This is too cowardly. I, Gajeel, will not admit defeat. I will go ahead. Iron Dragon Sword. Gajeel also rushed up and swung an iron sword transformed from his hand. The iron sword was about to pierce Fang Heng's body, but it suddenly stopped. Fang Heng grabbed the iron sword tightly with his hand and could not move. Then he devoured the magic and turned the iron sword back into an arm. Let go, let me go quickly. Gajeel was jumping up and down anxiously. Okay, I'll let you go now. Fang Heng grabbed his arm and threw him towards the other people in the distance. Bang! Facing Gajeel flying towards them, several people were knocked unconscious before they could dodge. At this point, the only one left was Wendy, who had been watching from the sidelines. Seeing Fang Heng slowly walking towards her, she could only close her eyes and hold her head in fear, saying, "No, don't knock me out." Looking at the frightened little girl, Fang Heng smiled helplessly. "Okay, I won't knock you out." "Really? That's great, thank you, brother Fang Heng." Fang Heng, who was standing by, smiled even more happily when he saw Wendy calling him brother softly. He thought, Wendy is really sensible, which is very satisfying to me. Then he took out the candy he had prepared for Elaine from his arms, handed it to Wendy and said, "Here is some for you to eat. From now on, you can call me brother Fang Heng." So sweet, brother Fang Heng is so nice. Wendy, who was eating candy, called out even sweeter. Chapter 23. Fang Heng, you really should be gentle. They are still children. At this moment, a slightly blaming voice came from the side. It was Anna who had been watching from a distance. She helped the children up one by one and then looked at the big lumps on their heads. She said to Fang Heng unhappily. Fang Heng could only scratch his head in embarrassment. "It's okay, Anna. They are all powerful dragon slayers, so their bodies are not so fragile." Igunalu said with a smile. After hearing this, Anna nodded slowly. At this time, Fang Heng seemed to have thought of something, and said to Igunalu, "By the way, Master, since there are still a few days before going to the future, I will go back and prepare first." "Well, you should prepare well these days." After hearing the answer, he nodded and then stretched out his wing magic and flew back to the town. As Fang Heng slowly went away, Igunalu couldn't help but say to everyone with full of boasting. "How is it? He is very strong, right? This is my disciple who I trained personally." "What kind of training? It's obvious that he has good talent," Baslaja said. "But he is indeed very powerful and will be a great help in defeating Aknalaja," Grantile said expectantly, while Zirev, who had watched the whole thing without saying a word, muttered to himself. "Fang Heng? The eldest disciple of Fire Dragon King Igunaru has such a powerful strength. After arriving in the future, can he kill me?" At this moment in the hotel, Fang Heng gathered Elaine and the others together, and then told them about his encounter with Ignar, the Dragon Slayer, and the Eclipse Gate on the road. "Anyway, this is what happened. In a few days, I will go to the world hundreds of years later to prepare to defeat Aknalaja. Can you take us with you? We can also help defeat Aknalaja." Elaine asked impatiently. "I can't take you with me on this mission, but I have a more important mission for you. First, in the next few hundred years, I want you to do everything you can to improve your strength and prepare for defeating Aknalaja. Second, create an organization to collect important events and information about the world. Of course, you need to find a way to subdue some powerful wizards. Third, this is only for you, Sister Irene. Don't rush to give birth to the baby in your belly. Wait until a few hundred years later, when you feel that the magic power of this world has become unprecedentedly strong, give birth to a child, and then let me meet her." After saying this, he found a piece of paper and a pen and wrote down the names and corresponding appearances of some powerful wizards that could be subdued based on his memories of his previous life, and handed them to Irene and the others. "Take a look at this. Well, don't worry, I'll take care of these things. Irene said with a smile. What? Someone left us here for hundreds of years, and he still has the nerve to assign me a mission. Elaine said dissatisfiedly. Fang Heng could tell why Elaine was upset, so he stretched out his hand and rubbed her head, then comforted her. Well, this mission is very important. Sister Irene can't handle it alone. I can only feel at ease with you here. Just this time, okay. When Elaine heard Fang Heng's arrangement, she had already accepted it in her heart, but she just wanted to vent her dissatisfaction at this time, so she said. Since I am so important, okay. Well, that's it. You three are the people closest to me and the ones I trust the most. You are the only ones who can do this. Next, while Aknologia is killing dragons on the battlefield, I will find a way to bring all the useful parts from the dragon corpses. At that time, I can sell the materials on the dragons or absorb the dragon power in the dragon's heart to enhance my strength. Fang Heng stared at the three people in front of him and said. Then in the following days, just as Fang Heng said, he went back and forth on the battlefield, collecting useful parts of the dead dragons on the battlefield and bringing them to Irene and the others. Of course, sometimes he would go to Aguniru to play with a few children. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Heng was saying his final goodbye to Elaine and the others in the hotel. Next, I will use the Eclipse Gate to travel to the future. We may not see each other for hundreds of years. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Irene chuckled and said. Well, leave the matter to me, your sister, and I will definitely do it for you to your satisfaction. Taverin on the side was also eager to show his loyalty. Don't worry, master. I will complete the task successfully. I will protect Sister Irene. When we meet again, you must take me shopping. Elaine said loudly. Seeing this scene, he nodded slowly, then spread his wing magic and flew towards Aguniru. At this moment, there was a huge iron gate standing in the forest. As Anna cast her star magic on it, the gate slowly opened. Next, let us use the Dragon Soul technique to enter the bodies of these children. Well, let's get started. Agunilu was the first to take the brunt of the attack, and the other dragons followed suit, performing the Dragon Soul technique one after another and transforming into rays of light that entered the bodies of the children who had fainted on the ground. Let's go to the future world. Anna turned to Fang Heng and said, and he nodded slowly, then carried the children who fainted on the ground on his shoulders. I'll go in first, you follow me. Anna said so, and then Anna entered the open door, followed by Fang Heng. Boom! As the last person entered, the gate of the eclipse slowly closed. After entering the gate, they saw a powerful force carrying them forward. The surrounding space and time was full of the power of time. If they were not careful, they might get hurt. However, just as Fang Heng and Anna were immersed in the magical scene before their eyes, the space and time passage suddenly shook. Oh no! The space-time channel is shaking. The children are in danger. Anna said hurriedly. Seeing this, Fang Heng immediately activated the devouring magic around him and enveloped the few people. The power of time here is too strong. It won't last long. Seeing that it was about to reach its limit, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of them. That should be the exit. Seeing this, Fang Heng put away the devouring magic without hesitation and threw Anna and several children towards the light in front of him. Teacher Anna, you guys go first. The power of time and space here is too strong. I'll be the last one to leave. Chapter 24. On July 7, 777, it was night in the capital of the kingdom of Fiori, Kurikas. The bright moon hanging high in the sky gradually lost its brilliance and became increasingly dark. Mom, what do you see? Is it a lunar eclipse? What an ugly moon! Looking at the dark moon, people became more and more curious. At this time, a princess and her personal guard were also looking at the strange scene outside the window. They saw 5 shining stars flying quickly from bottom to top. Wow, it's shooting stars! And there are 5 of them! The princess shouted excitedly. Seeing this, the guard said curiously, it's really strange, don't shooting stars usually fly from top to bottom? By the way, princess, go find the king. Well, okay, but where did my father go? At this moment, the king was in the basement of the palace, looking at this scene in front of him, and said in surprise. I didn't expect that someone could actually open the door that has been passed down from generation to generation in our Wang family for hundreds of years. At this moment, the door opened, and a dazzling light shone from it. Then a vague figure walked out from it. It was Anna Hartfilia, the celestial magician who traveled through hundreds of years of time and space to come to this world. She looked around blankly, and then looked in front of her. There was a girl sitting on the ground gasping for breath. I guess she is my descendant. What a strong magic! It seems we succeeded. What time is it now? As a voice came, the light in the door suddenly became more dazzling, and then a tall figure gradually walked out from behind the door. His appearance was accompanied by a huge magic power, which instantly filled the entire room. Boom! The whole room was shaken by this huge magical power. The king beside him said with horror in his eyes. Such a powerful magic, who is it? As a king, he had seen many powerful wizards in his life, but the magic power emitted by him was so huge, so one could imagine how powerful this person was. It is July 7th, 777. After hearing the boy's question, the girl sitting on the ground answered. 400 years later, it seems that we have successfully traveled through time, teacher Anna. Fang Heng felt the powerful magic here and then spoke. Hearing this, Anna nodded slowly, but then looked ahead and realized something was wrong, and hurriedly asked. Where are the children? They are gone. There should be 5 children who came with us. The king said solemnly. We didn't see the child, but 5 beams of light flew out of the door before you. Look, there are 5 big holes in the ceiling. Anna raised her head and looked at the 5 big holes in the ceiling. She was silent for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, Fang Heng noticed the panting girl in front of him and quickly took back the magic power that was leaking out of his body. Then he hurriedly stepped forward, put his hand on the girl's body, activated the magic power in his body and began to check. You have consumed too much magic power because of opening the door. I will help you recover. Keep your posture and don't move. Then he began to use the devouring magic, quickly absorbing a large amount of magic energy from the outside world to replenish the magic power source that the girl was lacking at the moment. After a while, the girl's pale face gradually showed blood color, and soon it became ruddy. Then the girl slowly stood up and said gratefully. My name is Layla Hartfilia, thank you for replenishing my magic. No, it's just a piece of cake. Besides, you used up so much magic power just to open the door for us. My name is Fang Heng. After carefully checking the girl's body, Fang Heng frowned and said solemnly. Although I replenished your magic power in time, you not only consumed magic power, but also lost a lot of vitality. I can't make up for this part. I'm sorry. But don't worry, I have replenished your magic power in time. As for the vitality you have lost, I will find a way to replenish it. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. It's okay, don't worry about it. I'm very happy that you have this thought. Leela shook her head slowly, and then comforted him softly. Fang Heng frowned. Leela Hartfilia was not only Lucy's mother in the play, but now she had consumed a lot of her vitality for him. For these 2 important reasons, he knew that he had to save Leela. However, with my current ability, I can't replenish the consumed life, and I need to think about it in the long run. Now that I have replenished a lot of magic power for her, I should also appropriately extend her life. I just hope she can hold on until then. Outside the palace, several people who had just come out of the basement were talking to each other. To the children of the age of supreme magic, when the sun and moon overlap and intersect in the sky, use 12 golden keys to open the door. The gate that connects to the power of time and space. Although it is a book passed down from my ancestors, I have always been skeptical. Leela said with emotion while looking at the moon in the sky. This book was left by me, but fortunately you believed in it and successfully opened the door, you did a good job. Listening to what the 2 said, the king asked Fang Heng beside him with a confused look on his face. What are they talking about? I understand every word they say, but why don't I understand when they are put together? Fang Heng smiled and said, hearing the king's soul-searching question. In simple terms, we traveled from the past hundreds of years ago to the future, and the tool we used to travel through time was the gate that your royal family had guarded for generations. The purpose of traveling through time was to find an era with abundant magic power, which is now. That means the magic power is very strong in this era. Fang Heng nodded and added. By the way, that door is no longer useful, it's better to destroy it. At this time, the two people on the side saw that the conversation was about to end, so Fang Heng slowly walked over to ask Anna what she was going to do next. 400 years later, the world still has such a prosperous human civilization. Do you think the Black Dragon is still alive? If he is dead, then wouldn't it be meaningless for us to go through so much trouble to travel here? Looking at the scene in front of her, Anna seemed a little confused and asked. No, the Black Dragon is not dead. I can capture his dark and evil dragon power. Next, I will work hard to defeat him. Fang Heng said seriously while looking ahead. Chapter 25. Really? The Black Dragon is still alive? If that's the case, I will try my best to find a way to defeat the Black Dragon. Anna said. In this case, Teacher Anna, let's separate here and work together for that common goal. Fang Heng then took out a crystal ball from his arms and handed it to Anna. It contains a bit of my soul, and it also stores my magic power. It can be used to exchange information in real time, and it can also be detonated to escape if there is danger. Anna nodded after slowly taking the crystal handed over by Fang Heng. Well, I accept your kindness, in order to defeat Aknologia. Then Anna turned and walked away into the darkness. Watching her figure gradually disappear, Fang Heng looked at the prosperous town in front of him and said with a smile. The world 400 years from now. Let me see fairy tale. He looked up at the dark night sky. Forget it, let's go tomorrow. We need to find a place to stay tonight. Boss, come to a room. Okay, guest. Early in the morning, in the small town of Magnolia, Fang Heng was holding a map he had bought from a magic shop, looking at the guild in front of him, his eyes full of excitement. Fairy tale. Fang Heng said softly, and then walked forward. As he gradually approached the guild, the noisy sound inside could be heard. As the door was slowly pushed open, a strong magical power instantly filled the entire guild, and the noisy voices gradually became smaller. Finally, everyone turned their heads to look at the person at the door. Fang Heng scratched his head in embarrassment when he saw everyone staring at him. However, when he saw the familiar faces engraved in his memory from his previous life, the embarrassment was instantly replaced by excitement. Excuse me, is this the fairy tale? Hearing the question, a kind-looking old man sitting at the counter in the middle slowly walked up to Fang Heng, raised his head and squinted his eyes and asked. That's right, this is fairy tale. You are so young, but you have such a huge magical power. What's the matter with coming here? Facing the old man's question, he smiled and slowly said. My name is Fang Heng. I heard that the members of the Fairy Tale Guild have a bond like family. I want to experience this feeling. Well, from what you said, do you want to join Fairy Tale? They. Old man said slowly. Fang Heng shook his head, then lowered his head and stared at the old man and said word by word. Rather than joining Fairy Tale, I want to become your family. Looking at Fang Heng's serious expression, the old man grinned and said. Great. Young man, I feel the firm belief in your words, welcome to join Fairy Tale. I am the President Makarov Doria. I declare that from today on you are a member of Fairy Tale and also a member of our family. Makarov extended his hand to Fang Heng to welcome him. Seeing this, he quickly extended his hand and shook it, smiling and saying. Thank you, old man. Makarov slowly turned his head and said loudly to everyone in the guild. To welcome Fang Heng, let's have a lively banquet tonight. Great. It's been a long time since we had a party. Let me drink to my heart's content tonight. Hearing what Makarov said, everyone cheered happily. A man with an unshaven beard and orange slicked back hair walked slowly towards Fang Heng, then put his arm around his shoulders, shook him and said. Welcome, newcomer. Your name is Fang Heng, right? My name is Gildarts Cleves. Let's have a good drink tonight. Feeling the enthusiasm of the man next to him, Fang Heng happily put his arm around his shoulder. Okay, although I have never drunk alcohol, I will definitely get you drunk. Very confident boy. However, at this moment, a voice full of fighting spirit came. Take it, Urza, I will definitely defeat you today. Come on, Grey, I accept your challenge. Turning around, I saw a little boy with black hair rushing towards the girl named Urza. Bang! Urza punched the black-haired boy who was rushing towards her into the wall of the guild. Really, Grey was defeated again today. Gildarts laughed at the side. Grey. Fang Heng stroked his chin and thought about it, then he shouted loudly to Grey who was hit into the wall. Hey, is this all Gray has got? He was defeated so easily by a girl. He doesn't have any strength at all. Yes, if you can't beat him, just stop fighting. Stop it, Gray. Because Fang Heng started it, the people around him started to make a noise and laughed at Gray. Gray, who was already upset after being defeated by Urza, was now being laughed at and couldn't hold back his face, so he shouted at Fang Heng. Damn it! How dare you say that to me? Even if you are a newbie, I will let you have a taste of my power. Ice Shape Magic. Hammer Soldier. Gray was holding a small ice hammer in his hand, and then he smashed it towards Fang Heng. Facing the attack coming towards him, Fang Heng slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed Gray's arm. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the ice hammer in Gray's hand slowly shrank until it disappeared. What? My magic power disappeared. Nothing is impossible. After you finish your moves, it's my turn next. Fang Heng then slowly bent his fingers and used his physical strength to flick them towards Gray's forehead. Bang! Gray, who had just climbed out of the wall, flew back in the same posture, and this time with more strength, and fainted directly in the wall, with a big bump on his head. Gildarts, who was watching from beginning to end, asked curiously, did you absorb Gray's magic just now? Yes, I did absorb his magic power. Fang Heng nodded and then said slowly. Chapter 26. Although it was just a guess, after hearing the affirmative answer, Gildarts was still shocked and said, you can devour other people's magic power. What kind of magic do you use? Fang Heng smiled and said, feeling the shock in Gildarts' words. I use devouring magic, which not only can devour the magic energy in the atmosphere to replenish magic power, but also can devour the magic power of others and use it for my own use. Moreover, if I devour a large amount of magic power from the same person, I can also use that person's magic. When these words came out, not only Gildarts beside him, but even the president standing not far away showed incredible eyes, and then said calmly. Devouring magic? Although it seems incredible, the world is so big that there are many unknown mysteries, so it is not surprising that there is such magic. Gildarts, what about you? What kind of magic are you using? Although he already knew the answer, Fang Heng still asked. Me? I use shattering magic, which can shatter and decompose matter into pieces, ha ha ha. My magic is not that magical, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Hearing Gildarts' modesty, Fang Heng smiled and shook his head. No matter what kind of magic is used in battle, the key to victory always depends on the user's combat experience and magic level. Oh. You have a unique view on fighting. Let's have a discussion sometime. Gildarts smiled and invited Fang Heng. Okay, let's discuss it then. No need to wait or come and spar with me now. At this time, a provocative voice came. Turning around, a young man with short yellow hair came down the stairs. There was a conspicuous lightning sign on his left eye, and a music player on his ear. Laxus, step back. This is Fang Heng's welcome party, not the place for a fight. Makarov said dissatisfiedly. Don't worry about it, old man. I'm asking the newcomer. Hearing Makarov's admonition, Laxus said impatiently. How about it, newcomer? Come and fight me. I am not afraid of your word devouring magic. Just like you said, the key to victory always depends on the user's combat experience and magic level. Gildarts saw another challenger and laughed while patting Fang Heng's shoulder and teasing him. You are really popular. So many people welcome you as soon as you arrive. That person is Laxus. The grandson of the president is quite powerful. He probably wants to prove his strength by defeating you, a strong man. Come on. Makarov saw the fighting spirit in Laxus' eyes and knew that he could not persuade him, so he turned to Fang Heng and said. He has this temper, but he is kind-hearted. If you don't want to fight, just ignore him. What's wrong, newbie? Are you scared? If you don't want to fight, I will show mercy and let you go today. Laxus's provocative voice came again. It's okay, President. Laxus, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Facing Laxus's provocation, Fang Heng decided to accept it. Very good, I admire people like you. Don't worry, I will show mercy and won't let you get hurt too badly. At this time, outside the guild, with Laxus and Fang Heng as the center, there was a large open space, and outside the open space were surrounded by guild members inside and outside, and it seemed that everyone was looking forward to this battle. Laxus fights with the newcomer. Laxus has always been very strong, but judging from the magic power of that newcomer, he seems to be quite strong too. Let's wait and see. The air was filled with fighting spirit, and the battle was about to break out. Laxus took the lead. I'm going to attack, new guy, take it. Thunder. Fist. A large amount of thunder power wrapped around his hand and swung towards Fang Hung. Facing the oncoming Laxus, Fang Hung dodged to the side and avoided the opponent's attack. Laxus, who was dodged, was unstable due to the inertia of the powerful force. Seeing this, Fang Hung kicked Laxus on his back with all his strength. Bang! Laxus flew out and raised a lot of dust. After the dust dispersed, he stood up again with a dusty face and roared. Damn it, the lightning spear! A large amount of lightning magic power gathered and gradually condensed into a spear, and then threw it towards Fang Hung. The spear condensed by lightning was extremely fast and rushed in front of Fang Hung in the blink of an eye. However, Fang Hung stretched out his hand and caught the flying spear. Gray, who had just woken up at this moment, was holding his head and slowly walked out of the guild. Looking at the scene in front of him, he said in disbelief. So strong! Such a powerful blow was taken by him, and he was unharmed. Thinking of how he had overestimated his own abilities just now, he felt a little embarrassed. However, Fang Hung's next move at this moment made Gray drop his jaw. Fang Hung actually took the spear made of lightning into his mouth bit by bit, and chewed it in big mouthfuls. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Fang Hung wiped his mouth and then said to Laxus. How about it, is there any other trick? Laxus. Gildarts, who was watching the show with his arms crossed, couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. You are amazing, newbie. Even though I already knew it, I still couldn't help but be shocked when I saw it again with my own eyes. Seeing his moves being resolved one by one, Laxus said in a deep voice. I didn't want to use this power because I just got it not long ago and I'm not very skilled in using it, but I must defeat you today, take it, Fang Hung. A large amount of lightning came out of Laxus's body and instantly covered his whole body, which shows how powerful this move is. Take it. Thunder Dragon's roar. Makarov, who had been observing this side, said in panic when he saw Laxus use the move. Wait, this move is too powerful to use. You haven't fully controlled Laxus yet, and it will hurt other companions. Seeing Makarov's look, Fang Hung was also afraid that this battle would affect others. It was time to end the battle. Then, with the power of the Wind Dragon running, he flashed in front of Laxus at an extremely fast speed. Fighting requires a certain limit. It would be bad if you hurt your guild mates, Laxus. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand covered the mouth that was glowing with destructive energy. As the power increased, Laxus was thrown to the ground by him. Then he fainted. Looking at Laxus, who was knocked to the ground, Makarov's heart was already in turmoil. Others didn't know how strong that power was, but he knew it very well. You know, that was the Thunder Dragon Slayer crystal that Yvonne had worked so hard to get. Now it was implanted in Laxus' body, and the power was so strong that even now it cannot be controlled. And such a powerful force was blocked by Fang Hung, which shows how strong Fang Hung's power is. As the battle came to an end, Laxus could no longer get up. At this moment, everyone saw that Laxus was actually knocked to the ground, and they were all stunned where they were. Looks like the battle is over, let's go, guys, let's continue. Fang Hung dragged the unconscious Laxus with one hand and said to them, and it was not until this moment that everyone came back to their senses. Let's go, and have fun. Fang Hung, you are really strong. I didn't expect that he could even defeat Laxus. Our guild has another powerful person. After returning to the guild, Fang Hung quickly threw the fainted Laxus on the table, then put one foot on the bench and said loudly. Come. Let's drink. Today I'm going to get you all drunk. Chapter 27. At this moment, the guild was really bustling. Seeing that Fang Hung, for their safety, had defeated the powerful Laxus in such a short time, the big guys in the guild couldn't help but admire him. At this moment, Makarov was sitting on the counter of the guild. Looking at Laxus, who had fainted on the table and had not woken up yet, he was shocked at Fang Hung's strength and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. You know, with Laxus's strength, in a few years, he can definitely become an S-class wizard. He always looks fearless, but now someone among his peers has such strength that he can directly crush him. I hope that after this experience, he will understand that there are always people who are better than you. It seems that I am getting old, and now is the era of the young. Urza and Gray, who had just woken up, were discussing Fang Hung together. Fang Hung is really strong. Laxus's move was so powerful that he was caught by him. Damn it, I have to start practicing seriously next time. Urza, what do you think? Even now, the surprise that Fang Hung brought to Gray's heart has not dissipated. There is nothing much to say. Fang Hung is indeed very strong. At present, Gildarts may be the only one who can compete with him in the guild. It is even possible that Gildarts is not his opponent. Urza took the water cup with her hand and took a sip. After putting it down, she said lightly, and then added. Besides, we should be happy that such a powerful partner has come to the guild. If you want to become stronger, Gray, I will always practice with you. Then he thought, devouring magic, such a powerful magic, could he be the one my mother talked about? At this time, in the corner, Gildarts and Fang Hung were competing against each other. Hiccup. This is my 10th cup. How is it, Fang Hung? Gildarts said with a slightly tipsy face. I've already had 15 cups. Gildarts, it looks like I'm going to win. Fang Hung looked at Gildarts, who was about to fall down, calmly. What? I won't lose to someone who just started drinking, I want to drink more. At this moment, Gildarts, while drinking, compared his strength with Fang Hung in his mind, but the result was that he might not be able to beat Fang Hung at all. It seems that my position as the strongest will be taken away. Thinking of this, he picked up the wine again and started to drink it crazily. But now that he has Fang Hung as the pillar, can he go out and be free and easy when encountering problems? After all, he is strong and is often asked by the president to do all kinds of troublesome things. Gildarts was happy again when he thought of this. Looking at Gildarts, who drank more than a dozen cups in front of him, Fang Hung thought to himself that he must make the 96-degree water of life in the future, and then see how much you can drink. The degree of wine in the fairy tale world is really too low, just like the fruit wine in his memory of his previous life. This is also the reason why Kana can hold an extremely large barrel and pour it into her mouth. On the one hand, it is indeed drinkable, and on the other hand, the degree is too low. Brother Fang Hung, can you teach me to become stronger? Just as Fang Hung was thinking about Kana holding a bottle bigger than others and drinking it, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking down, it was Kana, but she was a child. Seeing this, Fang Hung reached out and rubbed her head, then said gently. What's your name, little sister? Why do you want me to help you become stronger? Big brother, my name is Kana. I saw the fight between you and Laxus just now. You are really strong. If it were you, it would be easy to improve my strength. Kana looked at Fang Hung and said with longing eyes. However, he also saw the look she always secretly glanced at Gildarts. Fang Hung smiled and asked. If that's the case, why didn't you look for Gildarts before? You know, he is also very powerful. Because. Brother Fang Hung, you are more handsome, Gildarts is just an uncle. Kana, who had been stuttering for a long time, suddenly blurted out. Ah, damn it, Fang Hung is just a little younger than me. Aged wine tastes better. Kana blurted out a sentence that completely broke Gildarts's defense. Even though his face was flushed from drinking just now, he sobered up at this moment. Fang Hung patted Gildarts's shoulders wildly, and then laughed. Haha. Gildarts, you see, I have a little apprentice right after I arrived. Ouch. Damn it. Gildarts was even more desperate. A new guy came. It's okay that he's stronger than him, but now he's more popular than him. It's over. My status is gone. Have you ever learned magic? Kana, if you want to learn, what kind of magic do you want to learn? I learned card magic, but card magic can't make me stronger. I want to learn magic that will make me stronger. Kana said firmly. Okay, then stretch out your hand, let me feel your breath and see what kind of magic you are suitable for. Fang Hung said with a smile, and Kana on the side was a little hesitant, but still obediently stretched out her hand. At this moment, Gildarts also curiously stretched his head over, as if he wanted to see what kind of magic he could sense by breath. Not long after, Fang Hung slowly opened his eyes, and then smiled mysteriously. Is there any result? What kind of magic is more suitable for me? Seeing Fang Hung open his eyes, Kana asked curiously. Yes, what kind of magic is that? Gildarts was also watching the fun and said. I can sense that, Kana, the magic that suits you best is the splitting magic. Splitting magic? Gildarts and Kana said in unison, and then Gildarts asked impatiently. Isn't split magic my magic? Why is Kana suitable to learn this magic? It's very simple, because Kana is related to you by blood, she is your daughter. Fang Hung said calmly, and the news he revealed shocked everyone in the guild. Gildarts is going to be a father? You can't talk about this. It's inexplicable. How come I have a daughter, and it's Kana? Gildarts said in a panic. It's very simple, because my devouring magic can sense the breath of others, and just now when I was feeling Kana's breath, I also felt your unique breath. This is an ironclad fact that you cannot deny. And you can ask Kana, she should know. Hearing this, Gildarts turned his head and stared at Kana and asked. Kana, is what he said true? You are my daughter? Then who is your mother? Fang Hung added. Don't be afraid, Kana. Show your courage. If you miss this chance, you won't have another chance in the future. Kana was hesitating whether to tell the truth. After hearing Fang Heng's encouragement, she cheered up and said loudly. My name is Kana Alyapalana, my father is Gildarts Cleves, he and my mother Cornelia gave birth to me. I came to Fairy Tale to find my father. Cornelia. At this moment, Gildarts was certain that Kana was undoubtedly his daughter. Thinking of this, he could no longer control his excitement and went forward to hug her. Then he rubbed his stubbled face against her. Hate it, stinky uncle, your beard is so prickly. Kana said with disgust, but anyone could hear the joy and excitement in her tone. Looking at the touching scene of the father and daughter recognizing each other, Fang Hung also smiled and nodded. Well, today's merit +1+1+1. Chapter 28. At this moment, Urza, who was not far away, looked at Fang Hung and said softly. Such a huge amount of magic power, plus the strange magic that can absorb other people's magic power, must be the person my mother is looking for. Thinking of this, she slowly walked forward. At this time, Fang Hung, who was immersed in the joy of the reunion of father and daughter, felt the movement of the corner of his clothes. He turned around and saw a familiar crimson hair. It was Urza who had just beaten Grey. But she was still a little girl in front of him, so Fang Hung stretched out a hand and rubbed Urza's head and asked gently. I remember your name is Urza, right? What do you want to talk to me about? Seeing Fang Hung rubbing her head, Urza did not resist, because she inexplicably had a familiar feeling towards the man in front of her. So she asked curiously. Big brother, do you know my mother, Irene? Hearing Urza's question, Fang Hung showed an expression of as expected, and then said with a smile. Is this Erin Bell's Arian? If I'm not mistaken, then I know her. Where is she now? She was in another town and would come to pick me up at night. Mom often told me about you. You saved her and me in her belly when she was dying. Really? Sister Irene mentioned me to you. Yes, she said you are a gentle yet strong person. Really? Then when Mom comes to pick you up later, remember to take me with you to see. Well, good. After getting the answer she wanted, Urza hurriedly trotted off to play somewhere else. Looking at the noisy crowd around her, she couldn't help but sigh. This is life, this is home. Mom, you're here. Let me tell you, the brother Fang Hung you always talk about has also joined Fairy Tale today. He uses the same devouring magic as you said. Really? Take me to see it. With a surprised voice, he turned around and saw a mother and daughter, one big and one small, both with amazing looks, walking towards him. They were Irene and her daughter Urza, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing this, Fang Hung grinned and said. Long time no see, Sister Irene, I succeeded. Irene was very surprised to see Fang Hung in front of her, and then she rushed forward and hugged him tightly in her arms. Really, you left us here for hundreds of years, and everyone misses you so much. Talk? Why don't you talk after not seeing you for so long? Mother, brother Fang Hung seems to be in pain. Urza's innocent voice came. Irene looked down and saw Fang Hung was hugged by her. His face seemed to be livid, so she quickly let go of his hand. Hey! I'm alive! Fang Hung said easily, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Let's go home first. I'll tell you what happened in the past few hundred years. Although she was very excited at the moment, Irene knew that there were some things that could not be said here. Seeing this, Fang Hung nodded, and then said hello to the president, and after returning, he walked out of the guild gate with Irene and the others. At this moment, several people are walking on the road. I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. How come you haven't changed at all? Won't you get old? Irene asked curiously. After hearing Irene's question, Fang Heng was silent for a long time and then said unhappily. Sister Irene, hundreds of years are just for you. I came here through the Eclipse Gate. For me, it has only been a few days since I last saw you. After hearing Fang Heng's answer, Irene suddenly understood. When did you come here? July 7th, 777. Isn't it just a few days? While the two were chatting, Irene suddenly stopped in front of them. Well, we are here. Looking up, they have walked into a forest. Sister Irene, are we going to sleep in the forest tonight? Fang Heng complained. Irene rolled her eyes at Fang Heng, then took out her magic wand and tapped the ground 3 times. A huge magic circle emerged from the ground, spinning, and Irene stood on it with Urza. Looking at Fang Heng, who was standing there in a daze, and said unhappily. What are you doing standing there? Stand on top. Here they come. As Fang Heng stood still, the magic circle suddenly emitted a large amount of light, and then the figures of the 3 people disappeared from the spot without leaving any trace. As the light faded, Fang Heng looked at the building in front of him that looked like a work of art and could only say with emotion. What the hell? It's so big. Ailan beside him pulled Fang Heng's arm and said teasingly, You're about to see Elaine. How is it? Are you happy? Elaine. After hundreds of years, I don't know what it is like now. Fang Heng said with emotion. She is a completely different person now. Now, she is a great beauty. Don't be surprised when you see her. As Elaine's closest person over the past few hundred years, Irene naturally knows what she is thinking. Thinking of her excitement in a while, Irene couldn't help but look forward to it, so she urged Fang Heng. Walk faster. Got it, I'll go check it out now. Chapter 29. It was not until he actually walked into the palace and looked at the magnificent scene before him that Fang Heng opened his mouth again to express his feelings. The sound came from Irene, who was standing beside him. Seeing Fang Heng wanted to say something again, she quickly covered his mouth with her hand. I know what you want to say, but please stop talking. Seeing this, Fang Heng could only nod helplessly. Then Irene let go of her hand, bent down and said to Urza beside her. Urza, be good. Mommy has something to do. Go play over there first. Okay. Urza replied coquettishly, and then ran to the side, seemingly to play with her friends. Beside her, Irene slowly stood up and said to Fang Heng. Over the past few hundred years, we have tried our best to develop this place according to your requirements, and we have achieved some results. Let me take you to see it. Buzz. After passing through several teleportation arrays, Fang Heng finally arrived at their destination. In front of him was a huge basement with people coming and going. The work is being carried out in an orderly manner. With such a large scale and professional level of its personnel, it can be said that it is comparable to a country. Come on, sister will take you to find Elaine. Boom boom boom. Squeak. Sister Irene, you are here. I have a surprise for you today. What? Bang. Fang Heng was pulled out by Irene and pushed in front of Elaine. He looked at the woman in front of him. Over the past few hundred years, her immature appearance had faded away, and what appeared in front of him was a beautiful girl with a curvy figure. Looking at the girl in front of him, Fang Heng stretched out a hand and rubbed her head and said with a smile. I'm back. I'll keep my promise and take you shopping this time. The girl next to him wanted to be reserved, but when Fang Heng rubbed her head, she couldn't help it anymore. Her eyes were instantly covered with a layer of mist, and then she threw herself into Fang Heng's arms. Woo! Bad guy! You made me wait for so long. Just shopping is not enough. You have to compensate me. He gently patted Elaine's shoulder and comforted her softly. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely compensate you. That's about right. Let me show you what we've achieved during this period of time, but don't be too surprised. As Elaine pressed a button on the table, the wall beside her turned over, and on it were glowing crystals lined up one after another, exuding huge dragon power. Dragon-killing magic crystal. Fang Heng said in surprise. Elaine, who was standing by, looked up proudly when she saw Fang Heng, who was always calm, was frightened. Yes, it is the Dragon Slayer crystal. Once implanted into the body of a magician, the magician can use the power of the dragon without being corroded by the dragon's power. I developed this with Sister Irene. How about it? Isn't it amazing? Such a huge dragon power is emanating, but Acknowledge has not attacked here yet. Fang Hengfa asked as he looked at the scene in front of him. That's because we have installed materials that can shield magic around this base, so it is absolutely safe here. These dragon-slaying magic crystals are enough to form a powerful army. Thinking of the scenes he had seen since he came in, he knew very well that it was definitely not that easy to do this. Turning around and saying to the two women beside him with emotion. Elaine, Sister Irene, thank you for your hard work. Irene shook her head and said. There is no such thing as hard or not hard. Like you said before, we are family, as long as you are happy. Oh, where is Taveron's lazy dragon? After looking for a long time, Fang Heng finally realized that he had another dragon. Taveron? Some time ago we adopted a group of children with extremely high magical talents, and now Taveron is their instructor, training them. Elaine raised her head and answered. Taveron? Teach children? If you're interested, take me over to have a look. Fang Heng was instantly interested when he heard this. Well, Urza might be there too, let's go now. Then Irene took Fang Heng out the door. As for Elaine, she was holding Fang Heng's arm, like a dogskin plaster, unable to get rid of it. Can you hold me a little looser? I feel like my arm is about to break. Fang Heng said helplessly, feeling the pressure on his arm. No, I promise to compensate you. I won't let go until I get the compensation. Elaine said. Hearing this, he finally understood that if he didn't give me compensation today, the other party would not let go. Thinking of this, Fang Heng reached into his arms and took out an ice cream cone and handed it to Elaine. This is a delicacy in the world, ordinary people can never eat it, so I give it to you as compensation. Hearing him praise the thing in his hand, Elaine was also very curious, and immediately let go of her hand and took the ice cream, licking it gently. It's so sweet, icy, and really delicious. Okay, I'm very satisfied with this compensation. You can pass the test, but one is not enough. You need two. Elaine, who was eating ice cream, quickly added. Okay, 2 is 2. Then, Fang Heng actually took out the second ice cream from his arms and handed it to the girl next to him. Wow, there's another one, Fang Heng, you're so nice. Elaine, holding an ice cream in each hand, smiled happily, her face full of happiness, but then she seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously. Where did you get this icy thing? I didn't see you with it when I came here. Hearing Elaine's curious question, Fang Heng smiled mysteriously and said. Lost magic, Arc of Manifestation, can turn imagination into reality, but there are certain limitations and conditions. I was going to learn this magic from Jalal before I traveled through time. After all, he has lived for a long time and has a lot of magical knowledge in his mind. It would be a waste if I didn't learn it. We are here. Look, each of these children has a very high talent for magic. If they are well trained, they will be a great help to us in the future. Irene's voice came from the front. He looked up and saw a large open space in front of him. As she said, there were several children sitting on the ground listening carefully to Taveron's lecture. Taveron at this moment, with his aristocratic aura and seriousness when teaching seriously, really looked like a teacher. However, with the arrival of Fang Heng, Taveron, who had a serious face just now, instantly changed his expression and walked up to him with a smile. Master, I finally see you. I missed you so much. I couldn't sleep every night because I couldn't eat your cooking for hundreds of years. The children looked up curiously at the serious teacher who treated the man in front of him so respectfully. Chapter 30. When these children looked at Fang Heng with curiosity, he was also observing these children carefully. After all, if they were trained well, they would be his future subordinates. However, as he looked at them one by one, Fang Heng's expression suddenly became strange. From left to right, the first one is Urza, nothing much to say, but the little boy next to her has a tattoo on his right eye and short sky blue hair. Well, he looks a bit like Jalal. Fang Heng thought so, and then he continued to look. He saw a little girl with long black hair tied in twin ponytails. Well, she looks a bit like Yerusha. Looking to the side, the one playing with the snake and the one sleeping, there was another one with a sharp face. Fang Heng couldn't help it, so he asked Irene beside him curiously. Where did you find these kids? Previously, there was a daring black magic cult that was catching children everywhere, and they also captured Urza, but fortunately, Urza had traces of magic that I left on her body. Speaking of this, Irene suddenly exuded a strong murderous aura, and then continued. Then I took Elaine and Tuolin and uprooted the black magic cult. I killed all the people in it and sent most of the children back to their families. The remaining orphans were sent to the church for adoption. As for these few with powerful magical talents, I told them that I could fulfill their wishes, so they all voluntarily stayed here. Is that so? Fang Heng suddenly realized it, but then he saw Arusha pointing at him and asked. What about this child? What conditions did you promise her? Didn't you give us a list of powerful wizards before? When she was found, she was already an ice sculpture, but fortunately, Elaine could input dragon power into the ice to prolong her life. That ice sculpture is her mother. I told him that one day, when you come, you can revive her mother. Looking at the children in front of him, Fang Heng was thoughtful. Although they have done many wrong things in the future, they are still innocent children now. As long as they are trained well, they may become his powerful helpers. Thinking of this, he straightened his face, then walked up to these children and asked seriously. I understand your request, but everything has to be balanced. If you want to gain, you must pay. He first walked to Gerard's side and asked. Tell me what you want. Gerald, who was standing by, said with a guilty look on his face. I have hurt my companions, and I hope to gain their forgiveness, and I also hope to gain the power to protect them. Okay, then I will give you celestial magic. This magic has extremely powerful power and meets your requirements. After you learn it, use it for my own benefit. Fang Heng slowly tapped a finger on Jelal's forehead, and all the memories of celestial magic in his mind were instilled into him. The huge amount of memories poured into his mind, making Jelal's expression painful, but soon he felt the magic knowledge in his body, and he had already thought of the possibility of the magic becoming powerful in the future. The second one was Urusha, but before Fang Heng could speak, the girl spoke first. I hope you can revive my frozen mother. You should know how much power is needed to revive a dying person. What are you willing to pay for it? He asked seriously. As long as you can promise me to revive my mother for the rest of my life, I am willing to follow you and repay you. Urusha said seriously. Seeing this, Fang Heng taught Urusha the lost magic, the arc of time in the same way, and said. Let me see your determination. I will teach you the magic. If one day you can practice it to the extreme, then come to me and I will help you resurrect your mother. I will study hard and will never let you down. The third one is Kong No. Tell me your wish. I hope to learn the magic that can make me an angel. Sora answered with hope in her eyes. Fang Heng chose to pass on the receiving magic to her. Feeling the magic knowledge passed on to her in her mind, Sora asked doubtfully. This magic can indeed make me an angel, but where can I find an angel? Fang Heng smiled and then began to consume a lot of magic power in his body. Boom! An angel with pure white wings and a holy body slowly descended, and the magic power gushing out from his surroundings showed how powerful he was. This was a creature that Fang Heng materialized according to the image of the angel in his previous life. Not only Kong Nai, but also the people around him, including Irene and Elaine, were shocked. Seeing this scene, the other children stared at Fang Heng with hopeful eyes. After all, it would be easy to summon such a powerful creature with a wave of the hand and fulfill their wishes. Angel? A real angel? Seeing her wish come true, Kong Nai excitedly threw herself on Fang Heng, hugged his thighs tightly, and said happily. Seeing the little girl's excitement at this moment, Fang Heng reached out and rubbed her head and then said. Practice the receiving magic I taught you. Only when your magic proficiency gradually improves, can you fully receive it. Well, I know that Kong No will never let you down. After that, it was very simple. Fang Heng asked the remaining children's wishes one by one, and then gave them corresponding magic according to the memory of the previous life. Dark Night, the sleepy child, was given the twist magic, which can make light or any object bend and rebound. The disadvantage is that it cannot distort living things and can only distort one space at a time. Heteai, a child with sharp edges, was given the earth magic, which can make hard sand very soft, and also has the sky eye magic that can see through everything. Kabila, the child who plays with snakes, originally used the poison dragon killing magic. Fang Heng happened to have the corresponding dragon-killing magic crystal, so he asked Irene to bring it to him and implant it. Lisa, the child with glasses, was given the slow magic, which reduces the speed of the target within a certain range of him, so the target thinks he is very fast. So far, the team that only obeys Fang Heng and will shock the entire magic world in the future has taken shape. Chapter 31. At this moment, the children were immersed in the joy of obtaining magic. Seeing this, Fang Heng smiled and said, "Giving you magic is my contribution, and I look forward to the day when you study magic seriously and repay me." "Yes. We will never let you down," the children said in unison. "Well, very good." He used materialization magic to create a bunch of snacks according to his memories from his previous life. "These are your rewards now. Whoever improves the fastest in magic in the future can find Sister Irene and she will distribute the snacks you want." As soon as the voice fell, the children who were attracted to the side quickly rushed forward and began to pick out their favorite snacks. After all, after they were captured by the black magic cult, they worked hard every day and were beaten if they were not careful. They had never seen so many delicious snacks. However, it was not only the children who were attracted, but also Elaine beside her. After Fang Heng conjured up the snacks, she blinked her big eyes and looked at them with eager eyes. Seeing that the snacks were almost snatched up by the children, she couldn't help but ask Fang Heng at this moment. "Where's mine? Where's mine?" Hearing the anxious question from the girl next to him, Fang Heng took out a super big lollipop from his arms and said, "Here, this is for you," Elaine said with a smile after licking the big lollipop in her hand for a few times. So sweet. But one is not enough, I want more." "Okay, no problem. I'll manifest enough snacks when the time comes, and you can just go to Sister Irene and get them." "Thank you, Sister Irene." He rubbed Elaine's head and then turned to Irene beside him. "It's okay, and Urza is also very happy to play with them." Irene smiled and agreed. At this time, Tawari, who was left aside, couldn't help but said, "Master, there is me too. I have also contributed a lot in the past few hundred years. I want a reward too, Master. I want to eat the barbecue you made yourself. Lots and lots of it. Yes, you have worked very hard during this period. I will satisfy you." He then waved his hand, and as a large amount of magic power was consumed, all kinds of barbecued meat fell from the sky, and soon piled up into a small mountain, emitting bursts of meaty aroma. Seeing this, Tavern on the side could no longer bear it, and directly turned into a dragon, pounced on it, and started to eat with big mouthfuls. The rewards and compensations for this trip were all paid, and then Fang Hengzhang asked Irene beside him with a serious look. "Sister Irene, there are a few things you need to check. First, I traveled here from the past via the Eclipse Gate. It may be the self-correction of the power of time and space. There should be a crack in time somewhere. This is the key to defeating Acknowledge. I need you to send someone to find it and report back to me. As for the second thing, there should have been 5 meteors flying by some time ago. Those were the 5 children in the plan to deal with Acknowledge. I need the exact location of these meteors." Irene, who heard Fang Heng's request, thought for a while, then raised her head and said, "I will send someone to investigate the time rift. As for the 5 meteors, they were carrying a huge dragon force when they appeared, so I have already sent someone to investigate. So far, 1 has been found, and the remaining ones will be found soon." "Really? That's great. Give me the location map of the meteor first, and I'll go find it right away." Fang Heng didn't expect that a meteor had already been found, so he said in surprise. "Okay, I'll give you the map then, but isn't it too hasty to set off now?" Irene asked with some concern. "No, time is running out. If you can bring 1 back, bring 1 first. As for the remaining 4, just find out their locations and don't worry about them for now." For him, this action was just a whim. In the original book, the 5 children all had their own destiny, so he didn't need to intervene. Not long after, Irene handed him the map she had drawn. He took a look at the map in his hand and determined the location. "Sister Irene, I'll trouble you then. I'm off now." Fang Heng then activated the wing magic and flew into the air. At this moment, he was feeling the breeze blowing past him. Not long after, he opened his eyes, released his magic power, and began to speed forward. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Roar! Behind him, a group of monsters appeared and roared towards him. Their streamlined bodies matched with their huge wings, somewhat like pterosaurs from the past, but the difference was that these dragons were covered with hard scales. Come at the right time. I just needed a mount and I didn't expect it to be delivered to my door. Fang Heng said excitedly, then he put away his magic and fell straight down. Boom! After a loud noise, he landed steadily on the ground, and the monsters behind him, seeing their prey suddenly fall, also controlled their speed and slid downwards. The monsters on the ground opened their bloody mouths and roared as they rushed over. Seeing this, Fang Heng did not dodge or evade. He mobilized his physical strength, then excitedly rushed forward and started fighting with the monsters. As the sound of fighting rang out, the surrounding trees were destroyed and broken one after another. After a while, the ground was filled with the corpses of monsters. At this moment, Fang Heng was sitting on the leading monster and punching it, muttering. Do you accept it? Do you accept it? I tell you to be smart and obey me. Wiping the sweat from his head, he looked at the monster leader under him. The scales were broken and the blood seeped out, staining the ground red. But it didn't matter, he had healing magic. With a flash of light, the monster's injuries had healed. How do you accept it? Fang Heng asked again. Roar! The monster responded with an unwilling roar. In that case, I won't be polite. Bang, bang, bang. As the fists fell quickly again, soon the monster became dying again, and then, healed. Roar! Bang! Healed. After several attempts, the monster finally lowered its head and surrendered. Fang Heng touched its head and said happily. Wouldn't it be better if you did this earlier? You're all black, so I'll call you Xiao He from now on. The roar came again, perhaps because of dissatisfaction with the name. Bang! With one punch, Xiao He silently accepted its name. Chapter 32. No matter who you are, come out in 3 seconds or I'll blow you away. Fang Heng, who was sitting on Xiao He at the moment, said to the bushes in the distance. From the beginning, he could feel a gaze spying on him. However, there was no magic fluctuation, so he didn't care. But until now, the man in the bushes hadn't left, so Fang Heng shouted directly. Ha ha ha! Heroes are born young. You are so young, yet you have such strong strength. Not only have you defeated so many ancient dragons, and he even subdued the most arrogant leader, which is rare in the world. As the voice came out, a fat man with a greasy face and a big smile came towards Fang Heng. Don't flatter me. What's your purpose in watching for so long? Fang Heng said coldly. Sir, you look like a straightforward person, so I will be frank with you. Sir, you have killed so many ancient dragons, I wonder if you can sell their bodies to me. What do you want the body for? Fang Heng asked doubtfully. That's right, sir. The skin of the ancient dragon is extremely tough and can be made into excellent magic armor. It is very popular in the market. But the ancient dragons are very powerful individually, and usually move in groups, so they are extremely rare in the market. Today, seeing that you are very powerful and have killed so many ancient dragons, I thought of buying them. If you are willing to sell it, I am willing to offer 500,000 J. A huge amount of magic power instantly burst out from Fang Heng's body. Looking at the fat man in front of him, he said coldly. 500,000 J, are you sure? I said it wrong, it should be 1 million J, 1 million J. I hope to buy these bodies. The fat man wiped the cold sweat from his head and said carefully, he was used to being a profiteer and almost forgot that he was in front of a powerful person. Okay, 1 million J, deal, give me the money and they are yours. Although the price may be higher, it doesn't matter to him. He can't take these bodies with him anyway, so it would be best if someone is willing to take them. Okay, here's the money for you. Hearing that the deal was done for 100 J, the fat man smiled and handed the money to Fang Heng. When the time comes, I can make it into protective gear and sell it, and I can at least make 10 times more. Thinking of this, the fat man smiled even happier. Xiao He, let's go. The mount has been collected, the money has been earned, there is no point in staying here any longer. Seeing this, Xiao He also flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. However, too much time was wasted on Xiao He. Looking at the setting sun, Fang Heng lowered his head and said. Xiao He, please pay attention to where there is a village, and then we can land and stay for a night. Seeing this, Xiao He shouted quickly, knowing what was going on. The sun was setting and the sky was getting darker, but they still hadn't found any villages on their way. They might as well spend the night in the wild, Fang Heng thought. At this moment, wisps of smoke rose up in front of them. Looking down, they saw a small village. "Get down, Xiao He!" Roar. As Xiao He gradually fell, the villagers in the village seemed to notice the person sitting on it, so they gathered around. Looking at the villagers who surrounded him in 3 layers, Fang Heng took out a bag of coins and said, "I am a traveler passing by here and would like to rest here. If anyone is willing, then these are his." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding villagers looked at Fang Heng, and the bulging money bags in their hands became restless. "Put away your money. No one here is interested in your money. We don't welcome outsiders. Although we don't know who you are, please leave here." A passage slowly opened up in the crowd, and an old man with a bent back and a cane slowly walked forward. The old man should be the leader with a say in the village. As his voice fell, the restless villagers instantly quieted down and dared not resist. "If you only want to stay for 1 night, you can come to my house." As this discordant voice came out, the villagers looked over and saw that the person who spoke at this moment was a little girl with long white hair, and there were 2 children with the same hair color hiding behind her. They seemed to be her younger brother and sister. "Mirajane, are you going to disobey my order?" The village chief said unhappily when he saw someone disobeying him. After all, he just said that no one was interested in money. Isn't this a slap in his face? "Village chief, I don't mean to disobey your orders, but I still have younger brothers and sisters to take care of. No one in the village is willing to help us, so I have to find a way to take care of them myself." Seeing this, Mirajane said decisively. "Well, since you insist on doing this, I can't say anything. Let's all go." A trace of haze flashed across the village chief's eyes, and then he returned to his usual smile and said to the villagers around him. As the surrounding villagers gradually dispersed, Mirajane took her brother and sister behind her and walked to Fang Heng and said to him, "You can stay at our house for 1 night, but we don't have enough food for you, so you have to find a way on your own. It's okay, as long as there is a place to sleep. By the way, Xiao He, go catch some big prey." After instructing Xiao He, he looked at Mirajane in front of him. He didn't expect that the village he accidentally came to was actually the village where Mirajane and the other 2 lived in the original book. Now things are getting more and more interesting. Fang Heng couldn't help but look forward to it. Not long after, a small wooden house appeared in front of him. Mirajane took her brother and sister into the house first and then said to Fang Heng, "Come in." Looking around, the house was not big, but it was clean. "Although it's just 1 night, you can't give me less money," Mirajane said vigilantly, as if she was afraid that the other party would go back on his word because she was a child. Seeing this, Fang Heng chuckled, then took out the coins from the bag and handed them to the little girl next to him. After taking the money, she quickly poured out the money in the bag and counted them one by one. Looking at Mirajane who was counting money like a little money grubber in front of him, Fang Heng felt both funny and distressed. So he stretched out a hand to rub the girl's snow-white hair, and the girl at this moment seemed to notice something strange, so she looked up and said vigilantly, "What are you doing? I only told you to stay for 1 night, but I didn't tell you to touch my head, right? Are you a pervert? I'll add money. Don't touch her for too long. There is no other way. She still has younger brothers and sisters to take care of. If it's just a touch on the head, it's barely within the acceptable range. Besides, the other person doesn't look like a bad person." Chapter 33. Have you always been the only one taking care of your brothers and sisters? Then how do you live? Fang Heng asked curiously while rubbing Mirajane's head. After hearing Fang Heng's question, Mirajane paused while counting money, and then answered. "After my parents passed away, I have been taking care of them. Sometimes I would go fishing, sometimes I would go picking wild fruits, just enough to fill my stomach. Feeling tired? I'm not tired. I'm the oldest sister in the family, and I should take care of them." "Mila," Jane said sensibly. "In that case, come with me tomorrow morning. I can find a place for you to live, and the conditions will definitely be better than the current ones." Listening to Mirajane's story, Fang Heng couldn't help but think of taking them away. After all, this life is not for human beings. However, just as Myra was about to speak, a loud noise interrupted her thoughts. Boom! It turned out that Xiao He was back, and he was holding a huge wild boar in his mouth. Well done, Xiao He, then it's time for me to show my skills. After saying that, Fang Heng walked to the bushes next to him, cut down a few pieces of wood, and then piled them together, and circulated the magic power in his body. Whoosh! A small flame fell on the tree, instantly ignited the wood and ignited the flame. Then he materialized a variety of seasonings and began to marinate and cook the wild boar. Crackling! Under the scorching flames, the fat on the wild boar began to gradually turn golden. Soon, as the cooking was completed, bursts of fragrance wafted out. Sizzling! Most of the pig's body was cut off by Fang Heng and thrown to Xiao He on the side. Then it couldn't wait to open its bloody mouth and began to swallow it. A gurgling sound sounded, and turning around, it turned out that Lysina and Elfman were watching eagerly. And he was not stingy, but waved his hand to signal the two children to come over. At this time, Mirajane on the side stretched out her hand to stop the two of them and said to Fang Heng, "I have already received your money, how can I eat your food again? As long as we use it properly, this money will be enough for our future life." Looking at the strong little girl in front of him, Fang Heng smiled, then stood up, held the children in his arms, brought them to the campfire, and rubbed Mirajane's head fiercely. "This is the reward I want, this is fine, right? It's the time for growth, you guys should eat more." Having said this, Mirajane was no longer reserved, but secretly thanked Fang Heng in her heart, and then she started eating with her brothers and sisters. The children were probably really hungry, and they devoured the food in front of them. Looking at the scene in front of him, Fang Heng thoughtfully used the magic of the tool to conjure up a few bottles of iced drinks and handed them to the children beside him, saying, "Eat slowly, there are drinks for you to drink, don't choke." Seeing this, several children were curious, but they also took it with their hands and then began to try this thing called a drink. It's so cool and comfortable. So sweet. It seems that Fang Heng's drink quickly captured the hearts of Lysina and Elfman. Seeing the two happy, Mirajane said with a little gratitude, "Thank you for helping me take care of my brothers and sisters. No need to thank me, I've already received the reward, right?" Fang Heng stretched out his hand and gently patted Mirajane's head and said with a smile, "You damned outsider, what are you doing to my Mirajane? Let go of my hand." As an unkind voice came out, I turned around and saw a freckled child coming out of the bushes and said angrily, "Who are you? What does this have to do with you?" Looking at the child who was inexplicably angry, Fang Heng asked in confusion, "My grandfather is the head of this village. You can stay here because of his nod of approval. Otherwise, he would have driven you away long ago. So let go of me if you know what's good for you." Hearing Fang Heng asking about his identity, the child beside him raised his head and said proudly, "Leave here, we don't welcome you." Mirajane, who was originally happy, said coldly when she saw someone coming to disturb them. Normally, their family could not eat so many delicious foods and drinks. Now that the younger brother and sister finally had a good meal, someone came to disturb them. "But Mirajane, how can you let an outsider touch your head?" Although Mirajane did not welcome him, the boy still asked angrily after seeing this scene. "This is none of your business. I say again, get out of here." Mirajane's impatient tone came over. Seeing the child in front of him so persistent, Fang Heng decided to end this farce, so he reached out and patted the little black beside him. Roar! Xiao He beside him understood and stood up and roared. "Ah! Monster, monster!" Sure enough, this trick was the most effective. The little boy who was so arrogant just now was immediately scared and ran back in a panic. "What's going on with that kid?" Fang Heng asked curiously. "That bad guy relies on the fact that he is the village chief's child, so he pesters Sister Myra every day and asks her to be his wife when she grows up. It's so annoying." Lysina put down the food in her hand and answered him when she heard his question. "Oh, so that's it." Fang Heng said thoughtfully, and then looked at Mirajane beside him. Indeed, when she grew up, she was a first-class beauty in both appearance and figure. Although she is still young now, she is still a girl with delicate appearance, and it is not too much to gain the favor of the opposite sex. But people should not be too perverted. It is a bit disgusting to pester a girl every day and ask her to be your wife. Thinking of this, Fang Heng looked at the three people beside him and wondered whether to take them away in advance. After all, they had to take care of their younger brothers and sisters, and it was difficult to survive. They were also entangled by the stupid son of the village chief every day. This life was not easy. At this time, on the other side, the little boy who had just returned home was smashing things in the house angrily and yelling. Damn it, that damn outsider actually dared to touch my Mirajane. That's my stuff, my stuff. What's wrong, grandson, who made you angry again? Grandpa will help you get revenge. Hearing the noise in the house, the village chief hurried out to comfort him. Grandpa, you said that you would let Mirajane be my wife when she grows up. Why did you let that outsider in? What if he takes Mirajane away? Thinking of the scene he saw today, the boy said angrily. Hearing his grandson mention this, the village chief smiled and said calmly. What did I think it was? It was just a small matter, but it turned out to be such a mess. If you are afraid that Mirajane will go with that person, then you can rest assured. His parents used to live here, their home is here too, and he also has a younger brother and sister. Do you think someone would travel with two burdens? Don't worry, Mirajane won't agree. Besides, the outsider's mount is actually an ancient dragon, whose strength should not be underestimated. It's better to be careful and not offend him easily. Chapter 34. After thinking for a while, the boy said worriedly. But that man gave Mirajane a large sum of money, which was enough for him to take care of his younger brothers and sisters. How could he be willing to marry me then? Hearing his grandson's question, the village chief stroked his beard and answered with a gleam in his eyes. That's not difficult. I'll have a few people destroy the church tonight. Once that man leaves tomorrow, we'll come out and say that it was the monsters brought by that man that destroyed the church. When the man cannot be found, Mirajane, who took him in, will become the target of the villagers' anger. As for the money left behind, it will naturally be used to compensate for the loss of the village church. Grandpa, you are still awesome, ha ha ha. Mirajane, you can't escape from my grasp. Listening to Grandpa's ingenious plan, Al was laughing happily. But no one noticed that at this moment, a faint black smoke was gradually coming out of his body. That's right, it's his luck to be my grandson's wife. The village chief also said with a smile. Regardless of the conspiracy here, at this moment, as the last bottle of drink was finished on the other side, today's barbecue party officially ended. Then everyone returned to the room to rest, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. Early the next morning. Are you sure you don't want to come with me? At this moment, Fang Heng was sitting on Xiao Hei's back and asked Mirajane below. Mirajane, who was holding her brother and sister below, slowly shook her head and said. No, this is where I grew up, and the money you left me is enough for me to support my brother and sister, and if I leave here, my father and mother won't be able to find us when they come back. Seeing the girl's firm attitude at this moment, Fang Heng didn't say anything more. After all, they will still join Fairy Tale in the future. Well, in that case, I won't say much, Xiao Hei, let's go. But at this moment. Stop, no one is allowed to leave. With an unfriendly voice, several villagers came over with weapons in hand, surrounded Fang Heng, and the leader said. Just yesterday, the church in our village was destroyed by an unknown monster. Now we have reason to suspect that you instructed the monster next to you to do it. Please come with us to stand trial. Monster? Judgment. Fang Heng chewed these words slowly, then looked at Mirajane beside him. Since she was unwilling to go with him, he couldn't do anything too extreme, otherwise it might implicate her. Thinking of this, Fang Heng said. Well, let me see what tricks you can play. Xiao Hei, you stay here. However, just as Fang Heng followed the villagers away, a little boy came out of the jungle with two villagers and walked towards Mirajane. El? What are you doing here? Leave here. Mirajane noticed El coming and said coldly. First, lead the outsider away, and then he will take Mirajane to the other side and force her to agree to be his wife. What a perfect plan. Grandpa is really afraid of that outsider. I will make him pay the price. Thinking of this, El spoke again. That outsider destroyed the village. You took him in, so you are also responsible. If you still want to live a good life in this village in the future, come with me. I'll go with you, Elfman, Lissana, you stay here and wait for your sister to come back. Mirajane instructed. However, on the other side, Fang Heng was brought to the center of a huge open space. The surrounding villagers surrounded him in 3 layers, and the most authoritative village chief was presiding above. At this moment, the village chief had been cursing his stupid grandson in his heart for a long time. He didn't expect that he would carry out such a plan behind his back. But the arrow has been shot and there is no turning back. Since it has happened, he can only bite the bullet and do it. Thinking of this, he said to the people below. Outsider, do you know your crime? What crime have you committed? Fang Heng said calmly, clasping his hands in front of his chest. Humph, you are still talking nonsense. This morning we found many scratches from monsters in the church. You know, there was nothing wrong with it on weekdays, but this happened after you entered the village. Damn outsider, accept our punishment. I knew he was not a good person. That's right, Mirajane, who took him in, must also be punished. The surrounding villagers also began to discuss. Silence. Silence. The village chief tapped his cane and continued. Outsider, now that the evidence is conclusive, do you admit your guilt? Stop beating around the bush, old man. What is your purpose? Fang Heng was too lazy to play along with them and spoke directly. Haha. Don't worry, we don't intend to go too far. If the church is damaged, you will have to pay for its reconstruction. This is something we have passed down from generation to generation. Stop talking nonsense, how much do you want? How about 500,000 J? Can you come up with it? If you can, we can write it off. Otherwise, I will report this to the Magic Council and have them arrest you. Okay, 500,000 J, but after paying this money, if I find out that you are targeting Mirajane again, I will destroy this place. It would be best if it could be solved with money. After all, what he lacked the least was money. Thinking of this, Fang Heng was about to take out the money. However, at this moment, something strange happened. An evil aura emanated, which he sensed. The hand that was taking out the money paused for a moment, and then he looked at the cathedral in the distance. Is it there? Fang Heng muttered to himself, then spread his wings, soared into the sky, and flew towards the church. Stranger, stop! Where are you going? Seeing that 500,000 J was about to fly away, the village chief said anxiously, and then hurriedly led a large group of villagers to follow behind. However, at this moment, an astonishing scene was happening in the church. I saw a man with black skin, 2 horns on his head, huge claws, and a pair of huge bat-like wings on his back. It was a demon, but at this time he was chasing a little girl, and he was still muttering. Mirajane, you are mine, don't leave. Don't leave. Chapter 35. At this moment, Mirajane in the church was trying her best to dodge the monster that was rushing towards her. At this moment, she thought to herself, I must not let this monster out. Elfman and Lysina are still outside. It would be bad if they were injured. I must hold this monster back and find a way to kill it. However, ideals are full of hope, but reality is cruel after all. She is just a little girl. After several times of heavy consumption of limited physical strength, her speed became slower and slower, and she soon became out of breath. At this moment, the monster next to her suddenly flashed and rushed over, grinning and said. You are mine, haha. You are mine. Mirajane collapsed on the ground. Seeing this scene, she could only close her eyes and wait for her fate to come. The roar of the Fire Dragon King. At this time, a roar was heard, followed by a powerful dragon flame. The dragon flame passed through Mirajane's head and hit the demon that was rushing towards her, blasting it away. Hearing such a huge noise, Mirajane slowly opened her eyes and looked up, only to see Fang Heng looking at her with a strange expression, and as he looked. Ah! Pervert! Stop looking! It turned out that the temperature of the dragon's flame was too high. Even though it was not aimed at Mirajane, just being too close melted most of her clothes. Listening to the noisy little girl under him, Fang Heng quickly took off his coat and threw it on his body, covering all the exposed parts. Then he said calmly. I have no interest in little girls. Don't get me wrong. I just want to see if you are injured. Since you are so energetic, it means that there should be nothing serious. Mirajane, who heard Fang Heng's explanation, blushed immediately, then slowly stood up and said. Sorry. Tell me what happened first. Fang Heng took a look. After the demon fell in the distance, its ugly appearance gradually faded away after being defeated, and it slowly turned into a little boy. It was Al who was entangled with Mirajane. Mirajane was still frightened when she saw Al falling in the distance. Then she narrated what happened to Fang Hung with a trembling voice. It turned out that after Al called Mirajane to the church, he asked Mirajane to hand over the money given to him by Fang Hung to compensate for the loss of the church. Then he threatened Mirajane not to leave here and asked her to wait until she grew up and marry into their family. Otherwise, they would not have a good life. Mirajane not only swore to die but also scolded Al as a despicable villain and said that she would never like him. Of course, the last straw that broke the camel's back was what Mirajane said afterwards, that Fang Hung could take good care of her. Take care of my younger brother and sister, we will go with him and never come back to this village. As soon as these words came out, they caused tons of damage to Al, breaking his fragile psychological defenses. Then black air came out of his body and he turned into a demon. After that, Mirajane silently hugged Fang Heng's hand and stood aside without saying a word, because Al brought her more than just this information. There was another more important information that she didn't say, that is, her parents had been killed by the village chief in their early years. The purpose was to make their family of 3 orphans, so that Mirajane would marry into their family for the sake of her younger brothers and sisters. In other words, their years of expectations were in vain. Looking at the surrounding scenes, Fang Hung also realized that this was not a place where he could stay for a long time, so he said. You should know that we can't stay here any longer. Take Elfman and Lysina and let's get out of here. Yes. Mirajane nodded slowly. Now, for them, there was nothing left to linger in this village. You killed my grandson and you still want to run away? Stay here, I will skin you all alive to vent my hatred. A slightly sad voice sounded, and the village chief, who was leaning on his crutches, staggered towards Al who was lying on the ground, then turned around and angrily said to Fang Hung and Mirajane. Damn outsider, you killed my grandson and wanted to run away. And you ungrateful bitch, actually dared to collude with outsiders. You killed my parents. Have you helped us once in these years? What qualifications do you have to say these things? Why? Seeing the culprit, Mirajane could no longer hold back and said excitedly. The village chief saw that Mirajane seemed to know the truth, and was stunned for a while before laughing and saying. As long as my grandson likes to kill your parents, what does it matter? Besides, it is your honor to enter our home. You ungrateful thing, I want you to pay the price. After he finished speaking, he saw villagers holding magic weapons surrounded Fang Hung and his men. Looking at these villagers who had no training and no quality, he smiled faintly. Why are you laughing? I laugh at you for not seeing the situation clearly and not knowing how big the gap between you and me is, Xiao He. With a call. Boom. I saw that Xiao He actually smashed the ceiling of the church and then fell down, with Elfman and Lysina on his back. After putting the 2 children down, Xiao He opened his bloody mouth and with a sizzling sound, several villagers holding magic weapons entered his mouth. As the creepy sound rang out, a large amount of blood dripped from its teeth onto the ground. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers knew what was going on and became agitated, preparing to flee. However, after a few loud noises, the villagers who were running in the front fell to the ground one after another, watching the person who was alive and kicking just now fall in front of them. Fear began to spread among the crowd, and everyone froze in place, not daring to move, fearing that the next one would become a cold corpse on the ground. Everyone, don't move. Fang Hung said as he slowly retracted his finger. It turned out that when the crowd was agitated just now, he compressed the magic power in his body on his finger, and then when the bullet was fired, after a round of deterrence, everyone stayed where they were. Seeing this, Fang Hung slowly walked towards the village chief step by step. What are you doing? Don't come over here, don't come over here, I forgive you and I won't hold you accountable for your mistakes, okay? Under the gaze of everyone, Xia Hung walked in front of the village chief and glanced at his grandson in his arms. A small flame fell on the corpse, and then a raging fire began to burn. Chapter 36. Crackling. As the flames grew more intense and larger, the village chief could only quickly loosen his hands and watch his grandson lying on the ground being gradually engulfed by the raging fire and finally turning into ashes. Al! My grandson! You damned outsider, you are the real devil! Watching his grandson being burned to ashes bit by bit, and feeling desperate and unable to do anything, he raised his head and roared at Fang Hung in front of him. Do you feel the pain? Do you feel the pain of the departure of your loved ones? The pain that Mirajane and the other 3 have suffered over the years is 100 times and 1,000 times greater than yours, and all of this is caused by you. Looking at the village chief Fang Hung standing aside, he did not have a trace of sympathy, but spoke in a calm tone, and then he slowly raised one foot. Click! Ah, let me go! At this moment, Fang Heng's foot was stepping on the village chief's leg, and it was obvious that he had broken his bones. Let you go? Okay. Next I will break your old bones one by one. If you can hold back and not faint, then I will let you go. Let's start. Crack, snap. The teeth-grinding sound of broken bones mixed with the screams of the village chief made the villagers present tremble. As for the three children, Elfman and Lysina were hiding under Xiao He, and Mirajane was also pulled behind him. Fang Hung chose not to let them watch this cruel scene. Boom! When he stepped on the arm, the village chief could no longer bear the pain and fainted, but he did not choose to stop. Instead, he raised his foot and stepped on it again. His last step was on the neck of the village chief. From then on, the village chief and his grandson ended their sinful lives. But Fang Hung did not stop there. He stretched out his index finger and raised it high. A large amount of magic power began to gather at his fingertips. After a while, a huge ball of fire gathered in his hand, and it exuded destructive magic. Obviously, Fang Hung did not intend to let the remaining people go. After all, if someone ran out and leaked the matter to the Magic Council, it would have a great impact on Mirajane and others joining Fairy Tail in the future. However, at this moment, Mirajane behind him reached out and pulled the corner of Fang Heng's clothes. Turning his head, he saw the little girl slowly shook her head and said with a little pleading. The culprit, the village chief and his grandson, are already dead, and the others didn't commit such serious crimes. This is where I grew up, can you let them go? Fine. If this is your choice, but their memory of being here must not remain. I will use memory magic to erase all their memories of this period. Thank you, Brother Fang Hung. Mirajane said softly, seeming a little shy. After all, she was just a child, and even though she had encountered so much unfair treatment, she was still willing to forgive the other party. Then the destructive magic power in Fang Heng's hand gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a strange grey-white magic power. Boom! As the magic power fell, the glass of the church was shattered one after another, and the surrounding villagers fainted the moment they came into contact with the magic power. Of course, Fang Hung and the others had been blocked by his devouring magic. Thank you, Brother Fang Hung, thank you for saving my sister, thank you for saving me and Elfman. Looking around, all this was done by Fang Hung for them. Thinking of this, Lysina couldn't help but be moved and said. I also want to thank Brother Fang Hung, he treated me to a lot of delicious food. Seeing that his elder sister and younger sister said this, Elfman also hurriedly stood up to thank them. Become stronger, and when you leave me one day in the future, you can live on your own. Let's go, it's time for us to leave here. Fang Hung looked around, then squatted down and said to Lysina and Elfman. Well. Let's go, Elfman, Lysina, it's time to leave here, this is no longer our home. After saying that, Mirajane took her younger brother and sister and slowly climbed onto the body of Xiao He. After everyone was gathered, Xiao He, who was lying under her, gradually stood up, then flapped his wings and flew, breaking through the ceiling of the church, and flew towards the target this time. At this moment, Fang Hung was lying on Xiao He's back in the sky, feeling the strong wind blowing over his body. Of course, he was not the only one enjoying this moment, he also had 3 children beside him. Wow! It's so comfortable, the wind is so cool. Lysina opened her arms and felt the wind blowing through her body, and then said excitedly. Elfman on the side tightly grasped Xiao He's body and said in a trembling voice. Great, it's so high. Brother Fang Hung, can you tell Xiao He to fly slower? Brother Elfman, you are too timid. You always say you are a man, but you are so timid. Lysina laughed at him mercilessly. Yes, as a man, how can you be so timid? Mirajane also said, it seems that she has come out of the previous shadow and now has regained her previous cheerful personality. Seeing this, Fang Hung reached out and rubbed his side. Mirajane's head then slowly spoke. Be brave, Elfman. Do you still want to stand by and watch helplessly when facing difficulties like before? When you are in danger, do you still expect your sister to protect you? Although the people around him were encouraging him, Elfman still said fearfully. Yes, I'm sorry. Although I really want to muster up my courage, I'm just too scared. Besides, don't you, Brother Fang Hung, come and protect me if I'm in danger. Yes, although Brother Elfman is unreliable, Brother Fang Hung will definitely protect me. Listener on the side also said in agreement. It is obvious that what Fang Hung did during this period has left a deep impression on the children, and several children are now very dependent on him. Mirajane on the side was also rare. She did not refute that Fang Hung did take good care of them. If they were in danger, she believed that he would definitely protect them. Thinking of this, she raised her head and took a sneak peek. At this moment, Fang Hung was looking up at the distance. Thank you. Mirajane said in a very small voice. What, did you just say something? Fang Hung turned around and asked as if he heard something. No, I didn't say anything, you heard it wrong. Mirajane, who heard the question, waved her hands in panic. Mila, your face is so red. Listener seemed to notice something and said innocently. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Seeing the children fighting in front of him, Fang Hung smiled with relief. Chapter 37. In the process of searching for shooting stars, if traveling alone was boring, then after taking Mirajane and her 3 siblings, everyone spent the next few days in laughter. That night, the wood made crackling sounds under the burning flames, and the light emitted made the faces of the children red. As usual, Xiao He was responsible for hunting, and Fang Hung was responsible for cooking. Facing the food he made, the children always gave high praise and appreciation. Sister Myra, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Listener, who was eating happily, put down the food in her hand and said with concern. It's okay, I just feel a little uncomfortable, I'll be fine after a rest. What's wrong? Seeing something unusual, Fang Hung walked up and asked with concern. Sister Myra seems to be feeling unwell. She only ate a few bites of food just now. Listener looked at Mirajane, then said to Fang Hung. Let me take a look. Seeing this, Fang Hung walked to Mirajane's side and first tried it on her forehead. The temperature is not high, she should not have a fever. I can't tell why Mirajane is feeling uncomfortable, so I can only try to use healing magic to see if it can alleviate her symptoms. Buzz, as the magic power was running, green rays of light gradually appeared on Fang Heng's hands, and then covered Mirajane's body. Sure enough, after a period of treatment, Mirajane's complexion seemed to have improved, and then she said weakly. Thank you, Brother Fang Hung. I may have to trouble you to take care of Listener and Elfman tonight. I am still a little helpless. It's okay, go to bed early, I'll take care of them tonight. He rubbed Mirajane's hair and said, and after helping her back to the room, he told her to have a good rest. Then he walked to the campfire and said to Listener and Elfman beside him. Mirajane is sick. I have used healing magic to relieve her condition, but it seems that she is not fully recovered. If she is not fully recovered by tomorrow, I will try to find a doctor nearby. Don't make your sister angry during this period, be good, understand? Hearing that their sister was sick, Listener and Elfman seemed a little worried, and nodded to show that they understood. Looking at the 2 children who seemed to be in a heavy mood, Fang Hung squatted down and rubbed their heads to comfort them. Don't worry too much, your sister Myra is in good health. Maybe she will be fine when she wakes up tomorrow. Yes, Sister Myra is in good health, she will definitely get better. It seems that Fang Heng's comfort has worked, and Listener said excitedly. Well, go to bed early tonight and get enough rest to take good care of your sister tomorrow. Okay. The 2 children said in unison, and then went back to bed. Seeing the 2 children in front of him go back to their rooms to sleep, Fang Hung stretched himself, then looked up at the house in front of him, and felt inexplicably funny. This house was built by him using materialization magic. If he were alone, he would never go to such great lengths to turn a house into a house. However, because he was taking care of 3 children, he thought that he couldn't sleep in the wilderness with them, so this house appeared. I should go to bed early, I've been very tired these past few days. After sighing, Fang Hung slowly walked into the room and took a rest. Oh no! Oh no! Sister Myra is missing. Fang Hung, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, felt as if his body was being shaken. He opened his eyes and saw Listener and Elfman standing by the bed, looking at him anxiously. What's wrong? Fang Hung sat up and asked the 2 people in front of him. It's Sister Myra. She's missing. This morning I wanted to go to Sister Myra's room to see if she's recovered, but she wasn't in the room at all. Then I called Brother Elfman again, and searched everywhere, but I couldn't find Sister Myra. I only found a note, and the words on it seemed to be written by Sister Myra. Listener said anxiously, and then handed the clenched note to Fang Heng, who opened it. I'm sorry, Brother Fang Heng, Listener and Elfman may have to trouble you to take care of them. I believe you will take good care of them. Don't come to me, I don't want you to see my ugly appearance now. If one day I can change back to my original appearance, I will go to see you then. Love you, Mirajane. Looking at the note in front of him, Fang Heng held it tightly in his hand, and then said to the two anxious people comfortingly. Don't be anxious, stay in the room and don't run around. Xiao He will protect you if you encounter danger. I will go and bring her back now. Seeing that the two people's emotions gradually stabilized, he walked out of the room and gave a few instructions to Xiao He beside him. Then his magic power started to work, and in the blink of an eye he rushed into the sky, looking for Mirajane who had left alone. In the note just now, Mirajane said that she looked very ugly. Seeing this message, he knew very well in his heart that Mirajane should have awakened her magic at this moment. Accepting magic, being able to receive the power of monsters or animals and use it for oneself, Mirajane at this moment should have received the power of the devil, causing some parts of her body to transform into a devil. In the original book, Mirajane awakened in the village, and there was nothing unusual for so long, so he didn't pay attention, but he didn't expect that she would awaken at this time. There can't be any more delays. In the original book, he had the company of his younger brothers and sisters, and he gradually accepted himself. Now that he left alone, no one knew what would happen. If that silly girl did something stupid, it would be too late to regret it. Thinking of this, Fang Heng sped up and started a carpet search. Mirajane was just a child, and she definitely couldn't run far. Chapter 38. Sure enough, after a while, Fang Heng, who was moving at full speed, found Mirajane sitting under a big tree. But at this moment, she was wrapped in a black cloth, and even had a large black hood on her head. Seeing this, Fang Heng quickly put away his magic and fell down. What's wrong? You're so old and you're still running away from home? Come back with me, Listener and Elfman are waiting for you. Mirajane was a little excited when she saw the person in front of her. Sure enough, Brother Fang Heng came to find me, but now I've become a monster, what qualifications do I have to live with them? Thinking of this, Mirajane pulled the black cloth on her body again, and then said. Don't come over here. I'm a monster now. If you see me like this, you will regret it. And I don't want Elfman and Listener to know that their sister is such an ugly monster. Looking at Mirajane, who was curled up and looked tired, Fang Heng felt a little distressed. Just like Irene at the beginning, they all cared too much about the eyes of the people close to them. Thinking of this, he slowly walked in front of the other party and said softly. No. No matter what you become, no one will dislike you, whether it's me, Elfman or Listener. So come back. What if that's the case? Are you still willing to accept me like this? Mirajane excitedly lifted the black cloth wrapped around her body, and then stretched out one of her hands in front of Fang Heng, saying with a painful look. The originally white and tender skin on the arm had disappeared, and instead, there was an arm with a dark luster, like dry firewood, exuding a strange breath. However, seeing this, Fang Heng did not have any disdain, but showed a distressed look, then reached out and rubbed the girl's head and whispered to comfort her. Is that all? It's just an arm. You underestimate me. If one day your whole body turns into a monster, as long as you are willing to come back to me, I will still rub your head with my hands and comfort you like I do today. Why? Why are you willing to be so nice to me? Mirajane raised her head and asked in confusion. Because during this time together, I have regarded you as my most important partners. No, not only partners, but also family members. No matter what our family becomes, there is a bond that binds us together tightly, so come back, Mirajane, come back to our home. Woo, Brother Fang Heng. The other party's words were like a beam of light that illuminated the girl's heart. At this moment, she could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into the other party's arms. Fang Heng didn't say anything more, just patted the other person's shoulder. After a while, seeing that the other person's emotions had stabilized, he slowly spoke. Okay, let's go home. Remember to wipe your tears. As a sister, if you act this awkwardly, Listener and Elfman will laugh at you when you get home. After wiping the tears from his face, he seemed to have thought of something, and then raised his demonic arm and asked. Brother Fang Heng, Can this really not be changed back to its original state in the future? Although she has accepted it in her heart, she is still a little girl after all, and she has a natural love of beauty. No one wants to have a devil's arm on her head forever. Thinking of this, Fang Heng chuckled and said, "Don't worry, this demon arm is just the magic you awakened. You can't control it freely now, but when you become proficient in it, it will disappear naturally when you don't want it anymore." Then, as if he thought of something, he stretched out a hand, then held Mirajane's demonic arm, and said softly, "Receive." Buzz. The magic power began to work, and it immediately emitted a strong light. However, when the light faded, Fang Heng's outstretched hand suddenly turned into a demon's hand. However, the difference was that his hand looked stronger and more powerful, and it was covered with scales. Under the sunlight, it emitted a dark light, and the demonic power in it was richer and stronger than Mirajane's. He raised his demonic arm and said easily, "How is it? You are not alone now? You are not scared anymore?" Mirajane covered her mouth in surprise. Thinking that the other party was willing to make such a great sacrifice for her, she couldn't stop crying. She started to shed tears and said in a trembling voice, "Wu, brother Fang Heng, your arm is uglier than mine. What if it scares Lisana and Elfman? Let's not talk about this, let's go home." He understood that the other party had figured it out. "Yes. Let's go home." Then he slowly squatted down, carried Mirajane on his back, and flew back. Elfman and Lisana, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, immediately greeted Fang Heng happily when they saw him carrying their sister back. "Sister Myra, how come your and brother Fang Heng's arms become like this?" Lisana asked worriedly after seeing it. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, Mirajane's expression darkened and she felt depressed when she heard her sister ask this. Fang Heng didn't say much when she saw this, but just raised his arm and pointed it at the distance. As a large amount of magic power began to gather in his hand, a powerful and evil energy bomb appeared. Boom! As the energy poured out, it actually smashed the surrounding trees to pieces, and left a huge mark wherever it passed. "Good, so strong," Elfman said in shock. Fang Heng slowly withdrew his hand, then smiled and said to Elfman and Lisana, "Is it strong? Is this to protect the power you awakened?" "It is to protect the power awakened by your family." Hearing the other party's explanation, the two children could not hold back, and they gathered around excitedly, chattering and discussing. "So strong! Does Sister Myra have such strong power? So handsome, brother Fang Heng, can I learn from him too? Let's go, get ready, we're leaving." He rubbed the two children's heads and said with a smile. "Can I also have such a powerful force to protect my family?" Looking up at Fang Heng beside her, Mirajane said with longing. "If it's you, then it's definitely possible. I can feel the strong emotions in your heart." Rubbing Mirajane's head, he said seriously. "Xiao He. Let's go." Chapter 39. Although they experienced many storms, they finally arrived at the destination of this trip. At this moment, on a vast grassland, Fang Heng and several children were sitting on Xiao He's back, and below them, a little boy with short sky blue hair and a tattoo on his right eye, who looked exactly like Jalal, was looking at them vigilantly. Behind him was a cute little girl, who was Fang Heng's target, Wendy Mabel. Looking at the scene in front of him, he supported his forehead helplessly. Obviously, Wendy now should not recognize him. Before setting off, in order to prevent the children from having memory confusion after coming hundreds of years later, Igunala proposed to seal all the memories of 400 years ago and only retain a part. But he didn't expect that when he came to Grandine, even the existence related to him was sealed. This is a headache. But after finally finding it, we can't just leave it like that, so Fang Heng let Xiao He land first. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Seeing Fang Heng with 3 children, the boy's vigilance had mostly dissipated, but he still asked in confusion. "My goal this time is to find the little girl behind you, Wendy, do you recognize this one?" Fang Heng opened his hand, emitting a milky white light, and inside it was filled with the dragon power that belonged to Grandin. "Grandigny? This is the breath of Grandigny. Do you know where it is?" Sensing this familiar breath, Wendy was no longer afraid, and hurriedly walked out from behind the boy, then ran to Fang Heng and asked excitedly. "You are too weak now. When you become stronger and the time is right, it will naturally appear in front of you. Don't worry, it's fine, and it didn't mean to abandon you. I'll take care of you for the rest of the time. Fang Hung squatted down, rubbed Wendy's head, and then said seriously. Well, I believe what my elder brother said, because you not only have the power of Grandine, but I also have a familiar feeling towards you. Then he seemed to think of something and turned to the boy next to him and said. By the way, Gerald, do you want to come with me? This big brother can be trusted. No, I still have things to do. Thank you for your company during this time, Wendy. Gerald shook his head slowly, and then rejected Wendy's request. At this moment, Fang Hung, who already knew the truth in his heart, looked at the boy who called himself Gerard in front of him, and couldn't help but laughed and teased. You just said your name is Gerald, right? Then do you have a twin brother? Hearing the other party's question, Gerald replied in confusion. Yes, my name is Gerard, but I don't have a twin brother. Really? But I happen to know a kid who looks just like you and has the same name as you, and since he's not your brother. Then how come you two look exactly the same, even have the same name? And there is one more important point, I feel a breath from you that does not belong to this world, who are you? When he began to ask about the other party's identity, Fang Heng's huge magic power began to gush out and squeezed towards Gerard in front of him. Boom, feeling this powerful magic, Jalal's heart was in turmoil. There is actually someone in this world with such powerful magic. If he could solve the problem of anima. Thinking of this, Jalal fell silent, and then slowly said. You are very powerful and can sense my breath. You are right. I am not from this world. My real name is Mistgang and I come from Edras. Now the world over there is extremely short of magic power, so they created the super subspace magic anima to absorb the magic power of this world and then input it into the world over there. The purpose of my going to this world is to stop them. Sorry, Wendy, I lied to you because I just arrived in this world not long ago. At this time, although Wendy had covered her mouth in surprise at the information just revealed by Mr., she still shook her head slowly. It's okay, even though you lied to me, I can feel that you are kind-hearted, otherwise you wouldn't have come to this world to stop anima. At this moment, Mirajane and the other two sitting on Xiao He were completely confused by the huge amount of information contained in this conversation. What are Sister Myra and the others talking about? I don't understand. Lisana asked curiously. Although Mirajane didn't understand, she still pretended to be calm and said. Haha. To put it simply, that person is a good person, it's that simple. Oh, I see. Lisana nodded, not quite understanding. However, just as they were talking, something strange suddenly happened in the sky. A huge vortex gradually appeared in front of everyone, accompanied by lightning and thunder. Such a huge amount of magic power, what is this? At this moment, Mirajane was looking at the scene in front of her solemnly. Sister Myra, what is this? I'm so scared. Seeing such a terrible scene, Elfman on the side hugged Xiao He tightly and then said. Anima? How could it appear at this time? It's impossible, and it's so huge. Looking at the huge vortex in front of him, Mistgang said in surprise. Fang Hung on the side touched his chin and then thought that anima's release range is based on the amount of sensed magic power. In other words, the large amount of magic power he just released has been sensed at this moment, so such a large-scale anima will appear at this time. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. After all, the appearance of such a large-scale anima at this moment was due to the magic power he released. Since it appeared because of him, it should be his turn to solve it now. Chapter 40. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and as the vortex gradually grew larger, it suddenly generated a strong suction force. Fortunately, the grassland where Fang Hung and his team were at the moment was deserted, otherwise someone would have been sucked in and died. Senior, do you have a solution? Mr. Gang ran over with a panicked look and asked. Haha. Of course I have a way, watch out. After saying that, Fang Hung took out a crystal ball from his arms, and on it was the devouring magic he had attached. After all, the super subspace magic anima was just driven by magic power. As long as there is magic power, I can suck you dry. Go ahead, it's decided to be you. Fang Hung said loudly, and then he activated the power of his body, and the crystal ball in his hand flew into anima like a rocket. Sure enough, when the crystal ball touched anima, it was gradually decomposed into a little bit of magic power and absorbed into the crystal ball. The originally dim crystal ball became more dazzling as the magic power was absorbed. When Mist Gang saw that Fang Heng's response method was so simple and effective, he couldn't help but smile, but then he seemed to think of something and asked worriedly. Senior, although the crystal balls you threw in can absorb Anima's magic power, one is not too little. Anima's magic power is huge. Otherwise, throw in a few more. One is enough, just watch carefully. As Fang Heng's faint voice came, Mist Gang stopped asking and just stared at the scene above nervously. Sure enough, the fact was just as Fang Heng said. As time went by, the vortex in the sky became smaller and smaller. On the contrary, the light in the crystal ball became more dazzling. Not long after, when the last trace of magic power was absorbed into the crystal ball, Anima completely disappeared, and the crystal ball in the air seemed to have lost its attraction and fell rapidly downwards. Brother Fang Heng is really amazing. He solved such a terrifying thing so easily. Wendy, who was standing by, couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw Fang Heng solve the doomsday-like scene so easily. At this moment, Mist Gang was so shocked that he had nothing to say and could only stand there in a daze. The super subspace magic anima was originally used to absorb the magic power of this world. Its powerful power is self-evident. As a result, the man in front of him actually absorbed anima. It was too incredible. How is it? Are you satisfied with the problem? Mr. Gang. Turn around and see Fang Heng holding the crystal ball that he just absorbed from anima. Sensing the huge magic power inside, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He would give it to Sister Irene to study and see if he could make another one. Senior, your strength is really too strong, but you can't take it lightly. They will definitely release it again in the future, and anima will be used to absorb the magic here. Mr. Gang, who had just recovered from the shock, said. It's okay, I'll give it to you. If you encounter it in the future, just throw it in. As for the magic power inside, you can release it and use it for self-defense. Fang Heng took out another crystal ball from his arms and handed it to Mr. Gang beside him. Looking at the crystal ball in his hand, feeling the powerful devouring power in his body, he couldn't help but say to Fang Heng beside him with gratitude. Senior, you are willing to give me such an important thing. Don't worry, I will never let you down. Anima, I will seal them all. Hearing Miss Gang's gratitude, Fang Heng secretly complained in his heart. Alas, this child has never seen the world. As long as he wants to make this kind of thing, he can make a lot of it at any time. But since he is so happy, I can't say anything more. Thinking of this, he said lightly. Okay, I believe you. In that case, let's part ways here. I have some things to deal with. Xiao He. We are ready to go. Okay, take care, senior. Mr. Gang nodded and said loudly. At this moment, Fang Heng took Wendy to Xia He's back. As a result, he saw Mirajane who was very happy on the top, so he stretched out his hand to rub her head and asked curiously. What's wrong? Why are you so happy? It's nothing, I just saw the scene just now and felt that brother Fang Heng, you are really strong. Mirajane shook her head and then said excitedly. It's nothing. After all, if you are not strong, how can you protect your family? Family? Hearing the other party's words, the children were thinking about it. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Fang Heng's mind. Fang Heng, can you hear me? The time crack you asked me to find has been found by your sister. Come back quickly. That's it, the report is over. Have you found the time crack? Fang Heng said softly after hearing the information from the other party in his mind, and then his expression gradually became excited. There is an extremely powerful time and space force in the time and space crack. If I can absorb that time and space force and use it for my own benefit, there is no doubt that my strength will be greatly enhanced. Xiao He, go at full speed. I'll give you good food and drink when we get there. Fang Heng hurriedly urged. Hearing the master's order, Xiao He no longer hesitated, spread his wings and flew quickly towards the destination. Wow, so fast and exciting. Listen as excited voice came from the sky. When Xiao He heard that there was something delicious, he worked very hard, and in a short while, they arrived at the destination. As Xiao He slowly descended, several children jumped down one after another. Seeing the surrounding scene, they were curious and looked around. However, they were all well behaved and did not run around. Irene, who had just walked to the front, saw Fang Heng and brought so many children with him, and could not help but teasing him. Wow, you kidnapped so many children again. If you like children so much, why don't you find a girlfriend and have one for yourself? What's the point of always kidnapping other people's children? Sister Irene, they are all orphans I rescued. Stop talking nonsense and get down to business. Fang Heng could only say helplessly. Okay, come with me, I'll take you there. Irene also stopped joking and said to Fang Heng seriously.